Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
All right, Ken Clark, Kenny Hitchcock. I understand Motor Mania feed is live. Fall Fling reaction time challenge. Here's a trip zip. Ken Clark picks up $1,000 right off the bat. I don't know if I'm happy or mad. Ken Clark. As soon as Motor Mania went live, Ken Clark hits for a trip zip. So now Ken Clark's going to come down the return road. Emily's high-fiving people. And if he does it a second time, he's going to get 10 grand. It's happened twice when the driver goes trip zip, comes back, and is missed it by 1,000th. It was Jared Pennington and Tim Thomas. Jimmy Sweet and Becky Scott. Ooh, 005. There's 100 for Becky. Sweet turns it red. It's going to get exciting here. I can feel it. Justin Harrington and David Holton. Justin, he's the son of Kurt Harrington, and he's just kind of getting his feet wet in the big money bracket race scene. I'm calling it. We're going to give away the most money ever at one of our reaction time challenge. I believe it was somewhere around 2 grand was the most. We're already up to 1,100. 3 pairs in. A 16 to a 13. Not quite. Try to picture it as a racer. Do you set up for where you're on the edge, that if maybe you tag it, you're 1,000 or 2 red and hope it falls 000, or do you set up for more like a 005 like Becky did and try to get $100? I think I'd swing for the fences. Mitchell McKinney and Bruce Thaxton. Here we go, $1,100 so far. $009, there's $100 for the Camaro. Thaxton drops it red, that's $1,200. All right, Max Moser and Trey Summers. Pre-stage lights are on with $1,200 in, and we're only a quarter way through the reaction time challenge. Both drivers drop at red. So nothing going on there. Now everyone who wins money comes up the return road. We give him a small check, $100 or $1,000, and Ken Clark is going to get a chance to do it again. If he does it the second time, it's going to be $10,000. It'll be the first time in history. Dylan Winters in the Malibu and Dakota. Not sure if that's Pooh, a Pug. In the Camaro. 17 to a 30. No good there. So far, Mitchell McKinney and Becky Scott hit for 100. Ken Clark hit for 1,000. Katie Kirby, Scott Carmen, here comes a tree. 011 just missed. Katie was 031. Scott misses it by 2 thousandths. All right, Matt Shell, Joe Gary. Shell did not have the right numbers in the delay box last night. He confessed to the fact that he didn't put the crosstalk in. He can change things in a hurry if he throws 3 donuts on the board. Joe Gary's a hitter. I'm expecting to hand over him either 100 or 1,000. 008 red, Matt Shell's 011 missed by 2 thou. All right, attention the pits. We'll take door cars. If you're a door car with an odd number, doesn't matter if you're red or blue, if you're a door car with an odd number, bring it up for round number 1 of the Moser 100K. Van Greer and Shelby Snowball. Oh, Van Greer misses it by 1,000. You saw him pound the wheel. He was happy he won 100, but was mad that he didn't win 1,000. So once again, door cars, round 1, odd number door cars. So if you have an odd number, doesn't matter if you're red or blue, all odd number door cars will take it to the lanes now for Moser 100K round 1. And here comes Chris Johnson and Clifford Davidson. Don't they call him Spoon? Spoon, yep. Oh, there it is, another one. Chris Johnson, trip zip. It's getting hot in here. Trip zip for Chris Johnson. $1,000 richer, and he'll come up to take another swing at it for 10 grand. Who made up this game? $0.10 for Adcock. That's not going to get it. All right, as JJ walks in the booth to watch the final Joshua Owens take a swing at $1,000. We already gave away $2,200. Not going to do it. I'm sure he was set up for a little better than that. He wheels it out to 1,320 feet to go 0, 0, 0. All right, here's the new entry time runs. Round one door cars, odd number door cars. Let's roll, bring them up. So these drivers, they're not extra entries. They're entries that a car hasn't gone down the track or they sold their entry to another driver, so we're going to give them a shot. There's only a handful of them. So Motor Mania, stay tuned. We're going to have a few new entry time runs. We called round one of door cars with an odd number. And we're going to have Ken Clark and Chris Johnson take a stab at it. If either driver hits it this time, it's 10 grand. If both drivers hit it, it's 20 grand. Simple math. So this is a couple of new entry time runs. So, ooh, look at that. They would have 200 bucks. Wow, those guys would have grabbed 200. 001 for Gregory, KC, in the Vega, 003. So let's get some cars in the lanes for Moser. $100,000 Friday. Round one, door cars odd. We need you now.
We are working our way through the new entry time runs here this morning. It is Moser, $100,000 Friday. Again, odd number door cars, you have been called to the lanes. Odd number door cars, if you're not already in the staging lanes, be making your way up here. We will get ready to kick things off on $100,000 Friday. Moser, $100,000 Friday. After new entry time runs and the last two drivers who have a chance at $10,000, they can line it up perfect again.
Pressure with Papa watching from home. What were your reaction times yesterday, and what's the game plan?
Yesterday in my new entry time run, I was 2 thou red. Rolled some in the box. First round was 008 and got by with a win light. And round number 2 was 007. And ended up not turning on the win light. His truck was a little slow on that run. So for today, the game plan is just leave it alone and go out there and let go on time and find dead on and turn on some win lights in the process.
I'll ask once again, what's your reaction times yesterday and what's the game plan?
So yesterday in my new entry time run, I was 2th out red. Rolled 10 in the box to be 008 first round.
Wow.
Wind light ended up coming on that round. Second round, left it alone, was 007, and truck was slow, couldn't get there. So wind light did not come on second round. But I let go good, so I'm happy about that.
So you were 10, wait, you were 8 and 7?
8 and 7.
What are you thinking? You going to leave it right there?
I think we're going to leave it alone for today. And the plan is just to go out there, let go on time, and go dead on. Turn on a wind light.
Any, how does this work? Any advice from Big Jet at home when you're going up for a round?
He does give me some advice. I ask him, what his thoughts are. But I've also got John Siegel, who's wheeling his car this weekend. And John's been really helpful, helping me out, trying to figure out what to dial and all of that stuff. So I've got good advice from good teachers. So the plan is just put that to work.
Execution.
Execution.
We always say there's the plan side of things and then the execution side of things. We also have a special announcement we're going to make right before round 1. We have some exciting stuff to share, JJ.
Can't wait.
Because it's beautiful when it's beautiful, but when one of those storms hit,
It's ugly.
it's ugly.
That's right. Let them know what I'm going to do.
If the guy goes red, you can thank him.
He did one, but he didn't do another one. I would have suggested a second burnout.
Looks like a pretty fast car.
If it's got Hoosiers on it, it'll hook.
for 10 grand.
Pete, I don't know if you're like doing the math here or anything, but if both of these guys manage to let go perfect again, that's $20,000 like on the starting line, possibly.
Thanks.
Pete was turning purple on us. He stopped breathing for a little bit. He's good now.
$100,000 Friday. Load it up. All right, so I got my man JJ with me. That's pretty fitting because his father was with us at the very first Fall Fling in 2010. It's our 14th year here. It was built on a dream with two best friends who had not much knowledge of putting on a race, but it turned into a dream come true for my team and I. So with that said, next year is our 15th anniversary here. 15 years at Bristol Dragway. So next year, we are going to do a special anniversary race. It's going to pay $500,000 guaranteed. 500 grand for our 15th anniversary at Bristol Dragway. It's going to be same format as today. It's a lot of people are loving these single entries. It's going to be single entries only, and it's going to be capped at 425. So I want to thank each and every driver that showed up, not only this weekend, but over the years. We made a lot of friends. It will never be the same without my partner and best friend, Kyle Seipel, but I'm sure he's watching from up above smiling. So with that said, we're going to play a little something here.
It all started as a list Peter and Kyle made in 2010. Bristol was the place. But with a dismal forecast right before that very first Spring Fling, attendance took a hit. The racing was great, but they suffered a big loss on the event. They didn't think they'd ever put on another race together again. But from the beginning, you supported the Flings. You've helped make them what they are, and from our heart, we say thank you for 15 years.
All right, that was the big news. Right now, let's buckle up, dial it in, and head into the burnout box in a minute here. Just gonna hold, if everyone would stand up as Chaplain Jesse Deemer does our invocation.
Good morning. I was talking to a fellow racer this morning. Speedy Ball, longtime drag racer, 88 years old, went home to be with the Lord. Pray for his family to have peace and comfort through this time. Today's invocation. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for your goodness, mercy, grace, and all our loved ones. Father, as we go through this day of racing and fellowship, we ask for your guidance, protection, and safety. Father, remember all who have served and kept this country safe and free. Father God, we ask blessings for the drivers, crews, fans, and all who make this possible. Father, a special thank you to all the Fall Fling family. Thank you. We pray this all in Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, if everybody would please remain standing for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proud we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That was actually my niece, Nicole Schreiner, singing the national anthem. All right, here we go. Moser, $100,000 Friday. Round number 1, first pair. I'm going to hand the mic over to a good friend of mine who I've known since he was just about knee-high and has turned into one of the best announcers in the business.
Thank you, Pete. I'll take over while you look for him. Jamie Abercrombie, left-hand side, dialed 582. Taking on Dave Morris on the right, dialed 633 as we kick off Moser $100,000 Friday here at the Fall Fling, the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries here at Bristol Dragway. We are getting started. 51 Hun, head start to Morris right side. Green and green, 11 thou, separate them up front. Advantage goes to Abercrombie. Win, light, Abercrombie. 006, dead on with a 6. How about 12 total right off the trailer this morning? Morris 17, take a thou is no good, puts it 6 thou under. Jamie Abercrombie picking up the win light. Some rep James Rawlings left-hand side, dialed 621 in the Sunfire, taking on Bubba Browning right side. Browning winning the Chevy 2, dialed 613. Bubba was the best appearing car at the Spring Fling and Galot earlier this year. One bad hot rod right-hand side. 6 thou, separate them up front. Slight advantage goes to Browning. Win light goes to Browning, 12, dead 3, get their first triple, 0-4. Rawlings, 18 and 3 thou under, had no chance. Bubba Browning into round number 2. Ron Winger, left-hand side, dialed 512, taking on Roger Sowards in the right. Sowards dialed 660. The Camaro for Sowards right side. Winger, the topless Corvette. Gonna light it up red does Ron Winger. Sowards 33, dead on 4, 37 total. Lighting up the scoreboard here in round number 1. Paul Mosley left-hand side, dialed 537. Taking on T-Rock right-hand side. Troy Williams Jr. dialed 569. T-Rock going to get a 32 Hun head start from Mosley. 17 thou, separate them up front. Advantage T-Rock, and he don't mess these up. T-Rock going to get the win, 009, take 4 to be 1 above 6. Mosley 26, dead on 3, no good. T-Rock will advance. Scotty Johnson, left-hand side, down 587, taking on John McClellan, or McLean. I think that's going to be McLean, or McLean. Right side, down 530. John in trouble. Scotty Johnson got him on the ropes. Win light. Johnson 16 and 4 above. Get their first 18 thou. Right side, McLean is 56 and 1 above 9. Comes up 18 thou short. Had to go dead on 0 or dead on 1 to give himself a chance. Puts it 1 above 9 and comes up 18 thou short. Scotty Johnson will advance. Lance Dalton, left-hand side, dialed 569. Taking on Ethan Dean, right side, dialed 675. Dean, one of the local runners here during the DER series, getting a 600, over a second and 600 head start. You're going to turn it into a win light, 38, take 35 to be 1 above 7. Dalton missed it, was 63 and 2 above 7, no good. Ethan Dean moving on. Jay Giles, left-hand side, dialed 614, taking on Jeremy Bargo in the right, also dialed 614. Heads up drag race on the starting line right here. Bargo in control. This one should be all Bargo. And it is 17, take 14 to be 2 above 138 total. Giles missed it, was 56 and 4 thou under, had no chance. Jeremy Bargo moving on. Ken Ernest, left-hand side, dialed 641, taking on Sean Carpenter in the right, dialed 592. Thou separate him up front. Advantage goes to Carpenter. Win light goes left-hand side to Ernest. 006 and 1 above 6. Lays down 22 total. Carpenter 004. Take 19 to be a thou under. Had to take 18 thou or less. Couldn't quite make it work. Ernest moves on. Jason Parker, left-hand side, dialed 622. Taking on Antoine Jett in the right. Jett dialed 620. Nine thou separate them up front. Advantage Jett. Win light goes to Parker. 33 dead 5. 38 total. Jett 24 gets their first 19 thou in front to be 5 thou under. Win light goes to Jason Parker. Logan Westmoreland, left-hand side, dialed 545. We'll take on Travis Salter in the right. Salter dialed 530. Thou red for Westmoreland. Salter 12. Dead on 7. Lays down 19 total to turn on the win light. Jimmy Sweet left side dialed 576. We'll take on Glenn Williamson right side dialed 669. Foul, separate them up front. Williamson out in front. Win light. Williamson 008 dead on 9. Lays down 17 total, getting their first 23 thou in front. Sweet was 20, and 2 above had no chance. Glenn Williamson will advance. Rodney Pryor left side dialed 643. Will take on Cody Spears in the right. Spears dialed 669. Cody Spears in control. Spears with a win, 009, dead 7, lays down 16 total. Gets their first 27 thou in front. Pryor 40, and dead on 3, no good. Cody Spears will move on. Hank Uselton left-hand side, dialed 657, taking on Rob Moser in the right, dialed 507. $27 thou, separate them up front. Advantage Moser, win light Moser. 12 dead 5, gets their first 29 thou in front. Uselton 39, dead 7, had no chance. Rob Moser will advance. Jeff Fight left hand side, dialed 585, will take on Kevin Pollard in the right. KP dialed 535. Pollard is 2 thou, red. Fight 003, dead on 2. How about 5 total off the trailer this morning for Jeff Fight? 003 and dead on 2, lighting up the scoreboard. Pollard 2 thou, red. Dead on 6 is no good. That was going to be a good drag race if Pollard would have been green. Jeff Fight is going to get the win light. Trey Summers left-hand side, dialed 635. Taking on Michael Jackson on the right, dialed 606. $11,000, separate them up front. Summers with the advantage. Summers will get the win, 009 and 1 above 0, lays down 19 total. Jackson 20 and 2 above had no chance. Trey Summers gets the win. Dylan Biondo left side, dialed 608, will take on John Corbin on the right, dialed 594. A little New York versus Virginia matchup here. Biondo going to get a 14 hun head start from Corbin. The S10 of Biondo taking on the Firebird of Corbin. 6th thou red for Biondo, Corbin 008. And 7th thou under Biondo, 006 red, and also 7th thou under. It's going to be a tough race either way. John Corbin gets the win light. Lou Greco left side, dialed 592, taking on Jerry Lone in the right. Big Chief dialed 590. Seventh thou separate them up front. Advantage to Greco. Win light. Jerry Lone 35, dead 8, lays down 43 total. Greco 28, gets their first 17 to be 2 thou under. Had to take 15 or less. Brian Kennedy left side, dialed 553, taking on Greg Kane in the right, dialed 632. Going to get an 8 head start, or 8/10 head start, excuse me, from Brian Kennedy. Advantage goes to Kane by a thou, but the win light goes to Kennedy 13, and 3 above gets their first 21 thou in front. Kane 12 and 6 over, no good. Kennedy will move on. Brandon Gerald left hand side, dialed 668, taking on Laura Bailey in the right, dialed 599. Couple of S10s going to do battle right here. $15 thou separate them. Advantage Gerald win light. Gerald 003 dead 5-8 total. Take 9 thou. Bailey 18 and a thou under. Had no chance. Brandon Gerald lays down 8 total. Here in round number 1. Jeff Caudill left side, dialed 627, taking on Robbie Jones in the right, dialed 557. Fourth thou red for Joins. Caudill perfect. And 3 thou under. 000 and 3 thou under. Gets the win light for Caudill as Joins 4 thou red and dead on 4. That was going to be a tough race on either end. Win light goes to Jeff Caudill. Bring up BPA left hand side. Bobby Paul Arnett dialed 628. Going to take on Jeff Verdi right side. The $1 Million Man, first ever Spring Fling Million winner right side, dialed 624. Win light going to go to Arnett. 14, 1 above 0, gets their first 8 thou in front. Verdi 25, dead 7, had no chance. BPA moving on. Going to bring up Mike Bloomfield left hand side. Mike Senior dialed 646, taking on Marty Williams in the right. Marty dialed 536. Believe that's Marty. Could be wrong. I could have him confused with a different Marty. If I do, please let me know. Bloomfield in control. Win light goes to Bloomfield. 000 and 2 above get their first almost 800ths. As Williams 42 stops to be 5 over. Had no chance. Mike Bloomfield Sr. is perfect. And remember, racers, believe you will get a Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coin, courtesy of a perfect reaction time today. But don't get your hopes up in case I'm wrong. Dakota Pugh, left-hand side, dialed 559, taking on Paul Moore in the right, dialed 587, and 11 thou separate these two in reaction time. Advantage goes to Pugh. Win light also goes to Pugh. 001, 1 above, 0, 11 total. Moore, 12, take 10 to be 11 thou under, had no chance. Win light goes to Dakota Pugh. Left-hand side, Nate Halsey. Dialed 615, taking on John Siegel on the right, driving Big Red, dialed 597. Two thou red for Siegel. Halsey 37. And 35 thou under. Siegel 2 thou red and 37 thou under. Nate Halsey will advance. Howard Westbury, left-hand side, dialed 564, taking on Tom Doyle on the right, dialed 611. Twelve thou red for Westbury. Doyle 11. Dead 6. 17 total lights up the scoreboard for Tom Doyle. Bristol Maddox, left side, dialed 620. We'll take on Nick Perkins in the right, or Parkins, excuse me, Nick Parkins, dialed 592. Six thou separate them. It's nasty on this end. Win light goes left-hand side. 001, take 26 to be 2 above 2 for Maddox. Parkins 007 and 4 over, comes up 2.5 on short. Win light goes to Bristol Maddox. Kevin Warwick, left-hand side, dialed 652, taking on Jake Ball on the right. Ball dialed 699. Four thou separate them up front. Advantage Warwick. Win light. Warwick 20. And 1 above 3 lays down 33 total. Ball 24. Take 18 to be 9 thou under. Had to take 9 or less. Warwick gets the win. Cody Blankenship, left-hand side, dialed 595. Going to take on Chris Tapp in the right, as we have been pelted in the tower by a rock. That was pretty loud. I'm pretty sure that came off Chris Tapp's hot rod. Tapp got it out 572, excuse me. $22,000 separate them up front. Blankenship in control. Blankenship will get the win. 005, dead 7. Going to turn on the win light. Tap 27 and stops to 2 above. Can't get it done. Cody Blankenship moving on. Dustin Smiley left-hand side. Got it dial 550. Taking on Odell Davidson on the right. Dial 650. Smiley in control, but does not turn on the win light. Davidson 37 and a foul under gets the win. Smiley 007 take 32. Believe the nose might have caught the beams right there for Smiley. So he lights it up 3 thou under. Odell Davidson will get the win light. Tracy Guffey left side, dialed 625. Taking on Jeff Neat in the right. Neat dialed 590. Two thou red for Neat, Guffey 009. And 4 thou under. Neat 2 thou red and dead on 4. That was going to be a good race right there. Guffey will advance. As attention in the pits, racers, family, crew, whatever. There will be a golf cart coming around the pits with coffee and donuts this morning and tomorrow morning. So, again, be on the lookout for that in the pits. There will be a golf cart coming around with coffee and donuts, courtesy of OEM Construction or Combustion Service of Muncie, Indiana, Kurt Harrington and family. So again, there will be a golf cart coming around with coffee and donuts, courtesy of OEM Combustion Service of Muncie. Thank you to Kurt Harrington and family for sponsoring that. There will be a golf cart coming around with coffee and donuts this morning and tomorrow morning, so be on the lookout for that in the pits. Thomas Davis, 009, 2 above 4. Gets their first 8 thou. Felix Hutchinson, 31, 1 above, no good. Win light goes to Thomas Davis. Trey Sasser, left-hand side, dialed 666, taking on Stephanie Johnson Rayner, right side. Rayner dialed 517. $13 thou red for Rayner. Sasser 39 and 2 above 7 gets the win light. Barry Teachy the second, left-hand side, dialed 608. We'll take on Becky Scott, right side. Scott dialed 623. At this time, we'll take even-numbered red door cars. Red even-numbered door cars to the lanes, please. Red even-numbered door cars. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Red even-numbered door cars. We'll take you to the lanes for round 1, please. Red even-numbered door cars to the staging lanes for Strange round number 1. Red even-numbered door cars to the lanes for Strange round number 1. Teachy is red. Scott 23. 17 thou under. Gonna pick up the win light. Trevor Hayes left side, dialed 636, taking on David Stebner in the right. Stebner dialed 598. Two thou separate them up front. Advantage left side. Win light left side to Hayes. 14 dead 7 gets their first 6 thou in front. Stebner 16. One above. One comes up 6 thou short. Win light will go to Trevor Hayes. Dave Casper left side, dialed 640, taking on Brian McCown right side, dialed 601. McCown in control of this one, win light. McCown 005 and 2 above gets their first 19 thou in front. Casper 34 and 1 above no good. Brian McCown moving on. Jesse Eden's left side, dialed 658, excuse me. Paul Warwick in the right, dialed 592. Three thou separate them up front. Advantage Warwick. Win light goes to Eden's 14. 1 above. 1 gets their first 4 thou. Warwick 11. Heard him kicking it down there. Goes 1 above. 8 to be 4 thou behind. Win light goes to Jesse Eden's. Sean Harp left side, dialed 532. Taking on Steve Dunn in the right, dialed 570. Seven thou separate them up front. Advantage 2 Dunn. Win light to Harp 22 dead 8 gets their first 5 thou in front. Dunn 15 2 above 0 no good. Win light goes to Sean Harp. Attention to the pits. Any door cars that want the left lane, any door car that wants the left lane, we need you here now, please. Any door car that wants the left lane, we'll take you to the lanes now. Any door car that wants the left lane, we'll take you to the lanes now. Any door cars that want the left lane, we'll take you here now, please. Robert Holton left side, dialed 525, taking on Tommy Plott, and the right, dialed 540. Nasty on this end, 2 thou separate them up front. Advantage Plott, win light Holton 009, 1 above 8 gets their first 3 thou in front. Plott 007 and 2 above no good. Holton moving on. Kurt Harrington left hand side, the sponsor of the coffee and donuts coming around the pits this morning and tomorrow morning. Taking on Dallas Cherry right side. Cherry on a 590, Harrington on a 612. Sixth thou red for Cherry, Harrington 21. Ninth thou under going to get the win light. Caleb McDaniel left hand side, dialed 713, taking on Duck Albritton in the right, dialed 642. $11,000 separate them up front. Advantage Albritton win light. Goes to McDaniel 31 and 2,000 under gets the win light as Albritton 20. Take 13 to be 4,000 under. Had to take 11 or less. Win light goes to McDaniel. Dan Fletcher left hand side, dialed 659. Taking on Heath Davis in the right, dialed 627. $10,000 separate them up front. Davis with the advantage. Davis with a win. 003 dead 9 gets their first 12,000 in front. Fletcher 13 and locked out goes one above, no good. Heath Davis moving on. Brent Shannon Waycaster left side, dialed 620. Taking on Richard Alford Jr. right side, dialed 607. $5,000 separate them up front. Advantage Alford win light. Alford 10 dead 5 gets the win light as Waycaster 15 take 4 to put it 4,000 under. Had to go dead 0 and pray. Couldn't make it work. Win light goes to Richard Alford. Dylan Winters left hand side, dialed 565. Taking on Kenny Underwood in the right, dialed 588. Win light going to go to Underwood, 12. And one above 1 gets their first foul. Left-hand side winners, 22. And dead on 2 to be a foul behind. Underwood gets the win. Bring up Todd Stone, left side, dialed 595. Going to take on Joe Nelson on the right, dialed 533. $6,000 separate them up front. Joe Nelson with the advantage. Win light goes to Nelson 18, one above 9. gets the win light as Stone 24 take 18 to be 5 thou under. Had to take 13 or less. Is that'll bring up Jason Stone now left-hand side. Dialed 660. Taking on TJ Owens in the right. I believe that's supposed to be Owens. Dialed at 569. Thou separate them up front. Advantage went to Stone, but the win light will go to Owens. 22 dead 0 gets their first 31 thou. As Stone 009 4 over, no good. Owens will get the win. Tim Timmons left hand side. Dialed 659 will take on Chad Duke in the right. Duke dialed 540. Three thou red for Timmons. Duke 24. And a hunt under. Gonna get the win light. Jason Overstreet left hand side. Loose change dialed 664. Taking on Kylie Thaxton in the right, dialed 636. Five thou separate them. Advantage change. Win light Thaxton 15 dead 7. Going to get their first 6 thou in front. Change 10 and one above 8 comes up 6 thou behind. Thaxton will move on. Bring up Danny Peary left side. Dialed 623. Taking on Chase McKay in the right. Dialed 606. Danny Peary in full control. Peary with a win, 10 dead 7, take 25 thou. As McKay 55 and 13 thou under had no chance. Win light will go to Danny Peary. Bring up David Williams left side. Williams gonna dial it in on a 613. Gonna take on Zach Hitchcock in the right. Hitchcock dialed 609. One thou separate them up front. Advantage goes left side. Win light will go to Hitchcock. 22 and 2 above 9 gets their first 33 thou in front. Williams 21 and 6 above. No good. Zach Hitchcock moving on. Joey Harrison left side, dialed 6 flat, taking on John LaBoose. John LaBoose Jr. right side, dialed 517, as we have been informed that it is Big John's birthday. So, John LaBoose Sr., if you're listening in by chance, happy birthday to you, sir. Here it's number 77. 77 years young for Big John LaBoose. So happy birthday to you, Big John. Hopefully Little John can get it done for you on your birthday. He's looking good, and he's got a win light first round 16 and 4 thou under, take 5 thou. Harrison 23 and 6 thou under, no good. John LaBoose will move on. Greg Walker left side, dialed 547, taking on Doug Linden in the right, dialed 511. So I'm going to make this my last pair for now so I can get ready to come up here and make my first round run. As Greg Walker lights it up, 8 thou red, Linden 24. And one above turns on the win light. So with that, I'm going to go get the hot rod ready, bring it up to the lanes for round 1. And here is one of the nicest people on earth, Marco Peravalaris.
Thank you, JJ. Mike Barber, last night's ATI Thursday 30K winner on the left side. 617 is his dial. Robert Richardson at a 585. The vinyl top Chevelle. 2 thou, separate him. Advantage Mike Barber. Win light Mike Barber. 18, take 4 thou at the stripe to be 12 thou above. Richardson was 20 and 14 thou above. Looks like Ivy Hutto in KB's Monza. 554 is the dial on the left side. Michael Narad in the pickup. Square body pickup at a 619. Michael is 17 thou on the red side. Ivy is going to need to tighten that up a little bit for second round. Goes 550 on the 554. Going to move on. Kenneth Street and Brian Jones. Kenneth, 661 on the left. Brian with a 567 on the right. $90 thou separate him in reaction time. Brian Jones with the win light. 33 on the tree had the advantage. Got there first and turned on the win light. That's all. Tim Sansoni, 620 in the Camaro on the left. Johnny Taylor Jr. in the Nova, 551 on the right. Sansoni is 008 red. Taylor 002 and goes 547 on the 551. Gonna move on. Anthony D'Agostino, 589 in the Nova on the left. Jordan Arnold in the round body S10. 636 is her dial on the right. Seven thou red for Anthony D'Agostino. Jordan Arnold 16 dead 4 20 total, solid lap to move on. Rocky Van Note in the Moser Engineering Vega wagon. 619 is his dial on the left. Dickie Kiersey at a 6 flat in the Nova on the right. $18,000 separate them, win light Dickey. 008 take 13 to be 12,000 above. Rocky was 26 dead 7 no good. Justin Moser left side in the Corvette Roadster. 537 is his dial. Matt Cook, 624 in the Vega wagon on the right. Justin, along with Rocky, who just ran in front of him, Max and Rob, all four of them racing here. Today is Moser Engineering, $100,000 to win. We're in round number 1 of door cars. 16,000 separate them. Moser is 002 and gets 2,000 behind. Matt Cook, 18 dead 2 20 total for the win. Richie Brown, 558 is the dial on the left. Right side, Richard Dukes at a 539. Richie is 008, dead 3 to get their 12,000 for the win. 11 total, locks out Richard Dukes. Tabitha Carmen, 684 on the left. Right side, Mitchell McKinney in the Gulfstar TV Camaro. 635 is his dial. $1,000 separate him. Win light. Tabitha, 22 take 14 to beat dead 6 is 28 total. Mitchell was 23 on the tree, wasn't getting there, dropped to be 19,000 above, was 14,000 behind. Danny Odom, 598 in the Vega on the left. Doug Browning, 679 in the square body on the right. Doug is 12 thou on the red side. Danny is 002 and goes 596 on the 598 for the win. Ben Willis in the Deuces Wild Chevy 2, 661 is the dial on the left. KB, Kevin Brannon, looks like he's driving Ivy's wagon. Turns it 3 thou red. Ben Willis, 23 on the tree, and 29 thou above is going to be good enough. Tanya Street, 632 in the square body on the left. Right side, Tim Church in the G body at a 617. Ten thou separate him, advantage Tim, win light Tim. 008 take 13 to beat dead. 9 is 17 total. Street was 18 on the tree and 12 thou above. Tim Church moving on. Chris Burden, 667 is the dial in the square body on the left. Right side, Rob Major in the Maverick at a 594. $32,000 separate him, advantage Chris, win light Rob Major. 43 dead 4, getting behind for the win. Chris Burden, 11 on the tree, take 71 to be 35 thou under. Rob Major moving on. Ben Haight, might have heard his voice on the mic several times this week. Ben and Tim Fletcher. Great combo on the mic. Ben's at a 637 on the left. Brian Jason Thompson at a 667 on the right. Ben's got some work to do. Is behind on the start. Brian is 007. Taking 5 thou to go 4 above for the win. Ben was behind at the start, got there second, broke out 8 thou. Kaysen Gerald, 636 is the dial on the left. Rich Nowitzki at a 575 in the 38 Dodge Roadster. Rich is 007 and has 400s in his pocket. Ooh. Got there 9 thou too much. Took 65, needed to take 56 or less. Kaysen was late, 1 above, but was good enough. Wes Weaver, left side, 550 is the dial. Right side, Thomas Bell at a 587. $15,000 separate them. One of them is perfect. And the win light. Perfect. Take 3 thou at the stripe to be 18 thou above. Wes Weaver, solid lap. 15 dead 6, but was 3 thou behind. Thomas Bell moving on after being perfect. Destiny Pugh, 614 is the dial on the left. Right side, Ken Clark at a 663. Ken was perfect in the reaction time challenge. Was able to take another shot and is 005 this time and has 23 thou in his pocket, but gets behind 1 thou. Destiny, 28 on the tree, getting there 1 thou to be 11 thou above. Ken Clark, 005, 35 thou above to be 1 thou behind. Eddie Longany is going to coast for the win after Doug has problems. 23 on the tree and 2 above is going to turn on the win light. Stace Schroeder in the Lumina, 520 is the dial on the left. Joe Meese in the 90 Dodge. I think that's a Daytona. 619 is the dial on the right. Seven thou separate him. Win light, Joe Meese. 006 take 005 to be 31 thou above. Schroeder, 13 on the tree and 29 thou above. Joe Meese moving on. James Blankenship, 585 is the dial on the left. Garrett Browning at a 628 on the right. Garrett has almost 2/10 in his pocket. Coasts and turns on the win light. 12 on the tree. Coasts, turns on the win light. Blankenship had problems. David McClellan, 675 on the left in the Pinot. Don't see too many of those bracket racing. See a lot of Vegas, but not a whole lot of Pinots nowadays. Tim West, right side at a 495 in the Monte Carlo. 15 thou, separate him, win light, Tim West. 11 take 7 to be 6 above. McClellan 26 and 5 above. Tim West going to move on. We will now take even number blue door cars for round 1. With that being said, all door cars have been called for strange round number 1 of Moser Engineering Fridays 100K. Even blue door cars, all door cars, you have been called for round number 1. Jason Palmatier and Eric Thomas. Jason is 006. Gets behind and turns on the win light. 006 and 13 thou above is going to get it done. Eric Thomas, 14 on the tree, take 10 to be 5 thou under. Cut that in half, needed to take 5 or less. Doug Milner, 551 is the dial on the left side. Carol Click at a 545 on the right. Three thou, separate him. Advantage Carol, win light Carol. 10 take 3 thou at the stripe to be 2 over. Doug was 13 and 2 over as well. Both drivers 20 thou above the dial, 3 thou at the stripe. The difference was exactly 3 thou in reaction time going Carol's way. Robert Gregory, 668 is the dial on the left. Brian Griffin, 643 on the right. 4 thou, separate him. Advantage Brian, win light Brian. 11, 1 above, getting there second. Robert Gregory was 15 on the tree. That's not a good number to break out. Run 666 with the 6, triple sixes to be 14 thou under after taking 20. Needed 6 or less. Mark Bacon, left side, 487 is the dial. Jess Franz at a 617 on the right. 8 thou, separate him, win light Bacon. 38 taking a thou to be dead 1 is going to get it done. Jess Franz, 30 on the tree and goes 1 above to be a thou behind. Mia Tedesco in the Fuel Factory Camaro. 584 is her dial. Jimmy Williams at a 630 in the Corvette Roadster. Ten thou, separate him, advantage Jimmy, win light Tedesco. 17 on the tree, taken 11 at the stripe to be 13 thou above. Jimmy, 007 and 34 thou above. Not going to get there. Mia Tedesco, moving on. Tambra Sweet Hayes, 637 is the dial on the left. Brian Adkins at a 627 on the right. Both drivers taking their time to pre-stage. And taking their time to fully stage. Brian is in. Now we're ready. Tambra's in. Tambra is 3 thou red. Not going to be happy with that one. 3 red, dead 5. Ouch. Brian Adkins was 43 and 13 thou under. Red and dead on. Todd White, 533 is the dial on the left. Matt Weston, 564 on the right. Matt Weston has 42 thou in his pocket and converts it to a win light. 006 getting there, 36 thou to be 27 thou above. Todd behind at the start and goes 2 above. Matt Weston moving on. Rodney Fincham, Fast and Fincham, like and share, like and share. 752 is the dial in the Vega wagon on the left. James Calder at a 606 on the right. Rodney has problems on the start. Calder. Oh my. Calder takes 9 seconds at the stripe to break out. 604 on the 606. Rodney's going to move on, and he didn't even get off the starting line. Wow. Wow is all I got to say. Caroline McCarty, left side 608 is the dial. Right side Wayne Wright at a 540. 10 thou separate him. Advantage Caroline. Win light Caroline on a double breakout. 22 takes 6 to be under a thou. Wayne Wright was 32 and 5 thou under. Caroline needed to take 10 or less, and she snugged it up to 6 thou. As Peter says, if it's a double breakout and you take lesser of a stripe than your reaction time advantage, it is a guaranteed win light. Tim Johnson, left side, 559 is the dial. Clayton Roberts at a 544 on the right. Clayton has 600s in his pocket and the win light. 16 take 13 to be 8 above. Tim was late and 4 above. Jesse Long, 654, is the dial on the left. Justin Holston, 644 on the right. 1/10 head start going to Jesse. Jesse is 002 and has 30 thou advantage. How about 2 take 4 to be 11 thou above is 13 total. Holston, 32 on the tree, was locked out. Caden Harrell, 673 on the left. Right side, EJ Womack, 595. Four thou, separate them, win light, EJ, getting there second. 10 on the tree and 5 above is going to get it done. Caden, 14 on the tree, getting there first, 54 thou to be 6 thou under. Needed to just give it one more rip at the finish line. Hit the brakes a little bit harder, take 6 thou less stripe, would have been a win light. Tim Jackson, 632 on the left. Right side, Ernie Humes at a 623. 8 thou, separate him. Win light, Ernie Humes. 21 on the tree. Gets off the gas to go 7 above. Tim had the advantage, was 13 on the tree. Made a little move down track, had to get out of the throttle. Shannon Woodring, 651 is the dial on the left. Right side, Race Tarleton at a 503. Race, no stranger to doing well recently at big money bracket races. I believe last year he runnered up at the Million. Six thou, separate him, win light, Race Tarleton on a double breakout. 13 on the tree, 2 thou under. Woodring, 007, getting there, 28 thou to break out by 24 thou. Shannon had a 6 thou advantage on the tree. Needed to take 6 or less to win the double breakout. Jamie Caudill in the Chevy 2 wagon. 664 is the dial. Right side, Bill Hensley, 666. Ouch. Jamie is 1 thou on the red side. Hensley. Let's just say if Caudill was perfect, Hensley would have been 700ths behind in reaction time. Bill's going to move on. Garrett Griffith. We got a round body and a square body matchup. Couple of young guns going at it. So Garrett Griffith, 640 on the left. Right side, J. Pennington at a 649. Eight thou, separate him, advantage, JJ. Win light, Griffith by 1 thou. 18 on the tree, dead 6. JJ Pennington, 10 and 15 thou above. Both drivers on the... I don't know if they were on the brakes down there. It was awfully close. Let's just say that was a really close race down there. It came down to 1 thou going Garrett Griffith's way.
Dragsters odd red, please.
Final call for door cars. Dragsters, if you have an odd number and a red sticker, we will now take you to the lanes for round number 1. Dragsters, odd, red sticker for round number 1, please. Chuck Sanders, 40 on the tree, had nearly a 10th in advantage to go 5 above for the win. David Lowe, behind at the start, got there second, broke out. William Roberts out of Benson, North Carolina, just down the road from Galot Motorsports Park. 605 is the dial. Right side, Steve Helton at a 616. Both drivers are 15 on the tree. Win light. Steve Helton got there second, and it was the right move. Was 25 thou above. Roberts took 37. Broke out 22 thou, needed 15 or less. $1,000 watching on Motor Mania TV currently. Looks like we got listeners from Central England all around the world. Gotta love it. Shelly Elrod in the American Race Cars Chevy 2. 628 is her dial. Right side, Zach Helton at a 564. $19 thou separate them. Win light, Zach Helton. 11 on the tree, getting there second, was 19 thou above. Shelly, a little bit behind at the start, got there first, was pretty much locked out. Zach Helton moving on. Timmy Miller, 607 is the dial on the left. Tanner Miller on the right, 632 is the dial. I don't believe there's any relation. Timmy is 16 thou on the red side. Tanner, how about 4 dead 4 to be 8 total? Tanner Miller moving on. Left side, Van Greer. I'm pretty sure Van is the slowest vehicle in the field here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Van, longtime racer here at Bristol Dragway, Kingsport, Tennessee. Right side, Gray Kimball from Concord, North Carolina in the Nova. Van is 008, but couldn't get there. Gray Kimball for the win. 21, taking 17 thou at the stripe to be dead 4 is 25 total. Gray Kimball moving on. Left side, Bug McCarty. 609 is the dial. In the round body, S10. Todd Barton in the absolutely spectacular 55 Bel Air super gas car. 200 separated in reaction time. Todd Barton with the throttle stop charge and is going to be behind for the win. Todd Barton, 30 on the tree, dead 2, was 25 thou behind. Bug was 10 on the tree, needed 22 or less. Todd Barton moving on. Trevor Denton, left side, 646 is the dial. Right side, Robert Heineman at a 598. Nine thou separate him. Win light. Trevor Denton. 12 take 11 to beat dead 9 is 21 total. Robert Heineman would have had to go dead 0 to even have a chance. Trevor Denton moving on. David Holton, 566 is the dial in the Camaro. Right side, Jesse Ray at a 598 in the Nova. Neither driver is stellar on reaction time advantage. Jesse Ray, win light, David Holton. Both drivers, like I said, neither one of them were stellar. David Holton was worser of the two. Goes 2 above, was behind, and got the win. Wesley Washington Jr., 580 is a dial in the Mustang. Clifford Davidson at a 534 on the right. 15 thou separate them, win light on a double breakout to Washington. 17 and 1 thou under is going to get the win. Clifford was 002, taking 26 to beat 12 thou under, needed to take 14 or less. Chris Galitti and Vega John. 8 thou separate him, advantage to Vega John, win light, Vega John. 16 dead 4 is 20 total, locks out Chris Galitti. Chris was 24 on the tree, got behind, Vega John was dead on. Just momentarily going to check something out on the racetrack here. Should be back at it again here soon. Again, want to thank each and every one of you tuning in on Motor Mania TV from near and afar. Today is the big show. It is Moser Engineering Friday, $100,000 to win. Somebody's going to leave. Somebody's going to, whether they make 6 figures or not at their regular job, you'll be able to make 6 figures today, right here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries here in Thunder Valley, Bristol Dragway.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
It all started as a list Peter and Kyle made in 2010. Bristol was the place. But with a dismal forecast right before that very first Spring Fling, attendance took a hit. The racing was great, but they suffered a big loss on the event. They didn't think they'd ever put on another race together again. But from the beginning, you supported the Flings. You've helped make them what they are, and from our heart, we say thank you for 15 years.
Peter says Sal Dillon is a better driver than you ever were. I'm afraid I'm going to have to side with Peter on that. Dillon mixing it up with a lot of great drivers here at Bristol Dragway. All I'm going to say is, I mean, this goes back to 2019 from the Young Guns has-beens. That'll be a forever long debate.
Well, Sal has a better record than when we head-to-head. He's up, I think, 4-2.
Okay, there's a fact. Sal is up 4-2 on a head-to-head record. We're back at it again. Jordan Wyke and Brian Tolson. 11 for Wyke. Took too much stripe and lost the double breakout. Brian Tolson, 13 on the tree, 6 out under, is going to win the double breakout. All right, I'm going to turn the mic over to Peter. We're midway through round number 1, Moser Engineering Friday, $100,000 to win. Peter, back to you.
All right, we're at the big day, mid-round 1. If you lost, you do have a chance to buy back, but after that, it's 2 go down, 1 come back. Single entry format, and I love it. William Daniels, BJ Timpton. How about a pair of double O's? 005 to 007. Looked like something flew off the back of Tipton's car, but didn't seem to bother him. He had an 11-pack. Daniels, that's another one. 007 takes 6th out. He's like, man, I killed a tree. I took him through nice and tight. Why the heck isn't my wind light on? So just a little, I think it was a little piece of his, not sure what it was. Came out the back right of his car, but wind light's on. We called dragsters odd red to the lanes for round 1. Adam Keir and Marty Dabney, one of the fastest door cars on a property, 489 in a Little Vega. That's pretty short wheelbase. It's a good thing Marty's a chassis worker. He knows how to set them up. Because 480s on a mountain in a Little Vega could be a handful. So a little taking their time staging. Keir coming out of the stock and super stock ranks. He's got a tough out here at Marty Dabney. Both drivers a teen on a tree. Will it be the pickup truck or the Vega? Give the wind light to the Vega. He was 2 above safe as Keir got that 35, broke out 6017 on a 602. Looked like he was just about wide open at 113. Casey Pesnell and Willie Rosenbaum. KC, the young gun from Gardendale, Alabama, and this kid could flat out drive a race car. I watched him at the Vegas Million this year, making laps. He knows how to work both ends of the 660. Sponsors are Huntsville Engine, Pesnell Racing, and Superior Striping. Beautiful day to put on a $100,000 main event Moser Friday. Ooh, KC, 3,000 red. Willie was 034. Runs at 31,000 under on a checkout pass. Pesnell, right where he wanted to be, 604 and a 608. Likes to hold a little bit. This time he was just a little on the red side. He'll have to hit the diva desk if he wants to play for 100K. Looks to be, believe this is our last pair of door cars. Might have a bye. Jamie Goodwin and Matt Harp. Wheels up for the Malibu, but here comes Harp. Winlight, double breakout again. This time Harp gets there by just a little too much, breaks out by 300. Jamie Goodman out by 6,000. Goodman will come back for round 2, and Harp will have to hit the diva desk. All right, I believe we're waiting on one door car. Should be one pair left. But the buyback round itself is 5 points. After that, it goes back to 10. We got the Kyle Seipel Triple Hero Zero coins. We gave out quite a few of them yesterday. There's Lou's change crew chief. And hey, Lou, you better set his alarm clock tomorrow, bud. But he did not get a very good treat by coming up last because he's got Blaine Parrish. And I'm telling you right now, this young kid, if you haven't heard of him yet, you will soon. So Blaine Parrish, patiently waiting, does his burnout in the left lane, just like father like son. I remember when I ran his father, I don't think they have line locks. Do that burnout over the starting line. Probably one of the first ones I saw in a door car do a burnout over the starting line was Blaine's dad. I'm sure he's proud looking on because his son is an absolute killer. Both drivers taking their time. Matt Parrish isn't really used to giving somebody a 1 second head start. Not that that matters on the top of crosstalk, but he's going to be closing in faster than usual. Oh, baby. 007 to 009. You could see Matthew looking over. The wind light going to Blaine. Looked like Matthew shut it down early. 007 757 at 89 miles per hour, and Parrish just kind of stuck a fender on him, and 009 3 over to move into round number 2. Do a little track prep here, and we'll move into the dragsters. We called dragsters odd red are in the lanes. Really appreciate all the racers who have cooperated.
All right, you ready? Hello, racers. We're here at the Spring Fling in Las Vegas, and I'm joined with Dan Provo and Chris Galitti. Dan is the owner and founder of RAD Torque Tools in Canada, and he's been, not only has he been a big part of bracket racing, but he's also sponsoring Dallas Glenn in the Pro Stock car. Dan, you have a successful business. You're here racing at the Fling. First of all, how's your experience so far this week?
Oh, it's been really good. Unfortunately, I couldn't drive this weekend from a small injury, but I got 2 Top Guns in my seat, and they're doing good. Went to the 5th round last night, and going to go far today, too. Race has been great. Everybody's been happy. It's been well organized, and yeah, we're so pleased to be part of it.
Dan and RAD Torque is the primary title right sponsor for our Fall Fling event at the end of the year in Bristol, also our Spring Fling in Galot. He stepped up really big, so his business is basically not directed towards drag racing or drag racers, but he does it because he loves the sport. So if you look around the pits at any of these Fling events, you'll see RAD tools on the side of the car. So why would you give back to the racers like you're doing now, where I know there's a ton of different ways you can advertise? Why do you choose to give back to the racers?
I think drag racing, which he's responsible for, he got me licensed back 15 years ago in Houston, Texas, so I blame him for all of this. But no, it's our second family. We love it. My fiance Tammy and myself love to travel and see people, and unfortunately the last few years we weren't allowed to race in the States, but we're back and we're going to put a dent in this for everybody. But yeah, so we're really thrilled to be back, and just I like the sport. Everybody that I met and know in this sport are good, solid, hard-working people, and I support them the best I can, and I'll keep doing it as long as I can.
This is Chris Galitti. He owns Torque Tools, which is an affiliation of, basically a distributor for RAD Torque.
18 years now.
18 years.
18 years.
So Chris, tell us a little bit about your business.
Torque Tools Incorporated, we started in 2004 with the RAD Torque equipment. Torsion X equipment we brought on as a hydraulic line. The tools that we provide out to the industry of
The title right sponsor of the Fall Fling. And guys, if you haven't heard, we made an announcement this morning. 15 years here in 2024. It'll be our 15th year anniversary. A lot of memories have been made, a lot of friends have been made. And we're gonna put a special edition $500,000 guarantee. JJ, you think you can take a shot in that?
I mean, I'd like to. So we'll see how it goes.
What's the deciding factor? I'm gonna have you keep talking so I can keep eating the cookies.
Okay. The deciding factor, well, that, I mean, depends on if you'd like to have me back here or not.
Oh boy, Cody Nelson is in full control. I mean, full control. 002 and Blaine Mayer's reaction time started with a 4. He goes dead 0. But Cody Nelson had plenty of room down there and shuts it down a little bit to go 4 above.
Dylan Coggins, left-hand side. Buford, Georgia native, dialed 468. We'll take on Matt Shell, right-hand side. Shell going to dial 490 out of Long Valley, New Jersey.
Matt Shell, there's spot droppers and then there's spot droppers. This guy's going to go 490 at about 129. No, he's not, because he didn't leave the starting line. Left lane should have the easy win. Dylan Coggins backs off the gas after the 330 and goes 480 at 120. And Shell having problems. Tough break there. Hopefully it's something he can get fixed back up for the buyback round. Good morning, Motor Mania live feed. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Appreciate Joanna and Matt, Jags and Mickey Thompson helping to make it happen. So Matt Shell gets pushed off the track, and that brings up Joshua Owens and Joseph Bagwell.
Owens going to get a 28 Hun head start right here from Bagwell. Eighteenth out, separate them. One of them's 18. Joshua Owens out front, and Owens will pick up the double breakout win. 000, take 3 thou to be 9 thou under. Bagwell 18 and 24 thou under, no good. Joshua Owens going to get the win light.
Seeing quite a few double breakouts here, JJ. But how did your car fare up to what you thought?
I was a little bit slow. A little bit slow.
A little bit slower than your dad said, or a little bit slower than you should have been?
A little bit slower than I should have been.
All right, we'll give Big Jed a free pass on that. Well, you got the buyback round.
That's right.
Pressure's on, Big Jed.
Yeah, Garrett Griffith crushed my dreams first round, so, we'll come back out in the re-entry round. Turn on a win light. Tim Kelly, left side. I believe he won the dragster shootout Tuesday. Down at 480. Taking on Marlon Goetz on a 484. Win light will go to Goetz. 18 gets their first 4 thou in front to be 1 above 4, as Kelly 20 and 1 above 6 does not turn on the win light. Marlon Goetz will advance. So that'll bring up Bruce Thaxton, left-hand side, dial 560, taking on Courtney Grisey. Thank you to Marco Pervalaris, as he was the first to tell me how to pronounce that name. It is Grisey.
And that's what you got to love about some of his staff members. Marco's telling us, hey, guys, he radios over, says we have a 427 versus 560 dragster matchup coming up. Everybody's just in the game. It's not like they're just working. They're just passionate about what they do out there.
This is, Marco did say it was going to be a fun matchup. This is a long wait for 2 dragsters. Over 1.3 second head start goes to Thaxton, left-hand side. Six thou separate them up front. Advantage to Grisey. And the win light will go to Grisey. 13, 2 above 0. Lays down 33 total. Thaxton 19, take 20. To be 6 thou under, had to take 14 or less. Got there a little too much, and Grisey will turn on the win light.
Yeah, and I don't care how good of a stripe driver you are, if you're dialed 560, if you're in a mid 5-second dragster and you're running against a 420 dragster, I'm probably going to dial it down a little bit. I'm not going to count on my finish line driving in that scenario.
Left-hand side this time will be Tyler Mosley, dialed 479, taking on Ryan Ernest in the right. Ernest dialed 469. Ernest had to wait a tenth and couldn't wait long enough. He's a thou red and 3 thou under. Mosley 17 and 7 thou under. We'll turn on the wind light via the red light from Ernest.
JJ, I don't know if you go by a weather station or not, but maybe the humidity being a little bit, is the humidity lower than yesterday morning?
I do not know.
He's running for $100,000 and he doesn't even care what the humidity is. That's my boy.
We just kind of wing it a little bit.
I see that.
We're from Alabama. We don't use all that high tech weather station stuff in Alabama.
Yeah, I got to know your father very well, and I have to agree with that. Meat and potatoes.
Joe Jolsrud left-hand side, dialed 486, taking on Scott Carmen on the right. Carmen dialed 488. Six thou separate him up front, advantage to Jolsrud. Wind light will also go that way. 12 dead 6, lays down 18 total, getting their first 10 thou in front. As Carmen 18 and 1 above 0 to be 10 thou behind. Had to go dead 0 and hope that it worked out. Couldn't make it work. Wind light goes to Joe Jolsrud.
Nice job for Joe right there. He's 486 at 138 dead on, so was probably going to break out by a little bit. Snugged it up to 10 thou. Moves on to round 2.
That'll bring up Chris Johnson, left-hand side. Had a perfect reaction time in the Spring Fling reaction time challenge, or Fall Fling reaction time challenge this morning. It dialed 473, taking on Vance Houston on the right. Houston dialed 472.
Just got a text from the Red Rocket, someone that does use a weather station. He said yesterday it was 74 humidity, today 73%. I told you it was lower. I could feel it.
You told me it was lower. I should have listened to you. 002, dead 8 for Chris Johnson. Lays down 10 total. Nice lap there. Houston missed it and put it under. Had no chance. Chris Johnson will move on. Bring up Scott Thompson now left side. Dialed 494. Taking on Mike Larkin on the right. Also dialed 494.
So I remember last night, Thompson 493 with a 7 sticking in my head. He has it on a 494. What do you think, JJ? I think he's dialed just right. Probably holding just a little bit.
I think the strategy's good.
Coming from somebody that is talking about dial-ins but never looked at a weather station. So what happens when it's like a big weather swing from day to day? Do you just like you still just wing it, or do you just know your car that good?
I either ask other people or I'll watch other people.
Ah, all right. You're one of those kids in school that peeked over the shoulder of the person in front of you.
Pretty much. 7 thou separate him up front. Advantage Larkin. Wind light. Gonna go to Larkin. 008 dead 1, lays down 9 total, getting their first 21 thou. Thompson 15, 1 above 5, comes up 21 thou short. Had no chance anyway. Mike Larkin moving on. That'll bring up Blake Combs, left-hand side. Combs dialed 517. Going to take on Jeremy York. Summer Fling MVP, right side, dialed 454. For instance, back to the big weather swing thing. In Galot, I didn't see the track at all Thursday. So I went from Wednesday to Friday, and I just asked other people how slow they were. Other people around my speed.
And how'd it work out?
It was good. I went dead on.
That's just a lazy way around it.
Well, I mean, I did it.
Go ahead, call that.
009, dead 8 for Jeremy York. Get there first 8. Thou Combs 10, 1 above 5. No good. I know how that feels. Win light goes to Jeremy York.
The thing that upsets me a little bit is I'm pretty sure your father won a weather station at one of the flings. I know he won a tire gauge. I'm not sure. What's a % chance is Big Jed's listening right now?
I'm
going to say 100.
I don't think they're very high. I think he's about to go to a golf tournament.
Yeah, he'll have his he'll be plugged into his phone.
But he'll go back and listen to it or something. He'll find out about it one way or another. Brittany Ulmer left side, dialed 492. Taking on Nate Elliott right side, dialed 454. Ulmer out in front, but the win light goes to Elliott, 25. And 1 above gets their first 7 thou. Ulmer, 13. Might have given that one back. 495 at 132. Might have got behind a little bit. Win light goes to Nate Elliott.
Yeah, Ulmer, that's I'm going to call that at 138, 139, maybe even 140. So down at least 7 mile per hour.
Robert McGraw left side, dialed 469. Taking on J.R. Hodges in the right, also dialed 469.
Mrs. Shoup, those cookies were amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Double red right here. Both drivers dialed 469, and Hodges, the lesser of the two evils. 007 red's going to pick up the win. How about, that's a lot of 469s on the board right there. 469 on a 469 left lane. 469 on a 469 right lane. 7th thou red, Hodges. McGraw, 9th thou red. He'll have to hit the diva desk.
Tisha Wilson left-hand side, dialed 453. Taking on Dale Thaxton right side. Thaxton dialed 518.
Attention to pits. Attention to pits. We'll take odd blue Drexes to the lanes now. Odd blue. So all odd Drexes have been called.
13 and the thou under for Thaxton turns on the win light. Wilson 12. Take 13 to be 13 thou under. Had to take a thou or less. Got there a little bit too much, and Dale Thaxton turns on the win light. And bring up Eden Lukard left-hand side, dialed 477. Taking on Anthony Bertozzi right side. Bertozzi dialed 464.
Bertozzi fresh off a national event win. He's kind of slowed down a little bit in the bracket racing. He's got a house in Virginia, a house in Florida. Him and Kathy are spending a lot of quality time together down there. But I guarantee he could still let go.
9 thou separate him up front. Didn't let go bad, but he's got a little work to do and can't quite make it work. Lukard 006 sits it down to be 1 above 0, 16 total. Bertozzi 15 and sets it down harder to be 4 above, comes up 43 thou behind. Win light goes to Eden Lukard. JoJo Gary left side, dialed 447. Taking on Dylan Witherow on the right, dialed 468.
So JJ, what are your thoughts honestly about the single entry format?
I'm honestly a fan of the single entry format. I think it kind of levels the playing field for everybody a little bit more. I just think, I think it's I think it was a really good idea, obviously. And it allows for the race to be run a little bit better because you don't have to worry about somebody hot lapping their stuff in one round. And I think it was a really great idea on your part. And, it seems to be working pretty well. As Joe Gary, 21, one above 3 on the drop, gets the win. Witherow 003 take 34 to be 3 thou under. No good.
The one thing I noticed, JJ, because we did this once before in 2019, the pure single entry format, is you do see a lot of different drivers in the late rounds, it seems like. You see a lot of new faces. It's just a different crowd. With everybody getting one shot, a lot of different people. I'm seeing, in other words, there's a lot of hitters, and we're still going to see them in the late rounds, but you don't see them as much in the late rounds with the single entry format.
I would agree with that. Mike Harbaugh and Joey Cameron going to do battle. And Joey Cameron should have this one wrapped up. And he will. 13 and 5 above gets the win, as problems for Harbaugh a lot late, and 15 thou under. Win light goes to Joey Cameron.
So we have a lot of prizes still in play. We have a best appearing car we're going to be on the lookout for. That's going to be a hard choice. Tonight we're going to give out the Best Styler Award that everyone went dead on with a 0. Yes, Wednesday and Thursday. Winner's going to get a Computech $1,300 value Race Air Cloud.
John Parks, left side, dialed 403. Taking on John Budakowski, dialed 454. Parks is in trouble. Win light Budakowski, 33, take 50 to be one above. As Parks missed it, was 62 and goes 406 at 180. That's a lot.
180. Budakowski took 50 stripe down there, but he was on the safe side. So another thing we need to look for is Greg Regil, Regil's Fiberglass, put up a hood scoop for the dragster that needs it the most. All right? We got to be on the lookout.
Needs it the most.
So if you see a nice car and you say that hood scoop doesn't belong, we're going to upgrade him to a Regil hood scoop. Thanks to Greg Regil. Chat bleachers, you can also chime in there if you see something.
Scott Gibson Jr., left-hand side, dialed 471, taking on Todd Sinclair, right side on a 590. And Sinclair going to turn it 14, thou red. Gibson 15 and 2 under, going to turn on the win light. Sinclair red and dead on. Seems to be a theme. Scott Gibson turns on the win light.
And there is a swear jar up here going for the Racers for Christ, so you got to be honest with us. If you cursed going down the track, or you cursed on the way back, or you cursed anytime, you should hit the swear jar. It's at the Diva desk.
Shane Maddox and Dennis Long now. Maddox in the left on a 448. Long dialed 499. Long with the advantage and Long with the win light. 009, dead 6. Lays down 15 total. Maddox 17 up front and locked out. Gets their first 3 thou to be 5 thou under. No good. A win light goes right side. Travis Nelson left side, dialed 445. Taking on Connor Calder in the right, dialed 490.
Live chat asking some questions. Yes, the anniversary 500K event next year will be single entry and will be capped. It's going to mimic this event, except it's going to have a $500,000 main purse.
Seventh out, separate them up front. Advantage Nelson will win. Light Nelson 004, dead on with a 4. Lays down 8 total. Calder 11, take 8 is no good. Lights it up 11th thou under, had no chance. Travis Nelson picks up the win light. Left-hand side, Marty Martin, dialed at 450. Taking on Cody Strickland, right side, dialed at 451. One thou red for Strickland, Martin 16. And 13 thou under. Going to turn on the win light to move on and around number 2.
Brooke Gary and Brandon Lane, pair of 450 long cars here on the mountain. What do you think, JJ? If you go to Galot in the spring where it's sea level and cooler, what would a 450 dragster go? How many hundreds do you think they'll pick up?
I would say, you know, the temperature's not that warm here this time of year at Bristol. I would say it would be at least a 10th.
I think you're spot on, bud.
Now, from the Fling in Galot, from my average run on Friday and Saturday compared to what I was going in this last run, I'm about 6 or so slower here. As Brooke Gary going to turn on the win light, 29 and 1 above 7 gets the win. Brandon Lane 13, thou red and dead on, because why not? Brooke Gary will get the win light.
Yeah, it also depends on if you have an efficient combination, if you're on gas or alcohol, but I'd say a 10th. It would be a 10th at Galot, but it'd have to be a really cool day, high barometer. All right, Lela just came in. She said, let's open up the prize vault.
Jimmy Fuller and Teddy Adkins leave the starting line, and Adkins leaves 12 thou red, puts it 14 thou under, Fuller 10, and 4 thou under, turning on the win light.
So our good friends at Altronics put up a Perform Air Pocket Weather Station. I think that's right around a $280 value. What's the rules on this prize giveaway, JJ? You make this one up.
Well,
and don't be like your father. That guy's got to be between 000 and 001.
Since this is the 14th year that the Fling has been at Bristol, the next 014 reaction time.
All right, Jed, you're officially fired. I like this kid. So the next 014 reaction time is going to win a Perform Air Pocket Weather Station.
The first pair to give it a shot will be Dawson Putman, left side, dial 446. Taking on Scott Neal on the right, dial 463. 15 thou, separate them up front. Wind light goes to Putman, 19, dead 9, gets their first 3 thou in front. Neal, 004, and look like he let him back around, puts it 2 above 7 to be 3 thou behind. Putman will get the wind light. Bring up Steve Breeden now, left side, dialed 463, taking on Nick Warren in the right, dialed 465.
All right, we got Robert Snowball chimed in. He said 800s from here to Galot.
800s. Sounds about right.
Yep.
Five thou red for Breeden, Warren 10. Dead on 2, 12 total. Will turn on the wind light. Is that a bring up? Sugar Shane Carr, left hand side, dialed 459, driving Donnie B's American. The Alabama native now. Taking on Max Moser in the right, dialed 458 out of Indiana in his American. Thou separate them. One of them's perfect, but Shane Carr gets the win. How about that? 12 and absolutely puts it in reverse. 459 at 136 miles an hour for Shane Carr. Moser was perfect. Gets fed 35 to be 16 thou under. Had to take 19 or less. Shane Carr will advance.
That was such a hard drop. I think that was a front dump. Is that the lingo you use?
A front dump?
A front dump, yeah. That's when you're in front and you drop hard to get behind.
I've never heard it called that.
I figured.
2 thou red for Jamie Bridge, whose Champ will get away with a 1:0:29. Then 5 under for Champ. We'll move him into round number next. 2 thou red and dead on 1 for Jamie Bridge. That one's going to sting. Champ will move on. Jeff Burns, left-hand side, dialed 443, taking on Jamie Holston in the right. Holston, going to dial 448. Two of the loudest 440 cars on the property, probably the 2 loudest 440 cars on the property. 2 of the loudest cars on property in general. Thou separate them up front. Advantage Holston, wind light. Holston 13, 3 above. Gets their first 18 thou. Burns 18 and 4 over, no good. Jamie Holston will get the win. Kenny Hitchcock, left-hand side, dialed 518, taking on Ed Grisey in the right, dialed 429. Wind light going to go left side to Hitchcock, 007 dead 3, about 10 total. As Grisey 30 and 2 above had no chance. Kenny Hitchcock lays down 10 total to move on. Chris Wilson, left side, dialed 451, taking on Mike Nelson on the right, dialed 505. Wind light going to go left side to Wilson, 18. One above 3 gets there first, 28 thou in front. Nelson, 33. And 2 above, no good. Brent McKenna Brown, left side, thejags.com, entry dialed 458. Down Bradley Snowball on the right, dialed 464. Hey, speaking of Jags, thank you to Jags and Mickey Thompson for sponsoring the Motor Mania TV live feed, bringing it free to you, the viewer. Jags and Mickey Thompson sponsoring the Motor Mania TV live feed here this weekend, so that you can watch all the action.
All right, so if you're in the pits, here's where we're at in round number 1. Obviously, we completed door cars. We are now in Dragster's Odd. Bradley Snowball, he's been to a lot of flings. I hope he goes 014. Does 041 count?
That does not count. Wind light going to go to Brown, 42 and 2 thou under. As Snowball, 41 take 5 to be 6 thou under. No good. Wind light goes to McKenna Brown.
Have you seen any ugly scoops yet?
I have not.
What's that one in the water box right now?
I think I found one.
It's a little old school. Let's check them out on the live feed side from the side.
That is old school.
Here's last night's runner-up, Chris Ferguson. Had a good talk with him after the final and said, "Hey man, nothing to put your chin down. You got tomorrow." He goes, "Yeah, I'm going to win it tomorrow." I love the confidence.
He was driving really good last night. He's in a little bit of trouble here. Scotty Neat got him on the ropes. Wind light goes to Neat. 009, 1 above 5, take 9 thou. Ferguson 23 and 1 above, can't get it done. Had a thou to get in on, couldn't make it work. Scotty Neat will pick up the wind light.
Let's take a look at this. Right lane here. If I could catch up on the live feed. Here we go. Well, JJ, we're going to have to make a decision. It's not an ugly scoop. It's just a scoop from the 80s.
It's just old school. But if you're going for an old school look, then it works.
Well, there's another old school one. All right, we're going to have to wait this out a little bit.
Mike Laws and Damon Smith. Smith going to get the wind light. Old school to the front. 28 dead 3 gets there first, nothing. Left-hand side, Laws 17, 1 above 4 comes up 4, 10 thou short. Damon Smith will get the win. To bring up Cody Wiggins left side, dialed 450, taking on Eric Rollins on the right. Rollins dialed 453. 300 head start will go right hand side.
So JJ, do you prefer, most people prefer to chase. Do you prefer to look out the back window, or when you're getting chased, use the mirrors? Which one?
I would say that I don't run the left lane a lot, but first off, Cody Wiggins, he's looking good in the left lane. 006 take 4 thou to be 3 above 4. Rollins 24 and 2 above, can't get it done. Cody Wiggins turns on the wind light. So bring up Kyle Cotrera left side, dialed 460, and Bob Willing in the right, dialed 486. But I don't run the left lane very often, but when I do, I will look out of the back window. But I don't usually use my mirrors unless I'm getting chased by like a really fast car, like a fast door car or a dragster.
I'm not a mirror fan myself. I mean, it's good to have in case of, to double check, make sure if your opponent's broken a start line or something, but I like to get that straight up look out the back window. I am a left lane guy. I like turning around and using that back window.
I got you.
So we get to the big buck bracket races, we're going to be facing off because I'm going to be in the left and you're going to be in the right.
Right.
Coltrera just showed up today. He's a hitter. He already cashed in for 100K at the Flings. He's runner-up this year at the Vegas Million.
He's looking good right here. Got 13 thou to work with. Win like Coltrera 10 and one above lays down 22 total. Willing 23 and dead on 6 can't get it done. Win like goes to Kyle Coltrera.
Buddy Fleener, the local, switched over to the dragster. I know he used to drive that, I think it was Deuce's Wild, that Chevy 2. Not too sure why he switched. That thing used to print tickets like crazy. And Mark McKay. Sometimes in life you just have to mix it up, JJ. Sometimes things get a little monotonous. Like in other words, if I'm struggling on a tree, I'll change something. I'll just to keep it fresh. And it usually kind of wakes up your brain. So I'll either change the button location, maybe mat it before when all 4 bulbs are lit. That's what I do when I'm struggling. I change it up. What about you?
So, Dad can tell you this, but the last couple times I've struggled to hit the tree, my wind lights keep coming on, so I just let it ride.
Oh, heck yeah. It's all about the wind light.
There was one night that I was hitting the top at home, and I let go better than 40, I think maybe 3 times all night, and I lost it 4 cars. So, I just let it ride. Buddy Fleener, 10 thou red and 2 above. Mark McKay, 17 and 3 thou under. Gonna get the wind light. There was one night I was foot braking. I was better than 50 in competition twice. My wind light came on. I got down to 3 cars.
Well, they talk about pulling in the lanes wrong. You've been pulling in the lanes right at those races.
At those races I have, but when I leave those races, I don't pull in the lanes. So
yeah.
right.
What was your worst light so far?
This weekend?
Yes.
10.
I tell you what, now I'm going to tell you, when Jared hits a tree here, he usually nails it, and I keep telling him, I didn't realize you were this good. And he takes it as an insult, but I knew you were good.
Oh,
right out the box.
I appreciate that. Says the rabbit left side, Kevin Brannon. Down 453, going to get the wind light. 18, sets it down to be 1 above. David Wassler is 008, gets fed 31 to be a hunt under. As Brannon went 0.3 quicker at 2 less mile an hour than Wassler. Nice drop there for the rabbit, moving him in round 2.
With luck like mine, who
Rodney's been leaving second quite a bit, and his wind light's coming on. So maybe that's the name of the game here this week.
be honest, we had so many issues.
Mike Rogers from Albany, New York will pick up the win.
I was live on the
012. Actually missed the dial a little bit. That car rarely misses the dial. 493 on a 491 is Jeff Miles. Is 4th thou red, 12th thou under. Will Cawthon and Dale Freeman. If you hear everything, if you hear noise behind me, that's Fast and Fincham just singing the blues.
Yeah, singing the blues, yeah. So, but yeah, you was talking about a minute ago, keeping it fresh. I really keep it fresh. Thank you, something every lap.
What'd you do first round today?
I go out and I worked on everything, and come to find out my fuel pressure was at 12 pounds, which was bleeding over.
Dale Freeman, drops it 2 thou red, then goes dead 3. That's a swear jar moment if I've ever seen one. Will Cawthon was on a breakout run as well, 22 thou under, 022 on the tree. Fun fact, 22 is Emily's favorite number. So Freeman, when you hit the buyback window, just be honest. If you said a curse word after you picked up that slip, little donation to the swear jar wouldn't hurt. Jason Guthrie and Sarah Major.
Honestly, going out this morning, like last night, I went 52. So I told James I got to put a 52 on it. Even if I fixed it, at least I got a chance.
Major turns it 9 thou red. Guthrie 018, 497 on a 497.
So I told James I got to go
I want to give a shout out to the guys at Biondo Racing. I'm sure they're tuned in right now. The Rickster, my brother Sal, Rich Schreiner, maybe Nicky Bop's there. Mr. Race Tech, Kellen Farmer should have this one, and he does. 019, one above, down about 5 miles per hour as Hawkins just missed a tree, went dead on, and that was a pretty substantial whole shot win going to Farmer. Joel Maddox and the Candyman, Frank Falter III. Still looking for your 014 reaction time to win at Perform Air Pocket Weather Station, and we're looking for a scoop that we don't like, that we want to upgrade with a Vergil scoop. The wind is absolutely flat today. It's one of those days you're going to see a lot of tight packages later on. Joe Maddox, Frank Falter, wind light going. Ooh, Maddox had him on a tree but took 32 to break out. Falter follows him through but breaks out by less. Falter moves on to round 2. Chris Beauchamp and Chris Garrett. Chris Garrett 439 and 006 red. Chris Beauchamp 013. Needed one more thou in the box to pick up that weather station. Picks up the win. Hunt under. Garrett, of course, dead on after a 6 thou red swear jar moment. You can think about it. You could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You come up here to buy back and donate to the swear jar. It's going to a good cause, Racers for Christ. Gene Drugan and David Collins. Drugan, 2003 Carpenter dragster. That's where it all started for me in a dragster. I had a mild steel Carpenter dragster that weighed 2,200 pounds. I'm not even kidding.
Wow.
Know what I was running wide open?
What's that?
9.0s.
Wow.
I like it.
Yep.
Drugan going to get an 18 hunt head start here from Collins. 19 thou separate them up front. Advantage Collins. Win light goes to Drugan. 25 dead 5 gets their first 2 thou in front. Collins 006 and 1 above, or 2 above 6. Comes up 2 thou short. Drugan will advance.
All right, we'll now take even red. Dragsters, even red. To the lanes. So if you're a dragster with an even number and a red colored sticker,
I've got room at 12, but I'm full on 11.
you can bring it up, and
Can't go to 12 now.
even blue, you can hang back a little bit.
We can still go to 12.
I've been asked to give a shout out to a group that is in the pits here this weekend. Shout out to my dogs, Team Frat Boys. That is Harrison Crawford, Wyatt Palmatier, Braden Taylor, Blake Combs. So shout out to Team Frat Boys.
You know, I joined a fraternity once.
I did not know that.
It was in Queens, New York, St. John's University, and they blindfolded me, and a couple of guys put us in a car, drove us around, and we had to sit in the car overnight, blindfolded. Let's just say I didn't stick with that fraternity.
Yeah, that's probably smart. That was probably smart. Fred Hagberg left side and Steve Mastorvik right side. Mastorvik is in trouble. Win light goes to Hagberg. 13, one above, 6 gets there first, 33 thou. Mastorvik 38 and 2 above, no good. Fred Hagberg will advance.
So once again, dragsters with an even red. Dragsters even red to the lanes, please.
Chris Stein 3 thou red and 15 thou under. Buddy Dial 000 and 1 above 6, 16 total. Will advance himself into round number 2.
And he's going to pick up a Kyle Seipel Trip Zip coin. So Christie's going to hand him a Kyle Seipel Trip Zip coin to Buddy Dial. He'll definitely a cool little piece to have, and then come up, see the Diva Girls, and they'll give you $50 on top of it. JJ, what's the % chances you win a Kyle Seipel Trip Zip coin this weekend?
You know, I don't really know, but I want it to be really high. You know, I might just roll 10 out of the box, set up perfect, and just see how it goes in the ring.
That's how much you love Kyle.
Yeah, that's how much I love Kyle. Win light goes to Justin Harrington, 11, dead 0. Get there first, 27 thou. Dead on with a donut for the win. Thompson, Shane Thompson, 16 and 2 above, had no chance. Justin Harrington will advance.
Good job, Kurt. Dialing his son in for an 11 pack as he's just starting his racing career. I think it's his first year in a dragster. You could thank Kurt and his company for the complimentary donuts and coffee this morning. And he gets paid. See, that's good karma. Gets paid back with an 11 pack. Shane Thompson all the way from Nevada. Couldn't get it done there. He'll have to hit the buyback window. Cody McDaniel and Steve Collier.
Collier dialed 465, McDaniel dialed 452. 5 thou red and 17 thou under for McDaniel. 10 and 1 above 5 for Steve Collier gets the win light. Going to move on into round number 2.
JJ, these guys are all up and around 014, but no one's hit it yet. So I asked JJ.
We're still looking for an 014?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I asked JJ, make up the rules for the next prize. Perform Air Pocket Weather Station. He said, this is our 14th year at the Fling. Next driver to go 0-14.
See, I made it a challenge.
Shoot, I'd have a chance for that.
Steve Hedger left side, dialed 463, taking on Jerry Brewer in the right, dialed 459. $3,000 separate them up front, pretty nasty on this end. Brewer with the advantage and Brewer with a win. 006 take $3,000 to be one above two. Hedger 009 and one above two comes up $3,000 short. Difference at the stripe was the difference at the starting line, and Jerry Brewer will advance. Nick Womack left side, dialed 458, taking on Lester Atkins in the right, dialed 445. Both drivers are 009, but Adkins is red. He puts it dead on 5 after. Womack 009 green, and one above 120 total to move himself into round number next. So we are working our way through here. Strange round number 1 here on Moser. 100K Friday. Ricky Harbaugh come up left-hand side, dialed 470. Taking on driver not on file on the right, dialed 477. $10,000 red for Harbaugh. Right side 12 and $5,000 under, going to get the win light.
You want a break?
With that, going to pass the mic over to none other than the man himself, Mr. Hot Rod, Rodney Fincham.
You want to talk about 3 different accents in the booth right now.
I'm not sure how I follow one of the best I've ever heard. Obviously watched him grow up right here on the mountain doing some announcing, so I don't know how I follow that. They'll never understand me, but my main man JJ doing what he does best, and you gotta love it. How about Ian Woods over there in that left 10 lane out of Powell, Tennessee, 483 up on the board up against Don Tipton. 9,000 separate them up front, right-hand lane Tipton. 11 up front, 1 above 8, no good. It's my main man Woods, 003 dead on with a 1, lays down 4 total. Mathematically eliminating Tipton, and Woods on to round number next.
So we're looking for an 014 reaction time, and we're also looking for a hood scoop that we don't like.
Can I say something real quick, Mike? Okay. I just wanted to say real quick, again, Motor Mania, go ahead and get the ads pulled up. You know, if you're watching at home, you can run, just go to the bathroom, make a sandwich, whatever you want to do. You can do all of that before Cameron Fredrickson pre-stages. I just wanted to make that known for everybody. Do what you got to do, and then you'll be back before he pre-stages.
Tim Thomas, left-hand lane out of Lumberton, North Carolina, 479 up on the board. Fredrickson, 446, both of them in, tree coming, and who you got? One of them's in trouble. 0-1-3 to a swing and a miss. Thomas, 13 up front, 1 above 4, good for the win. Fredrickson, swing and a miss, dead on with a 6, no good. Will find himself headed to the diva desk. And Thompson misses that, what are we giving away for a 14? All right, misses it by 1 foul there, Thomas. He's 13 up front. But still good enough for the win here in round number 1, so saving a little bit of that jingle. Right-hand lanes, Chet Dragon. 6:32 up on the board for the Little Altered. Left-hand lanes, Brady Chapman. Chapman out of Kingsport, Tennessee. 8 fouls separate them up front. Chapman on that 61 dial in. He's 10 up front. Dead on with a 7. Lays down 17 total. That's Dragon 18 up front. 2 above 4. No good. Chapman to round number 2. On site, right-hand lanes, Donovan Williams out of Sarasota, Florida. 481 up on the board. Left-hand lane, Jim Glenn. Super Comp World Champ. Left-hand lane, 479 up on the board. 3 Huns separate them up front. Something tells me Donovan can run a little faster than that. God, it's nasty up front. 0-1-2 to a 007 Williams. Not to be denied. 12 up front, 1 above 1. Good for the win. Gets there 11th foul. That's Glenn over there in the left-hand lane. He's 7 up front. And 2 above. Can't run the number. Finds himself 11th foul behind Williams. On to round number next. That'll bring up Carol McCarty, right-hand lane. Beautiful looking dragster there, right-hand lane. 470 up on the board up against Kayla Costello. Costello, 479 on the board. 9 Huns separate them when they leave. The 05 Miller left-hand lane. 23 American over in the right. Four light. Going to give away a prize there. McCarty right-hand lane. Costello in the left. Double 04 to an 016. How about Carol McCarty? 004, 1 above 1, 15 total taken. 004. Costello over there in the left-hand lane, 16 up front. Wasting fuel, puts it dead on with a 3 and finds himself headed to the diva window. Carol McCarty to round number next. Shelby Snowball, right-hand lane. Moncks Corner, South Carolina, 469 on the dial-in up against left-hand lanes, Ray Miller. Miller out of Hendersonville, North Carolina, 463 up on the board. 6 Huns separate them when they leave. And Snowball having some issues. The left-hand lane sees he's not there, 21 up front. Good for the win for Miller. As he's out of it, several above. And Snowball has to just ease her down the racetrack. Hot Rod knows how that feels. Got out there this morning, got her staged up, mashed a button, and I must have soused her through the radiator because she didn't take the fuel. So we had to get back down there in the pits and do a little bit of velocity know-how to her. As we'd worked on her there last night, made a few little changes. And obviously, we didn't have enough fuel in the velocity carburetor. So we put that velocity know-how into effect. And hopefully we'll be ready for round number 2 His hot rod was lucky enough to get a win light anyhow. So luck running bad but good at the same time. We'll take it. How about Travis Colangelo? Right-hand lane, 484 up on the board. And if I butchered that, I apologize up front. But nevertheless, Tick Green over here in the left-hand lane out of Greensboro, North Carolina. 519 the dial in for Green. Colangelo, 484 up on the board. Hopefully I'm getting that right. Out of Port Clinton, Ohio. As they get ready to do battle here in round number 1, $100,000 on the line. The Moser Engineering Strange round day. Right in lane, 028 up front, 2 above 1. Good for the win here, round number 1, Green. Missed it just a touch, 34 up front, 2 above 1, finds himself 6 thou behind. And Travis on to round number next. How about left-hand lane, Colby Fuller out of Savannah, Georgia. 479 the dial in there for Fuller. Going to be up against Colton Carr. Carr out of Tellico Plains, Tennessee. 499 up on the board. Looking for an 014 for a performance. 005 to an 013. Fuller's going to miss it by 1 thou, but it's going to be good enough for the win. As he's 13, 2 above 6, good for the win. Right-hand lane, Carr. Breaks it out 13 thou, takes 47. Needed to back her up just a little bit. 005 up front. So had the box set right, but just didn't get it done down there on the top end. And that'll send Fuller to round number 2. Aaron Roberts out of Bluff City, Tennessee, right-hand lane. 456 the dial in is going to be up against left-hand lanes. Bruce Holland. Holland out of Lexington, South Carolina. 444 up on the board. 12 Huns separate them when they leave. Two go down. One comes back to the Diva window. 001 to a 006. 5 thou separate them. Holland, not to be denied, lays down 6 total. 1 up front, dead on with a 5, good for the win. Roberts, 006, had to go dead on with a 0. He takes 5 thou stripe. 006 up front, turns on a win light 90% of the time. But Roberts finds himself headed to the Diva window, and Holland laying down the heat here in round number 1. Holland to round number next. How about Cody Witt? Witt over there in that right-hand lane, 496 on the board. Going to be up against the main man racing, Jason Lynch. Lynch out of Ashland City, Tennessee, 484 the dial in. 12 Huns separate them up front, off and a running. 014 and Jason Lynch. He's going to win here today. Lynch, 14 up front, dead on with a 3, good for the win. Going to get the performance protect there. So we'll get that out to Mr. Jason Lynch. Not only did he turn on a win light, but he's going to win a little extra on the side. The first 014 here of the round. Dead on with a 3, lays down 17 total. Witt, 30 up front, under by 6 thou, no good. Lynch to round number next. Timothy Thomas, left-hand lane, 466 up on the board, up against Kobe Hodge. Hodges, right-hand lane, 481 on the board. 2 thou separate them, 021 to an 019. Hodges had the advantage, drives her over to the center line down there. Gets himself 4 thou behind. And that's going to get him the win on a double breakout. Thomas, 21 up front, under 10 thou, takes 4 thou. Had to take air or get behind. Either way, Hodges on to round number next. Allison Eads there in the right-hand lane out of Bristol, Virginia. Home turf for Allison. 5:20 up on the board. No stranger to going down the racetrack here on the mountain. As Brianna Parker, left-hand lane, 477 the dial in. Doing battle here in round number 1 for $100,000. Jason Lynch, he'll have a little prize up here in the tower as he was the first 014 to go down the racetrack here. 007 to an 015. Parker, 15 up front, 1 above 5, good for the win, takes 10 a thou. Eads, 007, runs 3 above, couldn't run the number, no good. And Parker on in to round number next. And once again, racing Jason Lynch. He'll have a little prize up here in the tower as he was the first 014 of the round right there. And the dragsters, I guess. I'm assuming in the dragster category, but nevertheless, even if it was both, he was the first that we recorded. So Lynch wins an Altronics Performance Pocket Weather Station as a random 014 light here in round number 1. How about Ricky Jones Jr.? He spits it out 10 thou red, no good. Giving the win to Jason Sizemore. Sizemore 19 up front, dead on with the 2, lays down 21 total. And that'll send his entry into round number 2 for that $100,000. And Jones will be headed to the buyback window to get him another chance at being the main man here at the end of the day on Friday's 100K. Moser Engineering. That's going to bring up Brian Thomas over there in the right-hand lane out of Sneeds Ferry, North Carolina. 461 up on the board. Left-hand lane's Jerry McGraw. McGraw, 444 up on the board. 2 of them off and running. 5 thou separate them. 016 to an 011 and McGraw. 16 up front, dead on with an egg, good for the win. Right-hand lane Thomas had the advantage. He's 11 up front. Takes 10, had to take 5 or less. And McGraw on to round number next. How about Noah Lewis over there in the right-hand lane, Clarksville, Tennessee. 455 the dial in for Lewis. Left-hand lane, Jordan Prince. Prince out of Sanford, Florida. He's going to dial her in at a 474. And going to do his darndest to hold off Lewis. Lewis going to try to run him down. That's 19 Huns separate them up front. As they get them in and get ready to do battle. Off and running. 019 to an 025. 6 thou separated them. Lewis. 25 makes it work. 1 above 1. Left-hand lane. 19 had the advantage. He's going to run 72 with an 8. Under by 12 thou. Takes 29. Had to take 17 or less. And Lewis to round a number next. Joe Hubbard, right-hand lane out of Camden, South Carolina. 458 on the dial-in up against Bob Engelman. Engelman over there in that left-hand lane, 467 the dial in. Two beautiful diggers right here. 022 to an 0175. Foul separated them. Hubbard had the advantage. Dead on with the two. Lays down 19 total. Engelman, 22 up front. Wasting fuel. Got him a time shot, though. Dead on with the three. Not a shabby lap by no means here in round number one. But Hubbard says no dice. Hubbard to round number next. And Engelman to the diva desk. How about Corey Galitti? Right-hand lane out of Tom Ball, Texas, 454 the dial in. He's going to be up against Michael Combs. Combs out of Bluff City, Tennessee, 480 on the dial in. And what a matchup this will be. Galitti, no stranger to the big money final rounds. He's going to spit it out 008. And he's going to run 50 off that 54, holding about what he would normally hold. And he's going to make it work right there. Got him a time shot just to make sure what he could hold. And Galitti on to round number next. Combs, 10 thou red, one above two. No good here in round number one. That's going to bring up Austin Thomas. Thomas out of Sneed Ferry, North Carolina, 491 on the dial in. Going to be up against my main man, Barry Brown. Brown out of Blumpville, Tennessee, 445 up on the board. Brown, left-hand lane, 12 up front, one above the three, good for the win. Thomas, swing and a miss, 36 up front, runs 89 with the four, takes 005, couldn't win. And Brown will send it on into round number next. Right-hand lanes, Harrison Crawford out of War Shoals, South Carolina, dials her in at a 484. Carson Brown, left-hand lane, just watch Dad turn on a wind light. Carson out of Blumpville, Tennessee, 460 up on the dial. And he's going to try to turn a wind light on just like old Dad did. But Crawford's going to have something to say about it. .019 for Brown. Gonna get the win here in round number one. Two above three, good for the win. Crawford swinging a miss. One above nine, no good. And that'll send Brown into round number next. Crawford to the diva desk. The buyback window. Left-hand lane, Steve Law out of Booneville, Indiana. Going to dial her in at a 472. Doing a little purge there just in case he needs a little bit of that go juice. Right-hand lane, Michael Shoop. Shoop dials her in at a 480. Left-hand lane, a 2020 Nelson dragster. Right-hand lane, a 2020 Miller dragster. Doing battle here in round number one. Two of them out green, 003 to an 012. 9 thou separate them. Left-hand lane Law is going to make that 12 work. Dead on with an egg. As Shoot, 003 takes 13, breaks it out 4 thou. Needed to take 9 or less. Laws to round number next. Shoot to the buyback window. Ken Batchelor, right-hand lane out of Leland, North Carolina. 442 the dial in for the digger. Right-hand lane. Left-hand lanes, Adam Bakken. Bakken dials her in at a 443. Beautiful dragster right there, as we've got one down on the top end there. And we'll have to hold them up here for just a minute, as they'll try to figure out what's going on, get him off the racetrack. So we'll hold him up here just a second. Bakken over there in that left-hand lane. Once again, one beautiful little dragster. It's more like something you'd want to set up in a trophy case or something. But he's out here running 443 in it here on the mountain. And one beautiful little hot rod. His safety crew's down there at the top end trying to help out our gentleman down there and assist him into getting off the racetrack. And what a beautiful day the good Lord above has given us here. Absolutely amazing. Give us a little bit of a rain shower there Wednesday night. But I'm sure all the animals out there, the trees and the grass and the leaves and the whole 9 yards needed a little of it. And it hadn't slowed us down. It's given us an absolutely beautiful forecast here for the weekend. So we want to thank the good Lord above for that, allowing us to do what we love to do. And that's get it on right here at the Fall Fling. And it looks like they're assisting him down there. It won't be long. They'll have him off the end. And we'll get back at the action here on Friday's Moser Engineering $100,000 to win. And what a treat that's going to be for someone here this evening to find himself right here in front of the tower with that big check in his hand. And we want to thank the Bristol Dragway staff for doing what they do. Long, long days out here. When we get to go back to the trailer and hang out and get us a good cold drink, the Bristol Dragway staff out here in the heat doing what they do, we can't thank them enough for it. Heard Peter say it a little earlier there that the guys back here in the back of the staging lanes and front of the staging lanes and starting line and the water box and the ET booth and out at the front gate, they don't get enough credit for what they do. They put in a lot of long hours for us folks, and we just don't ever give them enough credit, don't seem like. So we'll give them a little today. Hats off to you. And we'll get back at it. Ken Batchelor, right-hand lane. Leland, North Carolina, 442 the dial in. Adam Bakken over there on the left. Hopefully I'm getting that right. Adam over there, 443 the dial in, left-hand lane. Two of them out green, 6 foul, separate them. 009 to an 015 and Bakken. 009 dead on with an 8, laying down the heat. Batchelor 15 up front, dead on with a 4, 19 total, finds himself 2 thou behind. As Adam lays down 17 total, putting it into round number 2. Steve Williams, right-hand lane, Arden, North Carolina. 485 the dial in, up against left-hand lane, Sherman Adcock Jr. Oh, is he? Adcock leading the national points there, and has come here to the mountain to try to put $100,000 in the bank, and he's got a good shot at it. 011 to an 034. Adcock doing what he does best, 11 up front, 3 above 3 takes double 03. Williams swinging a miss, 1 above 3, no good here in round number 1. He'll find himself headed to the diva desk. Adcock Jr. doing what he does best, turning on wind lights and puts it into round number 2. How about Josh Baker, right-hand lane, out of Lancaster, Kentucky. 475 the dial in, right-hand lane. Left-hand lane's Kevin Burkett. Burkett, 483 up on the board, out of Vance Burrell, North Carolina. Two beautiful extension ladders there on the starting line. As they get them in and get them ready, and here we go. Burkett spits it out. 26 thou red, no good. Baker. 004 up front, dead on with a 6, lays down 10 total. Burkett, 26 red, puts it on, dead on with a 0. So he'll have to do a little fine tuning to the delay box there for round number rebuy, if he's going to have a chance at $100,000 here at the end of the day. Jesse York, right-hand lane, out of Muncie, Indiana. 477, the dial in up against left-hand lanes. I'm going to have to go with Don. Butkeyiwicz. That's way too many letters for old Hot Rod. And he's in trouble. York, 009 up front, runs 1 above 7, good for the win. It's Don over there in the left-hand lane, swinging a miss, 2 above 0, no good. And yeah, I just can't even, I can't even spit nothing out for that one. So Don to the Diva window, the Diva desk, the rebuy window, and Jesse York into round number next. Tommy Norton, right-hand lane, out of Huntington, 454, the dial in. Up against Tom McCargaloo. Probably butchered that one too, but old Hot Rod's giving you 110%. Out of Staten Island, New York, left-hand lane, 444 up on the dial. For my main man, Tim, I can get that part. And Norton over in the right-hand lane, 454, and they're out and they're running. Norton's going to spit it out, 2 thou red. Tim, 008, 1 above 4, good for the win here in round number 1. Norton, 2 red, under by 2 thou, double whammy here in round number 1. And he may need to come see the Diva desk and maybe the swear jar, as he's double whammy here in round number 1. And he's going to have to come give up a little jingle for a second shot at $100,000 here on Friday. Dan Davies, right-hand lane, out of White House, Ohio. 416, the dial in. And he's up against Richmond, Texas, Donnie Burleson. Burleson over there in the left-hand lane, 454, the dial in. And once again, 2 absolutely beautiful dragsters here on the starting line on the mountain, doing battle in round number 1. 2 of them out green and only 2 thou separate them. Hang on to it, Davies. He drives her out to Nashville, back over to Texas, and puts her back in the gap. No good. 11 up front, 1 above 4, finds himself 3 thou behind. Burleson, 13 up front, dead on with a 9, good for the win. And Davies had his hands full. He gathered it back up and lays down a pretty good lap. But Burleson says, not today. Right-hand lane, Alan Elliott. Elliott dials in at 456. He's going to be up against Lane over there in the left-hand lane. Lane in at a 463. Seven Huns separate them when they leave. And Elliott spits it out. 5 thou red. Lane 10 up front, dead on with a 1, lays down 11 total. And Elliott's going to break it out by 4 thou. Double whammy. Negative 009 total. No good here, round number 1. swing and a miss. Jeff Serra, right-hand lane, doing what he does best. 004 up front. Takes 006. That's going to be good for the win. As Smith, swing and a miss. 58 up front, dead on with the 7. No good. And that'll send Mr. Jeff Serra into round number next. And you don't want to give Serra no momentum. He don't need it. He usually makes it. And he'll be into round number 2, shooting at that $100,000. Josh McDaniel, right-hand lane out of Corrington, Tennessee. 447 up on the board. Up against left-hand lanes, Tom Kelly. Kelly out of Cincinnati, Ohio. 508 the dial in. 2 of them out green, 2 foul, separate them. Left-hand lane, 12 up front, dead on with the 9, gets there, 12 foul. McDaniel had the advantage by 2 foul, runs 2 above the 3, no good here in round number 1. And that'll send Kelly into round number 2. Right-hand lane out of Johnson City, Tennessee. 487 up on the board up against Jake Woodring. Woodring out of Lenore, North Carolina. 474 the dial in, and Whited has some issues. He goes on the trans breaker and it jumps him through the light. Good news is for Whited, he's giving away one of them Regal's good-looking hood scoops for what we thought would be the worst-looking hood scoop. And Kyle's told me that we're going to go ahead and declare the winner, Hayden Whited. Number 412 had some bad luck right there on the starting line, but the good news is he's going to get a good-looking hood scoop from Regals. Thanks to the Regals folks there. And Hayden Whited, number 412. We'll give him another shout out here in a little bit. Obviously, he's still in that hot rod, but when he comes to the Diva desk, he'll be able to pick up a brand new hood scoop there from Regals. And to make that hot rod look just a little bit better and make maybe just a little bit of that sting go away. Left-hand lane, Woodring, 59 up front, 1 above 7. So that's going to put my main man, Jake Woodring, into round number 2. Dale West. Dale West out of Asheville, North Carolina. 478 the dial in, right-hand lane up against Vinny Domino. Domino out of Staten Island, New York. 459 the dial in, left-hand lane. Doing battle here on the mountain. Day number 3 of 4. 2 of them out green. Both of them tried to give it away. And the left-hand lane's going to make the 51 work. 51 dead on with the 2. Good for the win here. West had the advantage. 37 up front. Breaks it out for thou. Takes 20. Needed to take 16 or less. No good here in round number 1. Domino. On to round number next. Left-hand lane's Brent Martin. Martin dials her in at a 470. Going to be up against Danny Sinclair. Sinclair out of Chester, South Carolina. 460 the dial in. Sinclair, 008 up front, dead on with the 1, lays down 9 total. Martin's 11 up front, wasting fuel, puts it dead on with the 3, 14 total, no good for Martin. And Sinclair laying down the heat. And attention in the pits, folks. The fuel truck will be shutting her down today at 1:30. The fuel truck be shutting her down today at 1:30. And once he shuts it down, he won't be back for the weekend. So if you're needing any fuel, don't run out. The fuel truck shutting her down at 1:30.
When they're gone, we'll open up.
Okay, all right. Just got word. When the fuel truck, when they're shut down, we will have fuel down at the end of the racetrack. Okay, yeah, 110, 112, and methanol is all we got here on the Bristol tanks. So if you need anything special, you need to get over to the fuel truck before 1:30, because once they shut it down, he'll be gone for the weekend, and all we'll have is the 110, 112, and some alcohol down on the Bristol premises. So how about Josh Dugan's right-hand lane, 16 up front, 1 above 7, no good. Drew Smith, left-hand lane, 011, dead on with a 7, laying down the heat. Lays down 19 total, good for the win for Smith.
Yes, sir.
Jake Clayton, right-hand lane out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, 472, the dial in for the 03 Miller. Left-hand lane's Jimmy Winger. Winger going to get the win, 10 up front. Run 68 with a 7 off that 70 as Clayton, 003 red under a bunch. And Winger on to round number next.
We also need dragsters, even, blue, and they've all been called for round 1. So all dragsters.
We also going to call all dragsters for round number 1. All dragsters have been called here for round number 1. We'll take you to the lanes. All dragsters, if you haven't went down the racetrack in round number 1 and you're sitting in a dragster, we need you, please. All dragsters have been called for round number 1. Braden Taylor, right-hand lane. Cliff Carr in the left. Carr out of Tellico Plains, Tennessee, 494 up on the board, and he's going to get a win light. He's 36 up front, runs 92 with a 3, good for the win. Taylor had something wrong in the delay box. Way red, under by 2 thou, no good. And Carr into round number next. Bennett, right-hand lane. Bergen, North Carolina. 472, the dial in up against left-hand lanes. Tom Dauber. Dauber out of Medford, New Jersey. 473, the dial in for the dragster in the left-hand lane. 100, separate them up front. Jessica spits it out, 10 thou red, 1 above 6, no good. Dauber, 002 up front, under by 9 thou, good for the win here in round number 1. And gets one step closer to trying to win that 100K here at the end of the day. Round number 1, dragsters, all of you have been called, odd, even, all colors. Round number 1, dragsters, odd, even, all colors. You've all been called to the lanes here for round number 1. And once again, Hayden Whited had a little bit of mishap there on the starting line, but he has won him a Regal's hood scoop there for that dragster. So Hayden Whited, whenever you come to the Diva desk, maybe to buy back, if you are or if you're not, you still got you a brand new hood scoop here in the tire from the fine folks from Regal's. Gary Thompson, right-hand lane. Cassie Lewis in the left. Thomas, right-hand lane, 19 up front, dead on with a 6, good for the win. Cassie 38 up front, one above 0, no good here in round number 1. And Thompson on to round number next. And once again, for you folks out there not fortunate enough to turn on a wind light, maybe saying a couple of swear words there, some adjectives, maybe a few things you didn't want nobody to hear, come see us. The fine folks up here got a swear jar for RFC Racing for Christ. And them fine folks come out here and do a great job, put in a lot of hard work. And if you're like old Hot Rod, when the car didn't leave this morning, said a couple of things, you need to come and give a little donation there for our fine folks at RFC. Chad Morrison, right-hand lane. Mikey Bloomfield in the left. Bloomfield dials are in at a 460. Morrison dials are in at 457. 3 Huns separate them when they leave. Round number 1, dragsters. Round number 1, dragsters. Odd, even, blue, red, all colors. All of you have been called here for round number 1. 9 thou, separate them up front. Morrison. 11 up front, 1 above 7. Good for the win as Bloomfield. 20 up front. Run 64 with a 9, throwing out the anchor at 129 mile an hour. No good. Morrison on to round number next. Round number 1, dragsters. Round number 1, dragsters. Odd, even, blue, red, all of you. We'll take all of you to the staging lanes here for round number 1. Hayden Whited, car number 412. A little misfortune there in round number 1, but you were fortunate enough to win a Regal's hood scoop for that dragster. So whenever you come to the tower there, hopefully to, if you get things worked out, maybe the rebuy. Seeing the Diva desk there, we've got you one of them good-looking hood scoops there from Regal's. Right-hand lane, Wyatt, 463 up on the dial-in up against Katie Kirby Street. Left-hand lane, Kirby Street, 22 up front, 1 above 6, good for the win. It's Wyatt, right-hand lane, 46 up front, dead on with a 3, no good here in round number 1. And that'll send Katie Kirby Street on to round number 2 for $100,000 here on Friday's Moser Engineering. $100K. Next up, that brings up one of the only, Michael Pascal. Pascal out of Greensboro, North Carolina, 454 up on the board. It's going to be up against our man Jack in the left-hand lane, 438 on the dial-in. 2 fast little hot rods here, round number 1, squaring off on the mountain. And they're in and the tree coming. Who you got? Pascal spits it out, 17 thou red. Jack, left-hand lane, 006 up front, 1 above the 2, laying down the heat here in round number 1. And Pascal finds himself coming to the Diva desk. 017 red, under by 2 thou, no good, round number 1. And that'll bring up right-hand lanes Dean Miller. Miller out of Salisbury, North Carolina. 494 the dial-in. Going to be up against left-hand lanes Joey Ramsey. Ramsey out of Whitesburg, Kentucky. 453 the dial-in. Doing battle here in round number 1, $100,000 on the line. Moser Engineering Friday. 2 of them out green and they're identical up front. 009 the power. Miller not to be denied. 009 dead on with the 4, lays down 13 total. Ramsey over there in the left-hand lane. 009 up front. 2 above with the 7. Throws out the anchor. Didn't look right. Gets behind. No good. Miller on to round number next. That'll bring up right-hand lanes Josh Dykes. Dykes out of Kingsport, Tennessee. 472 the dial-in the 2019 Race Tech. Going to be up against Josh Luke. Luke, 446 the dial-in out of Boonville, Indiana. 2 of them go down. 1 of them comes back to the Diva desk. lane. Booneville, Indiana, left-hand lane. They got them in and ready, and here we go. 008 to a 007, laying down the heat here in round number 1. Right-hand lane, Docks. 7 up front, dead on with the 6, lays down 13 total. Gonna be good for the win. Luke, left-hand lane, 008 up front, 1 above 5, finds himself 10 thou behind. Once again, round number 1 dragsters, odd, even, blue, red. If you've not been down the racetrack in round number 1, you're running late as we're dwindling down here. And we don't want to run without you, so if you've not went down the racetrack here in round number 1 in the dragster, you should be headed to the lanes as we dwindle them down. And once again, fuel truck. The fuel truck is going to close at 1:30. He'll be gone for the weekend. The Bristol Dragway fuel area down there will open up. They only have 110, 112, and methanol. So if you need any of the specialty fuels, you better get with the fuel truck before 1:30 because he'll be leaving for the weekend. Steve Witherow, right-hand lane. Chris Reynolds in the left. Witherow, 12 up front. Dead on with the 2, lays down 14 total. That'll be good for the win here in round number 1 is Reynolds. 20 up front, 1 above 5, no good. And Witherow on to round number next. Severn Johnson, right-hand lane, 471 on the dial-in. He's going to be up against left-hand lanes Brian Norman. Norman out of Chapman, South Carolina. 487 the dial-in. 16 Huns separate them up front. And Hayden Whited, car number 412. You have won you a brand new hood scoop from Regals to make that hot rod look somewhat better. First official call, odd buyback door cars. Odd buyback door cars to the lanes, please. How about Norman, left-hand lane, 21 up front, dead on with a 4, good for the win. Johnson, 19 up front, breaks it out 1 thou, takes 7, had to take 6. No good here, round number 1. Norman on to round number next. Door cars, rebuy round. Odd numbered door cars, rebuy round. We'll take you to the lanes, please. That means round number 1 dragsters. If you're not in the lanes, you're running late. Jim McDaniel, right-hand lane, 23 up front, going to get the win as Rick Johnson, left-hand lane, spits it out 8 thou red. Johnson's going to put it on dead on with a 9. No good. McDaniel, 23 up front, 2 above 9, on to round number next. Big Brown, right-hand lane, out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. He's going to dial in his little hot rod at 491 on the board. He's going to square off against Taylor Holland. Holland out of Lexington, South Carolina in the left-hand lane. Going to dial her in at a 456. Odd number door car rebuy round. Odd number door car rebuy round. We'll take it to the lanes, please. And all dragsters should be in the lanes here for round number 1. Brown's going to spit it out 007 red. Giving the win to Holland. Holland 009 up front. Breaks it out 5 thou. Good for the win, though. It's Brown 7 thou red. Breaks it out 1 thou. Double whammy here, round number 1. Finds himself headed to the diva desk to spend a little more jingle. Wyatt Miles, right-hand lane, out of Flintstone, Georgia. Not sure if that's for more Fred Flintstone's front, but nevertheless, Miles, 474 the dial-in right-hand lane. Left-hand lane's Dustin Chestnut. Chestnut out of London, Kentucky, 491 the dial-in. Doing battle here in round number 1. 2 of them out green. 018 to an 022. 4 thou separate them. Miles, right hand lane's going to win a double breakout. Miles breaks it out 7 thou. And Chestnut's going to break it out 12 thou, getting there by 9. Chestnut 18 up front. Miles 22 up front. And Miles on to round number next. Hayden Dial, right hand lane out of Lumberton, North Carolina. 4:59 the dial in up on the board. Up against left-hand lanes, Robbie Hamilton. Hamilton out of Millsville. 4:47 the dial in. Odd number rebuy door cars. Odd number rebuy door cars. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Odd number door cars rebuy round. We'll take it to the lanes, please. 2 of them out green. 007 to an 013. 6 thou separated them. Hamilton, not to be denied, had the advantage. 007 dead on with a 1, lays down 18 total. Hayden Dial, 013 up front, wasting fuel from a hit of the throttle. Puts it dead on with a 7, lays down 20 total. No good here in round number 1. As it's getting flat, nasty on the mountain, as my good friend Joey Rooster Cogdell would say. It's time to get nasty. Dennis Young out of Knoxville, Tennessee. 4:53 the dial in. Up against Paul Rich. Rich out of Pleasant Shade, Tennessee, left-hand lane. 4:68 the dial in. It's going to spit it out. 006 red. Puts it dead on with an 8. No good. Young, 10 up front. Dead on with a 0. Lays down 10 total. Young on the round number next. Final call. Dragsters, round number 1. Final call. If you're not in the lanes, you're running way behind. As we only have a few of them left. We've already given the shout out for odd numbered rebuy door cars. Odd number rebuy door cars. We'll take you to the lanes. We only have one of you here. And we've been a-calling for a little while. Odd number door cars. Rebuy round. Odd number door cars. Rebuy round. We'll take you to the lanes. Right-hand lanes, Frank Falter the 4th. 4:56 the dial in, up against left-hand lanes, Parker Dotson. Dotson out of Saluda, North Carolina. Got a 4:73 up on the board. 2 of them out green, only 5 thou separate them. 006 to an 011, and Dotson had the advantage, runs dead on with a 4, lays down 10 total. Falter 11 up front, wasting fuel, no good. Puts it dead on with a 7, lays down 18 total, and he's getting some change. Falter to the Diva desk. Dotson to round number next. Brandon Taylor, right-hand lane out of Roanoke, Alabama. One of them Bama boys, 480 up on the dial-in, going to be up against local boy Dustin Light. Light out of Greenville, Tennessee. 490 on the dial in. 1/10 separate them when they leave. His left-hand lane's Dustin Light, no stranger to the mountain here. Made many laps down this place. And he's going to be up against Brandon Taylor. Odd number door cars rebuy round. Odd number door cars rebuy round. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Two of them out green, 006 to an 013. Taylor, 6 up front, 1 above with a 1, takes 9 thou. And Dustin Light, 13 up front, 1 above with a 3, no good. And Taylor to round number 2. Jeremy Hancock, right-hand lane out of Commerce, Georgia. 4:55 the dial in, right-hand lane for the digger. He's going to be up against Rob Kalipski Jr. Kalipski. Hot Rod has a tough one with that one. Left-hand lane, 4:49 up on the dial in. My tongue just won't get it out. 6 Huns separate them when they leave. Two of them out green, 009 to an 014. Left-hand lane had the advantage, going to get the win. 009, 3 above with a 9. Good for the win there, left-hand lane. Hancock, 14 up front, no good. Parts call, parts call.
904 offset lifters and intake gas.
Parts call. We need a 904 offset lifters, intake gaskets for a big block. Harrison Crawford needs them badly. Alexis Thompson, right-hand lane, 007 up front, going to break it out 5 thou, taking 15, needed to take 10 or less. Vince Schroeder, left-hand lane, 011 up front, dead on with a 6, lays down 17 total, good for the win here in round number 1. And Thompson to the Diva desk. Left-hand lanes, David Wisemore the second, 524 the dial in up against FTI on sites, Gary Williams. Williams out of Bradenton, Florida, 463 the dial in. Digger versus Digger here, round number 1. As they get them in and get them ready. Once again, parts call, parts call. Harrison Ford needs a 904 offset, lifters, intake gaskets for a big block. Williams going to spit it out 2 thou red, no good here in round number 1. Wiseman, 10 up front, dead on with the 6, lays down 16 total. And Wiseman on to round number next, and Williams to the Diva desk. Left-hand lane, Mike Elig. A-League 455 up on the board up against Ron Campbell. Campbell out of Bean Station, Tennessee, 488 the dial in. Doing battle here in round number 1. Parts call, parts call. Harrison Crawford needs a set of 904 offset lifters, and he also needs intake gaskets for a big block. So if you've got that, help my main man, Harrison Crawford, out. You can get that to the tower, or if you know Crawford, get it to him. We sure would appreciate it. 006 to an 014. Campbell makes a 14 work. Dead on with a 317 total, taking 19. As E-League had the advantage. He's 006 up front, 3 above, no good. And might have thrown out the anchor there. Didn't look right. Decided to get behind. And Campbell says, thank you, sir. Odd numbered rebuy door cars. Odd number rebuy door cars. We'll take it to the lanes as we're down to the final couple of pairs here in Dragster. So hopefully you made the call here for round number 1. And if not, you're running late. Danny Stevens, right-hand lane, 576 the dial in out of Lumberton, North Carolina. Left-hand lanes, Charles Treese. Treese, 483, the dial in out of Morristown, Tennessee. Doing battle here at Moser Engineering's Friday 100K. Right-hand lane going to get by with a miss. Stevens, 34 up front. 2 above 4, good for the win. Treese, 7 red, 1 above 7, no good. Round number 1. Stevens into round number 2. Robert Vance Houston, right-hand lane out of Newland, North Carolina. Houston dials her in to 455. He's going to be up against left-hand lanes Carl Jones. I'm wanting to say Jones is out of Mulvan, Kansas. 475 the dial in left-hand lane. Parts call, parts call. Harrison Crawford needs a set of 904 offset lifters and intake gaskets for a big block Chevy. And once again, Harrison Crawford, parts call, parts call. Help us out if you can, folks. Racer in need. Harrison needs a set of 904 offset lifters and also intake gaskets for a big block. Double whammy here. Left-hand lane's going to get it with a 006 red. Houston 006 red goes into the numbers we can't see. Jones double whammy. 006 red under. Get by with it right here in round number 1. 006 red the pair. He's going to get the win right up front. Then he goes down and breaks it out. But nevertheless, Houston runs 1 above 4. No good. And the French benefits of being an announcer. They'll bring you some ice cream. We can't thank them enough for what they do. Last pair of round number 1, Mr. Seth Street, right-hand lane out of Richlands, Virginia. 474, the dial in for Street. Left-hand lane's Frank Lakatis. Lakatis, 461, the dial in. Last pair, round number 1, and what a round it has been. They've been laying down the heat, and here we go. Only 4 fouls separate them. Street, 18 up front, dead on with the 2, lays down 20 total. That'll send him into round number 2, left-hand lane, Lakatis. 22 up front, dead on with the 4, finds himself 6 thou behind. And Street on to round number next.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Moser Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Moser for the best solutions.
If you think you're pretty good, come here and see if you really are. This is a place where you come if you want to put up with some serious competition, running for some serious money. These are hardcore racers. You learn some lessons, and then you're like, okay, now I want to come try this against the best in the business, and the best in the business are here.
They're in. They're set. They're both away on the green. Wow, listen to Wampin coming early. Reaction is a 2 foul coin flip. Wow. 10 take 006. Thanks for stopping by. Goes 12 and then threw an egg at him. We'll line it up here in the late rounds. We're getting into the money here at the Fling. 14 times 2. Come on, man. 14 4 above. 18 for the package and comes up short. I got to tell you, I've seen some of the most impressive numbers come across the announcer screen this weekend. And I've been doing this a long time. Pretty amazing what you did today in a car that you're uncomfortable in.
Well, that's the only reason I come back. These young guys, they're going to take it wrong, but they still got a little drop in them nuts.
I would say that my last run yesterday was a little different. After the finish line, there was a lot less noise this time.
Oh boy, I think we're done. Win light. No. Peeps is double 0-1.
And I want to thank everybody
that participated and all of the drivers that made the trip to make this event, this day, this shootout as special as it was. There's not many times we're gonna have that much talent in one shootout. Glad I was here to witness it and watch some of the best racing there is.
27 million an hour.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Order online and use promo code FLING23 for discount.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Here at the Jegs Summer Fling, the choice of best appearing car was pretty easy, and I'm sure you're going to see why. It's the brand new dragster, driven by Ray Miller III, and oh, by the way, built by Ray Miller III at his next-gen race car shop. Appearing first, tell me about the paint, tell me about the scheme. Who did that? Who came up with it?
Todd Barton, and Todd Barton Designs and Custom Paint. He did the paint and then the rendering. He did a hell of a job. He's real good at laying paint, and I told him I wanted something different from what I usually get. We went with different colors than I usually do, and he knocked it out of the park. It came out really good.
You see the attention to detail, not just the paint on the outside of the body, but the inside of the body, the dashboard, the wheels, the scoop, even the nitrous bottle, the radiator. It all becomes part of the scheme, which is what makes this car so beautiful and why we picked it for best appearing. But it could easily be.
And what a matchup it's going to be. Right-hand lane's double $1 million winner, Jeff Verdi. Verdi going to dial in at 627 in the 66 GTO. One of my all-time heroes there. He's going to be up against Rodney Pryor. Pryor over here in the left-hand lane, the S-Dime, 646 up on the board. As they do battle here in the rebuy round, trying to get back in the action for the Moser Engineering Friday, $100,000 to win here on the mountain. Green 022 to an 013. Left-hand lane, Pryor, 13 up front, dead on the one, lays down 14 total. My man Verdi, 22 up front, mathematically ineligible, puts it dead on with a 9, no good. And that'll send Pryor into round number 2 for $100,000. Here's another big matchup. Right-hand lane's Kevin Pollard. Pollard, no stranger to final rounds. Usually dropping it off the bottom. 536 up on the board for the Marrow. Left-hand lane's Howard Westbury. Westbury out of Haleyville, South Carolina. 557 the dial in for the Nova. They're out and running. 017 to an 038. Pollard with the advantage. No good. Going to break it out 1 thou, taking 28. Uncharacteristic from Pollard. Westbury makes it work. 38 up front. Dead on with a 6 at only 122 mile an hour. Looks like he went down there and set her down, and Pollard didn't catch it. Westbury to round number next. Antone Jet right-hand lane. Mount Laurel, New Jersey, 619 the dial in for the convertible Tang. Left-hand lane's Jason Stowe. Stowe out of Smithfield, North Carolina, 664 the dial in for the S-Dime. Chevrolet versus Ford. Here in the rebuy round, trying to get back in the action for $100,000. 015 to a 008. 7 thou. Separate them right-hand lane. Jet had the advantage, runs 3 above with a 0. Good for the win. A Stowe, 15 up front, 3 above. Can't run the numbers, no good. And Jet on to round number next. Odd number door cars rebuy. Odd number door cars rebuy. Odd number door cars rebuy. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Next up, Dallas Cherry. Cherry out of New Bern, North Carolina. Right-hand lane, the beautiful little 68 Camaro, 590 on the dial in, up against the Chevy Loves, Todd Stowe. Stowe out of Clayton, North Carolina, 595, the dial in left-hand lane. Only 5 Huns separate them when they leave. Thou red runs dead on with a 9, no good. Cherry right-hand lane, 16 up front, breaks it out 10 thou. Gonna get him a win light though, and he'll put it into round number 2 for the Moser Engineering 100K Friday. Felix Hutchinson right-hand lane out of Hampton. All door car buybacks. All door car buybacks. If you bought back in round number 1, the door car, you should be headed to the lanes, please. Felix Hutchinson, right-hand lane. Dylan at Biondo, left-hand lane. 7 thou. Separate them up front, and wow. Biondo 002 up front gets himself 4 thou behind as Hutchinson 009 dead on the 0, lays down 9 total. And what a loss that is there for Dylan. He laid down a really good lap. 002, 1 above 1, lays down 13 total here in the rebuy round. And Hutchinson gives him some change. Biondo no good, and Hutchinson to round number next. Door cars, rebuy round. Door cars, rebuy round. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Robbie joins right-hand lane, 556 up on the dial-in out of Sparta, North Carolina. Left-hand lane's John McLean. McLean, 535 up on the board, and only 1 thou separate them. Right-hand lane, 13 up front, puts it 1 above with a 2, good for the win. Left-hand lane, 12 up front, breaks it out 9 thou, takes 22, needed to take 13 or less. No good for McLean. Joins on to round number 2. Door cars, rebuy round. Door cars, rebuy round. We'll take you to the lanes, please, all of you. You lost round number 1, bought back. Door car, we need you to the lanes. How about Stephanie Johnson Rayner, right out of lane out of Benson, North Carolina. 518 to dial in up against Dustin Smiley. Smiley out of Piedmont, South Carolina. 549 to dial in, going to get the win. He's 10 up front, 1 above 1, good for the dub. As Rayner, right-hand lane, swinging a miss, dead on with a 3, no good here in the rebuy round. Smiley to round number next. Eric Thompson, right-hand lane out of Fairmont, North Carolina. 577 to dial in up against left-hand lanes Dylan Winters. Winters out of Boonville, Indiana. 565 to dial in for the Malibu. 577 to dial in for the Marrow. Doing battle here in the rebuy round. Trying to get back in the action of round number 2's Moser Engineering, $100,000 to win, and Winters spits it out 14 thou, red, no good. Thomas, 30 up front, dead on the 1, lays down 31 total. Will find himself in round number 2. David Stebner, right-hand lane out of Statesville, North Carolina. 599 to dial in up against Joey Harrison. Harrison, left-hand lane, 599 to dial in for the S-Dime. Right-hand lane, 71 Duster, doing battle here in the rebuy round. Right-hand lane, Stebner, 23 up front, 2 above the 0, takes 6 thou, good for the win. Harrison, left-hand lane, swinging a miss, dead on with an 8, no good. Stebner to round number next. David Lowe, right-hand lane, out of Roland, North Carolina. 625, the dial in up against left-hand lanes, Lou Greco. Greco, 592 up on the board. Trying to punch their ticket into round number 2 here on Friday. As round number 1 didn't go their way. They went and seen the beautiful ladies at the Diva desk and bought them another ticket to get another chance, and here they go. 001 to a swing and a miss. One of them's in trouble. Greco, 001 up front, 2 above the 2. Good for the win. Low, swing and a miss, breaks it out 3 thou, trying to get there, no good. And that'll send Greco into round number next. Paul Moore, right-hand lane, out of Atwood, Tennessee, 587, the dial in for the Marrow. Left-hand lane's Lance Dalton. Dalton in the Chevy Deuce. Dalton dials are in at a 574 up on the board. Door car rebuy. Door car rebuy. Should be headed to the lanes for the rebuy round. Right-hand lane, Paul Moore, 004 up front, dead on the 1, lays down 5 total. Moore out of Atwood, Tennessee, on to round number 2 as Lance Dalton. Left-hand lane out of Thornhill, Tennessee, 27 up front, dead on with the 3, lays down 30 total. Gets 25 change, no good. Robert Richardson, right-hand lane. Richardson out of Clemson, North Carolina, or Clemens, North Carolina. 587, the dial in up against Jimmy Sweet. Sweet, left-hand lane out of Jamestown, Tennessee, 009 to an 017. And Richardson makes that 017 work. Dead on with the 4, lays down 21 total. Gets there 9 thou. That's my main man, Jimmy Sweet. 9 up front, 2 above 1, no good. And the Gearhead Solutions entry there going down in the rebuy round. Carpenter, right-hand lane out of Elm City, North Carolina, 592, the dial in up against Logan Westmoreland. Westmoreland, 549 up on the board, 5 thou separated them. 014 for Moreland, breaks it out by 2 thou. Right-hand lane, Carpenter, 19 up front, breaks it out 8 thou. Takes 001, couldn't win. It's Westmoreland, 14 up front. Going to win a double breakout and put himself into round number 2. Steve Dunn, right-hand lane out of Jackson, New Jersey. 570 to dial in for the convertible Marrow. Going to be up against Barry over there in the left-hand lane. In the 64 Falcon, 609 on the dial in. Right-hand lane, Dunn had the advantage. 011 up front, dead on with the 3, lays down 14 total, taking 6. Is Barry over in the left-hand lane, 25 up front, breaks it out 5 thou, and still finds himself 6 thou behind as Dunn laying down the heat. Chase McKay, right-hand lane. 606 to dial in for the beautiful 68 Camaro up against Jay Giles. Giles out of North Carolina, 614 to dial in. The 94 Mustang. Door cars, rebuy. Door cars, rebuy round. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Door cars, rebuy round. We'll take it to the lanes, please. 001, McKay 001, dead on with a 9, lays down 10 total. It's Giles over there, 007, dead on with a 7, lays down 14 total and finds himself 4 thou behind. McKay on to round number next and laying down the heat doing it. Giles lays down a very, very good lap here in the rebuy round and finds himself done for the day. How about Tommy Plott, right-hand lane, 542, the dial-in out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, up against Jordan Wyke. Wyke also out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 755, the dial-in left-hand lane, and Plott. He's been on the wrong side of some pretty good laps here all weekend long, but he finds himself 0-1-2, dead on with a 3, lays down 15 total. He's laid that down all weekend long and hadn't got anywhere, and today he's going to go to round number 2. Wyke, 25 up front, breaks it out 12 thou, no good. Wyke took 002, but Plott had him locked out. John Siegel, right-hand lane, Riverview, 596, the dial-in. In big red, up against Paul Mosley. Mosley out of Inman, South Carolina. Mosley transmissions entry, 539, the dial-in. As they do battle here in the rebuy round. Door cars, rebuy round. You should be in the lanes, please. 006 to an 011. Left-hand lane had the advantage. Mosley, 006, 1 above 3, gets there 1 thou. As Siegel, 011 up front, dead on with a 9, lays down 20 total. No good. Paul Warwick, right-hand lane out of Lumberton, North Carolina, 591 up on the board, up against Justin Moser. Moser over there in that left-hand lane out of Portland, Indiana, 540 the dial-in in the beautiful Roadster Vet. Trying to punch a ticket on into round number 2 here for $100,000. Rebuy door cars, rebuy round door cars, you should be in the lanes here. Rebuy door cars, you should be in the lanes as we got us a little staging battle. No one wanting to go in. Warwick hanging out. Moser hanging out. Who goes in first? Does Moser go? Does Warwick go? Do we just drop the tree? What do we do? Waiting them out. Hanging on to them. Moser in the left. Warwick in the right. Neither one of them budging. Moser in. Warwick in. Tree coming. Who we got? 2 of them out green. 019 to a swing and a miss. Moser out front. 19 up front. 43 to the 9. Good for the win. Warwick. 47 up front, 1 above 4, no good. Moser to round number next. Michael Jackson out of Newton Grove, North Carolina. 609 the dial in, left-hand lane, Rocky Van Note. Van Note out of Red Key, Indiana. 620 the dial in for the Vega Wagon. 609 for the Nova. And one of them spits it out, 003, red here in round number rebuy. Van Note, no good. Michael Jackson, 006 up front, breaks it out 2 thou, finds himself going to round number 2 for $100,000 Friday. And Van Note will be done for the day. He can hit the cooler. Greg Kane, right-hand lane, 637 the dial in the 78 Fairmont. He's going to be up against left-hand lanes William Daniels. Daniels out of Newland, North Carolina, 013 to an 027. Head to the stripe. Daniels had the advantage. He's going to break it out 1 thou, taking 32. Needed to take 31 or less. No good. Kane over there in the right-hand lane, 27 up front, 1 above 7, finds himself in round number 2. Right-hand lanes, Jeff Need out of Columbia, Kentucky. 591, the dial in for the beautiful Marrow. He's going to be up against Hank Uselton. We'll go with it. 659, the dial in for the little Blazer. Usilton, Uselton. That's way too redneck for me, you know what I mean? That's out of control. Hey, we'll go with it. Hank in that left-hand lane, beautiful little Blazer. 659 to dial in up against my main man, Jeff Neat. Hank gonna spit it out 2 thou red, handing the win to Neat. Neat, 27 up front, 590 with a 5 off at 91. Good for the win light here in the rebuy round. As Hank over there dead on with a 4, 002 red, no good. Kevin Brannon, right-hand lane out of Gaffney, South Carolina. 603 up on the board for the grocery getting wagon. Left-hand lane's Mark McKay. McKay over there in the says dragster, but I'm going to go with Camaro. 636 the dial in. Brannon's going to spit it out 007 red, no good. McKay 025 under by 18 thou, good for the win light here in the rebuy round. Door car rebuy. Door car rebuys. You should be headed to the lanes. You got beaten round number 1 in the door car, and you went to the diva desk and bought back. You should be headed to the lanes, please. Right-hand lane out of Sarasota, Florida. 019 up front, 16 thou under, good for the win as Roberts. Left.
That's him.
Thou red, 1 above 9, no good. Browning on to round number next. Rich Nowitzki, right-hand lane, 575, the dial in. In the Roadster. Up against James Blankenship, left-hand lane out of Hurley, Virginia. Blankenship in on a 590. 2 of them out green. 012 to an 039. Nowitzki had the advantage, going to win the double breakout. Vinsky 12 up front, breaks it out 19 thou, good for the win. His left-hand lane Blankenship, 39 up front, should have got behind, no good. Richard Dukes, right-hand lane in the beautiful 67 Nova, 540 up on the dial-in up against the little Pinto in the left-hand lane. Driven by David McLeland. McLeland, 677 up on the board, and here we go. 2 of them out green, 015 to a swing and a miss. Left-hand lane going to get the win on a double breakout. He's 15 up front, breaks it out 8 thou. Good for the win. Dukes, swing and a miss, 37 with a 9. No good. J. Pennington, right-hand lane out of Coleburg, Alabama. 650 the dial in for the S-Dime. Been up here doing what he does best all day long. Yesterday also. One of the best announcers you'll ever hear. Been watching him do it since he was about 4 or 5 years old right here on the mountain. My main man, Jed, doing a fine job raising a fine young man. and he's one of the best I've ever heard to call the shots. And he's dialed in right here at 650 on the mountain of Friday's Moser Engineering 100K to win. And he's going to be up against Shane Waycaster. Waycaster out of Kings Mountain, North Carolina over there, also in a S-Dime. 622 the dial in left-hand lane. My main man, Pennington, 650 over here in the right as they do battle, and here we go. 0-23 to a swing and a miss. JJ's going to work a little overtime and get it done. 51 up front, goes dead on with an egg, gets there 18 thou. Left-hand lane, Waycaster, 23 up front, can't run the number. No good. My main man, Pennington, on to round number next for $100,000. How about Mitchell McKinney, right-hand lane out of Newland, North Carolina. 637 the dial in for the Marrow up against Tanya Street. Street out of Richlands, Virginia. 633 the S-Dime. Hometown turf here for Street. In the left, 4 Huns separate them when they leave, and here we go. Right-hand lane's going to spit it out. 17 thou red, giving the win to Tanya. Tanya, 15 up front, under by 15 thou, good for the win. McKinney, dead on with a 7, no good here in the rebuy round. Door car rebuys. Door car rebuys, you should be in the lanes. If you bought back and you're in a door car, you should be in the lanes trying to punch your ticket into round number 2. KC Presnell. Presnell out of Alabama, 606 to dial in, up against left-hand lanes, Tim Johnson. Johnson out of Roan Mountain, Tennessee, 563 up on the board. In the 92 Beretta. Lane Presnell, 12 up front, 1 above 5, good for the win here, as Johnson's going to spit it out, quite a bit red, must not have put something in the delay box. He's also going to run under, no good here in the rebuy round. That'll end the day for Johnson. Pesnell. I said Presnell, it's KC Pesnell. Pesnell on into round number 2. Keeping the dream alive of holding the $100,000 check here at the end of the day here on Friday. Right-hand lane, Chris Tapp. Left-hand lane, Robert Gregory. Gregory out of Barberville, Kentucky. He tore up the Malibu, had him to bring the Nova, and he's going to spit it out 001 red here in the rebuy round. No good. Tapp, 33 up front, 1 above 0, good for the win. As Gregory goes down in the backup ride, once again tore up the Mally and sent it home. He brought the Nova down, 2 good looking little pieces there, and he's going to spit it out 1 thou red, no good here. And rebuy round Friday. Odd rebuy dragsters, odd numbered rebuy dragsters. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Odd number rebuy dragsters. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Try to punch your ticket into round number 2 for $100,000. Adam Keir, right-hand lane, 603, the dial-in out of North Carolina, up against Anthony Esgastonio. I'm sure I butchered that too. 595, the dial-in left-hand lane out of New York. He's going to spit it out 17 thou red, giving the win to Keir. Keir, 14 up front, under 9 thou, good for the win here in the rebuy round. And Anthony over there, 91 off that 95, had a little bit in the hip pocket. No good here on Friday. Williams, right-hand lane out of Richland, South Carolina, up against left-hand lanes, Dan Fletcher. Fletcher having no luck the whole entire weekend. 5 thou red, under by 6 thou, no good for Fletcher. Williams, right-hand lane, 009, under by 36 thou. He's going to get the win here as Fletcher has not had any luck here on the mountain so far. But I'm sure he'll gather it back up and be one tough bird to beat tomorrow. Clifford Davidson, right-hand lane, 533 the dial-in, up against Jason Overstreet. Overstreet, 664 the dial-in, loose change they call him. 007 to a 001 and loose change. Laying down the heat, 007, dead on with the 7, lays down 14 total. Davidson, 001 up front, 34 with a 7 off the 33, finds himself 4 thou behind, and loose change on to round number next. Spit it out, 15 thou red, 1 above, no good. Weaver, left-hand lane, 000 up front, 1 above 6, lays down 16 total. Left-hand lane on to round number next, right, done for the day, you can head for the cooler. That'll bring up Ken Clark. Clark out of Virginia, right-hand lane, the S-dime, 664, the dial-in up against Dave Casper. Casper out of Jamestown, Kentucky, 642 the dial-in. That left-hand lane is a Chevford. It's a Chevrolet front end and a Ford bed. The Chevford out of Jamestown, Kentucky, going to get the win. He's 15 thou up front, under by 7 thou. Clark spits it out, 6 thou red, 5 above, no good. The Chevford goes to round number next. Justin Holston, right-hand lane out of Virginia, 643, the dial-in for the Little Nova. It's going to be up against Kenneth Street. Street out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia, the step side S-dime. Street, left-hand lane, step, side, S-dime, 663 the dial-in. Holston, right-hand lane, 643 the dial-in. And we have a package in the tower for Katie Knight, Michael Arnold, Buffco. We got packages in the tower for you. So if you're looking for a package, they've delivered it here to the tower. So Katie Knight, Michael Arnold, Buffco. We have packages in the tower for you. Once again, the fuel truck closes at 1:30 and gone for the weekend. The Bristol Dragway staff will open up their fuel tanks down there, but they only have 110, 112, and methanol. Right-hand lane, Holston getting the win, 12 up front, dead on with the 4, lays down 16 total. Street, left-hand lane, 9 red, 4 above, no good. Holston to round number next. Odd number rebuy dragsters. Odd number rebuy dragsters. You should be in the lanes, please. Door car rebuys. You already should be there as we're dwindling them down. Jess Franz, right-hand lane. Flatwood, Kentucky.
Who you got a package for?
Lane, Jess Franz, 12 up front, 21 off that 18. Good for the win is Shannon Woodring. Something wrong in the delay box there. No good. 672 off the 649, having issues. Tore up the rail, had to swap over to the door car there and hadn't got it figured out yet. Having some problems. Fran's on to round number next. James Calder, right-hand lane out of North Carolina, 605 the dial in the Mustang. Left-hand lane, Stace Schroeder. Schroeder, 524 the dial in for the Lumina. Mustang in the right. Schroeder, 21 up front, dead on with a 4. He's going to get the win is Schroeder, 003 red. Dead on with a 3, no good here, rebuy round. Jesse Ray, right-hand lane out of Churchill, Tennessee, 597 to dial in up against left-hand lanes, Todd Whited. Whited out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia, 538 up on the board. Odd number dragsters rebuy. Odd number dragsters rebuy round. You should be headed to the lanes, please. 2 of them out green. 005 to an 025. Now left-hand lane going to get the win. He's 5 up front, 1 above 5. That's good for the win. Ray, 25 up front. 1 above 3, no good. How about my main man, Robert Hyman? Hyman out of Knoxville, Tennessee, in the beautiful little 87 Mustang. 599 the dial in. He's up against left-hand lanes, Caden Harrell. Harrell out of Madisonville, Tennessee, in the 89 Sonoma, it says. Looks like an S-dime. Maybe it's a Sonoma. I'll go with Sonoma. They put it on there. They know more about it than I do. These two here probably done battle many times. Both of them from down the Knoxville Dragway area. 672 the dial in for Harrell. 599 the dial in for Hyman. Booyah. Harrell, 001 up front, 1 above 1. Gives him the win. Takes 11th out. Hyman, his luck continues. He's run up against Lightning all weekend long, and here he is again. 23 up front, dead on with an egg, no good. Has found himself in the lanes wrong all weekend long. Caden Harrell laying down the heat and going to round number 2. How about the Gearhead Solutions, Tamara Sweet Hayes over here in the right-hand lane out of Jamestown, Tennessee. She dials it in at a 639 up on the board, the beautiful looking little Nova. Been in the family forever, I believe. Left-hand lanes, Chris Burden. Burden out of Tennessee, 666 that dial in for the S-dime left-hand lane. As they do battle here in the rebuy round. Door car rebuy, door car rebuy. If you ain't in the lanes, you're missing your run. 027 to an 021, 6 thou separate them. In the right-hand lane, Tamara Sweet Hayes, the Gearhead Solutions Nova, 27 up front, going to win the double breakout. She's under by 2 thou, good for the win, left-hand lane. Going to break it out by 18 thou, taking 22, no good. And Hayes on to round number next. Greg Walker, right-hand lane. 547 the dial in for the Miro up against my very own Jake Ball Fincham. Ball out of Bristol, Tennessee. 699 the dial in for the little Tang. Doing a battle here on the mountain. Rebuy round, trying to punch a ticket into round number 2's. Moser Engineering Friday, $100,000 to win. Walker, right-hand lane, Ball in the left. 699 the dial in for Ball, 547 the dial in for Walker. Two of them out green and one of them's perfect. 000 headed to the finish line and Ball gonna break it out. 000 up front, gets there 66, no good. Walker 39 up front, dead on with a 3, punches his ticket into round number 2, and Ball's gonna wanna find a tree. No good for Ball. Walker to round number next. Jackson in the left. Right-hand lane, Galot, 11 up front, wins the double breakout. Galot under by 2 thou, good for the win. Left-hand lane, Jackson, 12 up front, takes 10, no good. Galot on to round number next. Shelly Elrod, right-hand lane, 6:27 up on the board. Up against left-hand lanes, Tim Timmons. Timmons, left-hand lane, 6:60 up on the board. And once again, we have a few packages here in the tower for Katie Knight, Michelle Arnold Buffco. We got some packages in the tower, so if you're looking for some packages, we have them here in the tower, please. Shelly Elrod, right-hand lane. Tim Timmons, left-hand lane. 002-015. And the right-hand lane, not to be denied, had the advantage. 006 up front, 1 above 4, good for the win. Timmons, 15, 2 above 8, no good. And Elrod on to round number 2 for $100,000. Odd number rebuy dragsters. Odd number rebuy dragsters. You should be headed to the lanes, please. How about Jamie Caldwell, right-hand lane? Out of North Carolina, 664, the dial in for the beautiful little wagon up against my main man, Doug Moles. Moles out of Marshtown, Tennessee, 543, the dial in, wheels up for Caldwell. Moles has the advantage, 012 up front and going to get the win. He's 2 above, taking 12. Moles on into round number next, Caldwell. 20 up front, 2 above 7, no good. My main man, Moles, on to round number next. Timmy Miller, right-hand lane, 608 up on the dial-in out of Georgia. Yeah. Up against my main man, Van Greer, out of Kingsport, Tennessee, 833, the dial-in for the S-Dime. The legendary Van Greer, and are out and rolling, 21 the power. Dead even up front, who you got? Right-hand lane, Miller, 608 with a 4 off that 608, lays down 25 total. My main man, Greer, breaks it out 6 thou, takes 10, had to take 4 or less. No good. Miller on to round number next. And my boy JJ's made his way back in the tower, and I watched him work a little overtime a minute ago, just a little bit behind, but he found a way to turn on a light. The best light's the wind light. Tim Sansone, right-hand lane, 20 red up front, no good, giving the win to Bug McCarty. McCarty out of Georgia, 005 up front, breaks it out 5 thou, good for the dub here in the rebuy round. Will punch his ticket into round number 2 for $100,000. Moser Engineering, Friday 100K to win. Man JJ, once again, he worked a little overtime there. He's punched his ticket into round number 2, and now he's going to do what he does best and call a few shots. And Hot Rod will holler at you just a little later.
Thank you, Rodney. As we'll kick off with the dragsters here. Got lucky right there, guys. I don't know, if how far Hot Rod elaborated on the run, but it was pure luck on my side that the wind light came on. Blaine Mayer now left-hand side, going to dial 478, taking on Mike Ridge in the right. And Ridge is in trouble. Mayor 11 and clicks it off early to be a 10th above as Ridge is late and a lot above as he just clicked it off early after he had some issues down here. So that'll bring up Blake Combs, left-hand side, dialed 517, taking on Ryan Ernest in the right. Ernest dialed 469. Blake, my dog for Team Pratt boys. Two thou red for Combs, Ernest 36. Dead on 7 Combs, 2 thou red, dead 1. That one's gonna sting. Win light goes to Ernest. Separate them up front. Bruce Thaxton and Max Moser win. Light goes Thaxton 009, one above 5. Gets their first 17 thou. Moser 30. And one above, no good. Thaxton will get the win. That'll bring up Dale Freeman, left side, down 489. Taking on Chris Ferguson, the right, down 463. Separate them up front. Advantage Ferguson will win. Light Ferguson 17, dead 8 gets their first 12 thou. As Freeman 21 and one above, no good. Chris Ferguson rolling on last night's runner-up, that is. Left-hand side, Steve Hawkins dialed 494. Going to take on David Wassler on the right, dialed 485. $19 thou red for Hawkins, Wassler 004, and one above 9 going to turn on the win light. Is that a bring up? Tim Kelly left side, down 483, taking on Todd Sinclair in the right. Sinclair going to dial 590. Sinclair out in front, and win light going to go to Kelly. 008, take 2 thou, lights him up, 1 above 3, 21 total. As Sinclair 004 and 1 above 9 can't get there. Don't believe he gave that one back, but it's possible, I guess. Nevertheless, win light falls in Tim Kelly's lane. That'll bring up Scott Thompson. Left side, dialed 497. Taking on Mike Nelson on the right, dialed 507. One thou red for Scott Thompson. Mike Nelson 17 dead, 320 total. Nice lap there. Gets him a win light to moving around number next. He's back in the program. As that'll bring up Steve Breeden left hand side, dialed 464. Taking on Joseph Bagwell on the right. Bagwell also dialed 464. $35,000, separate them up front. Bagwell out in front. Win light Bagwell. How about 9 total? 001 dead. 8 gets there first. 37,000. Breeden 36. 1 above. 0 no good. Bagwell set it down nice to lay him down 9 total end to end. Shane Maddox left side, dialed 449. Taking on Vance Houston in the right, dialed 471. At this time, we'll take even-numbered dragsters to the lanes for the re-entry round. Even-numbered dragsters will take you to the lanes for the re-entry round, please. Even-numbered dragsters will take you in the lanes for the re-entry round. That means all dragsters have been called. All dragsters have now been called for the re-entry round. All dragsters have now been called for the re-entry round. Even-numbered, you have now been called. All of you have been called in total. All dragsters have been called for the re-entry round. As Shane Maddox, how about perfect? And 1 above 2 lays him down 2 above 2 lays him down 22 total. Gets there first, 11,000 in front. He will collect a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and a win light into round number next. Vance Houston right side, 30. Dead on 3. No good, had no chance. Win light goes to Shane Maddox. Bring up Buddy Fleener left side, dialed 481. Can take on Robert McGraw on the right, dialed 470. $6,000, separate him up front. Advantage McGraw, win light McGraw. Oh boy, 24 and 15 hun above for McGraw. Fleener, 30. Get there first, a 10th and a half to be 1 thou under. Win light goes to Robert McGraw. Ed Grisey and Mike Laws. Win light goes to Grisey. 13. Take 13 to be 2 thou under. Laws 43 and 19 thou under. No good. Ed Grisey will turn on the win light. So that'll bring up Mike Harbaugh left side, dialed 473. Taking on Matt Shell on the right, dialed 490. 17 thou red, Harbaugh 32, and 14 thou under. Wind light is on. That'll bring up Joel Maddox left-hand side, dialed 490, taking on Dylan Witherow in the right. Witherow dialed 469. Seven thou separate him up front, advantage to Witherow. Wind light Witherow 25, dead 4, 29 total gets the wind light as Maddox 32 and locked out got their first 5 thou to be 8 thou under. Witherow is back in the show for 100 grand. Bring up Steve Hedger left side, dialed 465, taking on Bob Willing in the right, dialed 486. Five thou separate them nasty on this end. Bob Willing gets the win. How about 12 total? 006 dead on with a 6. Set it down nice. 486 at 136. Getting their first 5 thou in front. Hedger 001 and one above. No good. So Steve Hedger lays down 17 total and can't get it done. Bob Willing moving on. As that'll bring up Shane Thompson left side, dialed 469. Taking on Scott Carmen on the right, dialed 488. Carmen going to get a 1900 head start here. Five thou separate them up front. Advantage Carmen win light. Carmen 11. One above 021 total. Thompson 16 and 3 thou under got their first 8 thou. Had to take 5 or less. Scott Carmen will get back into the show. So that'll bring up Frank Lacate's left side, dialed 461, taking on Teddy Atkins in the right, dialed 460. Six thou separate them up front. Lacate's with the advantage and Lacate's with a win. 20. Get their first 5 thou to be dead on 9. 29 total. As Atkins 26 and dead on 8 comes up 5 thou behind. Lacate's will advance. Bring up John Parks left side, dialed 407, taking on Steve Mastorvik in the right. Mastorvik dialed 460. On this end, double O's up here, win light. Right hand side to Mastorvik, 2 total. 001, dead on 1, gets there first 2 Hun as Parks 003 and 1 above. 9 comes up 2 Hun short, but he was 003 and had no chance. 2 total for Steve Mistorvik to advance into round number 2. It's brutal. Jim Glenn, left-hand side, dialed 491, taking on Colton Carr in the right, dialed 497. Nine down, separate them right here. Advantage Glenn, win light. Glenn 002, dead 9, take 9 thou. As Colton Carr is 11 dead 9 to be 9 thou behind. Had to go dead 0 and pray that his win light came on. Could not quite make it work. Both drivers were on the brakes a little bit down there, but the win light goes to Jim Glenn. That'll bring up Timothy Thomas, left side, dial 466, taking on Bradley Snowball on the right, dial 465. Separate them up front. Snowball with the advantage and Snowball with a win. 007 dead on 6, take 17 thou. Nice 13 total right there. As Thomas 22 dead 8. Not a terrible lap, but comes up 17 thou short. Bradley Snowball will move on. Brittany Ulmer, left hand side, dialed 493, taking on Cody McDaniel on the right, dialed 453. Separate them, advantage right side. McDaniel gets the win, 009 dead 2, take 19 thou. Ulmer 20 and 1 above 0 comes up 19 thou short. McDaniel will advance. Bring up Chris Reynolds, left side, dialed 457, taking on Dan Davies in the right, dialed 417. 3 thou, separate them up front. Davies on the hunt, and Davies with a win light. 17 dead 5, or dead 8, excuse me, 25 total. Will get there first 5 thou. As Reynolds 20 and 1 above comes up 5 thou short. Dan Davies will move on. David Collins, left hand side, dialed 506, taking on Scott Neal on the right, dialed 463. Three thou, separate them up front. Scott Neal with the advantage. Win light goes to Collins, 20, and dead on 8, take 5 thou. Neil 17, and one above 6 comes up 5 thou behind. So David Collins pick up the win light to move back into round number 2. We're working our way through the re-entry round here on Moser Engineering 100K Friday. The RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries at Bristol Dragway. The 14th year the Fling's been at Bristol. It's a long time. Dustin Light left side, dialed 490, taking on Anthony Bertozzi right side, dialed 467, or 468, excuse me. Anthony going to give up a 22 Hun head start to Light, left-hand side. Trying to run him down. Fourth thou separate him up front. Bertozzi with a slight advantage. But the win light goes to Light. 25 and 2 thou under gets the win. Bertozzi 21. Take 9 to be 7 thou under. Had to take 4 or less. That was the difference in reaction time. Got there a few thou too much, and Dustin Light gets the win light. Jamie Bridge left side, dialed 476. Going to take on Jeff Miles on the right, dialed 470. 7 thou separate him up front. Advantage to Miles. Win light goes to Bridge. 33 dead 0 gets their first 6 thou in front. Miles 26 and 1 above 3 comes up 6 thou short. Jamie Bridge will advance. Robert Vance Houston left hand side, dialed 457. Going to take on Chris Stein on the right, dialed 520. Eight thou red for Stein, Houston 28. And 12 thou under turns on the win light. 8 thou red, dead on 8 for Stein. That one's going to sting. Houston will advance. Mike Combs left hand side from right across the road in Bluff City. Dialed 482, taking on Josh McDaniel on the right. McDaniel out of Coreyton, Tennessee, dialed 454. Win light going to go to Josh McDaniel, 14 and 2 thou under. Combs, 15, takes 6, not a bad lap, puts him 9 thou under. Cannot turn on the win light. Josh McDaniel gets the win. Paul Rich, left hand side. Rich going to dial 469, taking on Brian Thompson on the right. Thompson dialed 460. 007, one above 0 for Thompson. 17 total. Rich, 002, take 23 to be 8 thou under. Out there a little too much. Can take 15 or less. Jeremy Hancock, left-hand side, dialed 461, taking on Cameron Fredrickson on the right, dialed 447. Separate them up front. Advantage Hancock. Win light Fredrickson. 20 and a hun under. That's my roommate. Turn on the win light right there. Hancock 15 and 17 thou under. 7 thousandths more breakout in Hancock's lane, giving the win light over to Cameron Fredrickson. Don Butkowitz left hand side, dialed 478, taking on Mikey Bloomfield on the right. Well, Mikey dialed 463. Thou separate them. Advantage goes to Butkowitz, as does the win light. 005 and one above 5 gets their first 22 thou in front. Bloomfield 24, one above 8 comes up 22 thou short. Win light goes to Don Butkowitz. Brent Ricky Jones Jr. left hand side, dialed 555, taking on Cody Strickland to the right, dialed 452. Dead even up front, win light. Goes right hand side to Strickland, 18. Dead on 3 gets there first at 38 thou. Jones, 18 and 4 over. Win light goes to Cody Strickland. Joey Ramsey left hand side, dialed at 457. We'll take on Brandon Lane right side. Lane dialed 458. Ramsey's in trouble. Advantage Brandon Lane. Win light Brandon Lane. 17, one above 6 gets their first 22 thou. Ramsey 50. And lights it up dead on 5. No good. Jordan Prince left side, dialed 474. Going to take on Chris Garrett right side, dialed 441. 1 thou red for Prince and dead on 4. Garrett 22, dead 4, turns on the win light. Charles Treese, left-hand side, down 484, taking on Alexis Thompson, right side, down 460. Treese is in trouble. This one should be all Thompson, and it is 16. I can't read today. 16 and 5 above, turns on the win light. Left side, lot late, and 17 thou under. So Thompson will advance, as that'll bring up Cassie Lewis, left-hand side, down 457, taking on Cody Witt, right side, down 495. Seven thou separate them up front. Advantage went to Lewis, but the win light goes to Witt. 21. Dead zero gets their first 23 thou, as Lewis 14 and 3 above, no good. So Cody Witt will advance. Bring up Stuart Smith, left side, down 467. Taking on Michael Pascal on the right. Pascal made it down to the semifinals in last night's 30K. Gonna be down 455 right side. Nine thou red for Smith. Pascal perfect, dead on 7. How about 7 total for Michael Pascal? Smith 9 thou red and dead on 9. Pascal was going to be tough to handle anyways. Michael Pascal will receive the win light and a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin. Bob Engelman, left-hand side, down 469, taking on Connor Calder in the right, down 490. Six thou separate them up front. Advantage to Engelman. Win light goes to Engelman. 16 and 3 thou under. Gets their first 4 thou, as Calder 22 and 5 thou under. Had to get behind by 7 thou or more, and Bob Engelman turns on the win light. 1 thou, separate them up front. Advantage Mike Ellig. But the win light goes to Big Brown. 17, dead 2, gets there first 2 thou. Illig 16, dead 5 is no good. Win light goes to Big Brown. Kevin Burkett, left side, dialed 483. Taking on Allison Eads, right side, dialed 524. Final call for the re-entry round. Final call for the re-entry round. We'll take you now, please. If you're not here for the re-entry round and you are supposed to be, then you are late. Final call for the re-entry round. If you're not here, get here now. Final call for the re-entry round. If you're not here, you need to be now. Burkett in full control. Burkett with a win light 003 and 2 above. Get there first at 19 as Eads late and under. Burkett moving on. Brent Martin left hand side. Martin dialed 470, taking on Austin Thompson on the right. Thompson dialed 490. Win light goes left side to Brent Martin, 17, dead 2, lays down 19 total, getting there 6 thou. Thompson 31 and 6 thou under. Martin will advance. Brent Ricky Harbaugh left hand side. Harbaugh dialed 470, taking on Ken Batchelor on the right. Batchelor dialed 443. Win light going to go to Batchelor, 13, 1 above, gets there first 18 thou. As Harbaugh 007 and 3 above, no good. Batchelor moves on. At this time, odd number door cars to the lanes for round number 2. Odd number door cars to the staging lanes for round 2, please. Odd number door cars to the staging lanes for round 2, please. Odd number door cars to the lanes for round 2. We'll take you now. Odd number door cars to the lanes for round 2, please. Six thou, separate him up front. Adkins out in front. Win light. Adkins 006, 1 above. 4 gets there first. 9 thou. Costello 12. 1 above, 7 no good. Nice race right there, giving the win light over to Lester Adkins. Dustin Chestnut left side, down 490, taking on Hayden Whited right side. Whited was the winner of the Regil Scoop for the dragster that needed it the most. He dialed 488. Eight thou, separate them up front. Advantage goes to Whited. Win light to Whited, about 6 total. 005, dead 1, take 9 thou. 13 dead 2 for Chestnut. Not a bad lap at all. Comes up 9 thou short. Win light goes to Hayden Whited. Don Tipton left side, dialed at 450, taking on Josh Duggins in the right, dialed 452. thou, separate them up front. Duggins out in front. Duggins with a win. 12 dead 8, take 27 thou. Tipton 24 and 2 above, no good. Josh Duggins moving on. Michael Shoup, left-hand side. Down at 479. Taking on Jake Clayton in the right, down at 470. Fourth out, separate them up front. Advantage goes to Shoup. Win light goes to Shoup. 12 and 5 thou under gets the win. Clayton 16, take 8. Puts him 17 thou under. Had to be behind by 5 thou or more. Got there first by 8. And Michael Shoup will get the win light. Bring up Steve Williams left side, down 486. Taking on Alan Elliott in the right. Elliott down 456. Nine thou, separated them up front. Elliott going to get the win light. 20. Dead on 5 gets there first. 15 thou as Williams 29 and 1 above, no good. Elliott gets the win. Does that bring up the fan favorite left side, Chet Dragon. Dragon down at 634. Taking on Dale West in the right, down 478. $10,000 red for Chet Dragon. Dale West 000 dead on 6. How about 6 total for Dale West here in the reentry round? Perfect, dead 6. Moving on into round number 2. That'll bring up BT2 left-hand side. Braden Taylor down 474, taking on Hayden Dial. Dial right side down 459. Nasty on this end, 3,000. Separate them up front. Win, light, dial, 001. And 1 above 9, 20 total. Taylor 004 gets there first, 22,000. Lights him up 6,000 under. Hayden Dial gets the win light. Does that bring up Severn Johnson left hand side down 470?
That's down, JJ.
Severn Johnson left side down 470. Taking on Harrison Crawford, right side. Uncle Harry dialed 477. Fourth out, separate them pretty nasty on this end. Win light Crawford, 007, take 2. Foul to be one above one. He's 18 total. Johnson 11, dead 9, 20 total. Comes up 2. Foul short. Harrison Crawford into round number next. Jessica Bennett, left-hand side, dialed 473, taking on G-Dub, right side. Gary Williams, dialed 465. This one's all G-Dub. You can hear him rocking it now. Gonna get the win light. 21, take 8 to be 4 above 3. 64 total. Bennett was 65 at the hit. And dead on 7, no good. So G-Dub be back in the show. Bring up Josh Lutke, left-hand side. Lutke dialed 448. Taking on Frank Falter, the 4th, right side. Falter dialed 457. Nine Hun head start to Falter right side, and Lutke is big time red. Puts it 24 thou under, Falter 15 and 9 thou under. Nice little setup right there. And I bring up your buy car for the dragsters. Dale Earnhardt. Oh, sorry, it's just Wyatt Palmatier. I can't tell the difference between the two of them. Big Papa dialed 463 right side. Six thou red for Palmatier and 26 thou under. That will wrap up the Beyond Racing Products re-entry round. Odd number door cars have been called to the staging lanes for Beyond Racing Products round number 2.
It all started as a list Peter and Kyle made in 2010. Bristol was the place. But with a dismal forecast right before that very first Spring Fling, attendance took a hit. The racing was great, but they suffered a big loss on the event. They didn't think they'd ever put on another race together again. But from the beginning, you supported the Flings. You've helped make them what they are, and from our heart, we say thank you for 15 years.
not best way, but it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Become the name brand, the Coca-Cola brand. RAD's really came a long way in 8 years now. And Dan and I are proud to be a part of the Fling and help out the other racers out here.
Yeah, and Chris was helped be responsible for linking up Dan and myself, and Dan filled in where we needed a title rights, and I really appreciate these guys. Now, Chris is a tough racer in his own right. His son is a killer racer.
Thank you.
You have gone some rounds this week. You've gone a lot of rounds this week.
35 laps so far. 35 passes. Your logbook's not big enough. I'm about to fill it up.
Well, I didn't know you were that good.
Only 40 hits allowed in there. Only 40 hits allowed in that book.
I underestimated him. How do you feel about your chances today?
I feel good, confident. The car's really good. The track's solid. You know, this is a state-of-the-art facility. All the Flings are at the best racetracks in the country. I feel good. We just won first round, and hopefully we can win, carry some doubles a long way today.
Chris has been going a ton of rounds this week, and I know him for a long time. Great guy. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys' participation at the Fling as racers, and also stepping up to be title right sponsors.
Perfect. Appreciate it.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Some people have an unextinguishable fire to compete, a fire that burns and ignites. The same fire inspires us. It pushes us to run an engine to the edge for just a few more horsepower. Fuel Factory is performance driven, built by racers for racers. We're focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory, built for speed.
Robert Domino Jr.
Spectre, Harvey Spectre.
Also known as Harvey Spectre.
Don always said you were looking for another you. I guess you found one.
Robert, we're going to give you a chance for a prize and some money. So you red lit.
This is ridiculous. You drive like a savage animal.
If you can guess within 4 thou either way what your red light was, we'll give you a $125 Page Pro gift cert. If you can guess your reaction time dead on, I'll give you $50.
I'm gonna say I was close. 3 red.
2 red. 1 thou away from $50. 2 red, a couple of thou under. But you did guess it close enough for a Page Pro gift cert. Congratulations, Robert. Thanks for coming to the Fling. So here we are at our third annual JEG Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, and this is another edition of Terminator Tips. Today we're going to talk about something that's a little bit outside the box. Usually we're talking about reaction times and we're talking about how to drive the finish line and stuff like that and weather. Today we're going to talk about body language.
So here we go, Biondo Racing Products, round number 2 kicking off. Left-hand side, going to be Scotty Johnson, dialed in at 591. Right side, Rob Moser, dialed 511. One foul separate him up front. Advantage to Johnson. Winlight Johnson 13, dead 4. Gets there first 7 thou. Moser 14. And 1 above 0, no good. Scotty Johnson picking up the Winlight. Bring up Jamie Abercrombie left hand side. Dialed 584. Taking on Cody Spears in the right. Dialed 668. $15,000 separate him up front. Advantage Abercrombie. Here comes the drop from Spears, and the win light goes to Abercrombie. 16, 1 above 0 gets the win. Spears 31, and set it down, but didn't set it down hard enough. Didn't matter anyways. He was locked out. Got there 8,000 to be 13,000 under. Abercrombie gets the win. So I bring up Jeff Fight left hand side, dialed 591. Taking on Jerry Lone in the right. Big Chief dialed 593. $17,000 red for Big Chief Fight. 54 and 1,000 under. Gonna sneak by and light up the scoreboard. That's gonna bring up Caleb McDaniel left hand side, dialed 714, taking on Travis Salter right side, dialed 534. $1,000 separate them up front. Advantage Salter win. Light goes to Salter. 10 dead 3, 13 total. Left hand side McDaniel 11. Take 8 to be 6,000 under. Handing the win light over to right hand side Travis Salter. Robert Holton left side, dialed 525. Taking on Ethan Dean in the right, dialed 683. $6,000 separate them up front. Pretty nasty on this end. Win light gonna go to Holton 003 and 4,000 under. Gets there first by 5,000. Dean 009 and lights it up 5,000 under. 1,000 more breakout in Dean's lane, giving the win light over to Robert Holton. Jesse Eden's left-hand side. Sorry, I accidentally cut the microphone off in the middle of my sentence. 6:59 is the dial, taking on Dickie Kiersey in the right. Kiersey dialed 599. $1,000 red for Edens. He's going to hate that ticket. Kiersey is late and $8,000 under. Dickie Kiersey going to get away with one there. Bristol Maddox left side, dialed 621, taking on Bubba Browning right hand side. One of my neighbors for the week. One of my chaperones, if you will. Dialed 613 in the beautiful Chevy 2 Nova. $800 head start, going to go to Maddox left hand side. $9,000 red for Maddox, Browning 13. One above 4, 27 total for Bubba. Gonna turn on the win light. Nate Halsey left side, dialed 615, taking on Odell Davidson on the right, dialed 653. $14,000 separate them up front. Advantage Halsey win light. Halsey 004 and one above lays down 15 total. Davidson 18 takes 17 to be 200 under, had no chance. One light goes to Nate Halsey. Paul Mosley left side, dialed 540, taking on David Stebner in the right. Stebner dialed 6 flat. Nasty on this end, 2,000. Separate them up front. Advantage left side, win light left side on the double breakout. 002, take 007. To be 6,000 under for Mosley. Stebner 004. And 8,000 under, no good. Win light goes to Paul Mosley. Cody Blankenship left side, dialed 596, taking on T-Rock right side. Troy Williams Jr. dialed 575. This one should be all T-Rock. T-Rock 004, takes 7,000. Lights it up, 2 above 3, 27 total. Blankenship 27, dead 7, had to go dead 0 and couldn't do it. Win light goes to T-Rock. Brandon Jarrell left hand side, dialed 668, taking on Felix Hutchinson on the right. Hutchinson dialed 591. $2,000 separate them up front. Advantage Gerald win light goes to Gerald 10 and 9,000 under, take 2,000. Hutchinson 12 and also 9,000 under. Difference at the finish line was the difference at the starting line, and Brandon Gerald is going to pick up the win light. Jason Parker left side, dialed 624, taking on Zach Hitchcock in the right. Hitchcock dialed 610. 3 thou red for Parker Hitchcock, 34. One above lays down 44 total. Now bring up Lou Greco, left-hand side. Greco dialed 5 at 92, taking on Jeremy Bargo on the right, dialed 617. $13 thou, separate them up front. Advantage off the hit goes to Lou Greco, and the win light goes to Jeremy Bargo. 28 and 3 thou under gets the win light, as Greco 15 gets there first, 18 to be 8 thou under. Had to take 13 or less, got there 5 thou too much. Win light goes to Jeremy Bargo. As that'll bring up Bobby Paul Arnett, left side. BPA dialed 630, taking on Antoine Jett, right side. Jett dialed 6 at 19. Nine thou, separate them up front, advantage to Jett. Win light going to go to Jett, 005 and one above 7, lays down 22 total. Arnett 14 and 6 thou under, no good. Antoine Jett gets the win. So that'll bring up Ken Ernest, left side, dialed 647, taking on Johnny LaBouse, right side. LaBouse going to try and give his dad the ultimate birthday present today. Become a 100K champion here at the Fling in the race to 5 wins. I believe LaBouse is leading that with 4. He's dialed 519 in the Roadster. But as mentioned, it is his father's birthday, so happy birthday to Big John LaBouse. He's going to go another round for you, Big John. 7 thou red for Ernest. LaBouse 007 green. And 23 thou under, lighting up the scoreboard to advance into round number 3. Jeff Caudill, left-hand side, dialed 628. Taking on Dallas Cherry in the right. Cherry dialed 590. Three thou, separate them up front. Advantage goes to Caudill. Win light goes to Cherry. 21 dead 4 gets there first, or does not get there first. Excuse me. Caudill 18, take 13 to be 6 thou under. Had to take 7 or less. Win light goes to Dallas Cherry. Trey Summers, left hand side, dialed 638. Taking on Richard Alford Jr. in the right, dialed 608. $5 thou red for Alford. Summers is 10 up front. And 2 above. Good enough to turn on the win light. Trevor Hayes, left side, dialed 638. Taking on Robbie Joins in the right. Excuse me, dialed 557. Dead even up front. Win light gonna go. Right hand side of joins 15, dead 6, 21 total gets there first, 13 thou in front. Hayes 15, one above, 9, no good. Win light goes to Robbie Joins. Dustin Smiley left side, dialed 550, taking on Roger Sowards in the right, dialed 665. Win light goes to Smiley, 21 and one above 7, as Sowards 28 take 25 to be 15 thou under. Had to take 10 or less. Rodney Pryor left side, dialed 646, taking on John Corbin in the right, dialed 594. Thou red for Pryor. Corbin 009 and one above 0, lays down 19 total. Brian Kennedy left side, dialed 558, taking on John Nelson in the right, dialed 539. Eight thou separate them up front. Win light goes to Kennedy 24 and sets it down to put it dead on 2, as Nelson 16 take 40 to be 3 under, had to take 10 thou or less. Kennedy will advance. Set ramp Kevin Warwick left side, dialed 5 or 6. Whoa. 652. Taking on Paul Moore in the right, dialed 587. $26 thou separate them up front. Advantage goes to Moore. Win light goes to Moore 18, 2 above 1. Gets there first 17 thou in front. 44 and 1 above left side, no good. Win light goes to Paul Moore. Attention in the pits. We have people who have not collected your prizes. The following people have not collected prizes: Caroline McCarty, Tim Markaglu, Brent Martin, Robbie Hamilton, Joey Cameron, and anyone who has received a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin that has not picked up their $50. Please come to the tower and collect your prizes. Again, that is any racer who collected a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin that has not picked up their $50. Joey Cameron, Robbie Hamilton, Brent Martin, Tim Markaglu, and Caroline McCarty. All of you have not collected your prizes. Again, one more time: Caroline McCarty, Tim Markaglu, Brent Martin, Robbie Hamilton, Joey Cameron, and any racer who collected a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin that has not collected your $50. Please that list, please come to the tower at some point here soon and collect your prizes. Dakota Pugh, left side, dialed 561, taking on Glenn Williamson on the right, dialed 671. 9 thou separate them up front. Win light left hand side, 21, 1 above, gets there first, 12 thou in front. As Williamson, 12 and 3 over, comes up 12 thou short. Win light goes to Dakota Pugh. Tracy Guffey, left side, dialed 625. Got caught screen reading there for a second. Tommy Plott, right side, dialed 5 at 42. Twelve thou separate them up front. Advantage goes to Guffey. Win light Guffey. 16 and a thou under gets their first nothing as Plott 28 and 13 thou under no good. Win light goes to Tracy Guffey. So bring up Howard Westbury, left side, down 558, taking on Chase McKay in the right, down 605.
All right, JJ had to leave, so we're scraping from the bottom of the barrel here. Timothy Fletcher back, and I got Donnie Saban with me, kicking it old school. His right lane picks up that one, 010 on the tree, 606 on the 605 dial. Howard Westbury, 033, dips at 4th thou under. Chase McKay moving on. As we roll on, let's try and catch up here. Trey Sasser in the left lane, 669. Taking on Steve Dunn in the right, dialed 570 in the 67 Camaro. North Carolina versus New Jersey. Gonna cruise on down. What day is today, Donnie? Moser Friday. Round number 2 for 100 grand. You can't see that? You gotta put your glasses on? You don't got your glasses with you? Oh, we're in trouble, man. How you gonna read the screen? Trey Sasser, 012 red. Steve Dunn, 10 on the tree. And 22 thou under. Trey Sasser, 12 red. 6 thou under the 669. And his 100K day is done.
Mark Dabney in the right, 72 Vega. Coming up from Virginia, you got Sean Harp in the left, dialing in at 534. And that nice 57 Chevy Bel Air.
They're getting a little light. We're going to need even door cars. Even door cars for round number 2 of today's 100K. Bring them up. That means all door cars. If you're in round 2 of competition for today, you have been called. You should be in the lanes or making your way up there. So we can keep it rolling. 4 lit. 2 fast door cars. 3,000 separate them. And the wind light going over to the right lane. Marty Dabney, 17 on the tree, 8 thou under. Left lane, Sean Harp, 14 on the tree, 10 thou under. Getting there, 005. Need to get behind. Some people like to say throw the anchor out, hit the brake pedal, give the park, whatever. Right lane gets the win. Going 2 thou less under than the left lane. Mike Bloomfield in the left, 647 in his pick 'em up truck. Taking on Heath Davis in the right, dialed 627 in the Vega out of Alabama. Pretty much dead even up here. And down there it's going to be Bloomfield, 024, 1 over with an 8, getting there 2 little ones. Heath Davis, 22 and 22 thou above, 44 total. And 2 thou short of the 42 pack, or yeah, right? 44, 2 thou? Yeah, 42 pack in the left lane of Mike Bloomfield. So he's moving on to round number 3.
That's 67 Camaro on the right, 68 in the left. Thomas Davis coming from North Carolina. Dial 666. Right lane with the advantage. Let's see if he can turn it into a win light. And he does. 014, 1 above with a 3. Taking 16.
All door cars, again, all door cars. We are right lane heavy. We need left laners especially. So unless you want Mr. Peter that's at the front now to start flipping his coin and everybody getting stacked up and backed up in the lanes. Left laners especially, but all door cars should be in the lanes or headed there now. Because we only got about a half a lane left of left laners. So all door cars for round 2. Bring your butts up here now. Demanding. Blaine Parrish in the left, out of Clayton, North Carolina, dialed 654. Robert Richardson in the right, dialed 587. As Blaine cuts him in half up here, 016. And a win light down there, 16, dead 8, getting there 3 thou. Right lane, 31, 4 thou under, no chance. As Blaine, again, 16, taking 3. Putting together a nice little lap here in round number 2. Moving on to round number 3. Round 2 is sponsored by that dreaded company that our boss shares the last name with, Biondo Racing Products. What do they get? $500 for the best losing package of round number 2.
A Raising Cane in the right lane, that's 78 Fairmont. Dial to 638. Going up against Logan Westmoreland out of Troy, South Carolina in that nice 68 Camaro. Logan Westmoreland out there going to try and chase him down with that 007, and he does. One above with a 4. Getting there first, 1 thou. Next up, we got Becky Scott in the right in the S10, dialing in a 624. Got Greg Walker in the left out of Clinton, Maryland, that 68 Camaro. Gonna see if he can chase down that S10 pickup. Hi, Taylor.
My sister texted me, said Donnie's got to lighten up a little bit. I thought I was a robot, having to be. I got to be vanilla because I'm usually really, really colorful. My language. Greg Walker, 006. There's Buns right there. 006, 2 over. Crossing second, right lane, 021, 2 thou under, had a chance. Had to take pretty much 7 thou down there. Dips at 2 thou under, taking 10. Greg Walker in the Thunderwolf, 68 Camaro, moving on to round number 3. Next pair up, we got the Battle of the Ladies. Laura Bailey in the right, out of Virginia, in the pick 'em up. And left lane, Caroline McCarty, Miss Caroline in the 68 Rambler wagon. Down 610. Pretty stout. Laura Bailey 002, Caroline 013. Caroline breaks it out by 1 thou. But it was pretty much, well, she was locked out. 002, dead on 6 in the right for Laura Bailey. That's 8 total. Caroline McCarty, who was best losing package of last night with like a 5-pack, was 013 on the let go and pretty much locked out. Well, it was locked out by 5 thou. Left lane, Timmy Miller, dialed 608 against Chad Duke, dialed 540. Again, 021 to 006. Right lane 006, 3 over. Crossing second, left lane 021. Again, 2 thou under, taking 23. Had to take 21 or less. Had a chance with an 021 light, but can't get it done. Taking 023.
Got Brian McCowan in the right, that beautiful 67 Chevelle. And you got Jason Overstreet in the left in that 72 Vega. That 67 Chevelle's only got like 60,000 original miles. That's a street car. He could drive it home if he wants to. Dialed in a 602. Gonna see if he could chase down that 72 Vega, dialed in a 665. We got 4 lit. Here comes the tree. Oh, we got a 001 in the right. Left lane got his work cut out for him. And he got it done. 1 above with a 4, taking 6 thou. Right lane slowed up about 33. Couldn't get there with that 001, so left lane moving on.
We got Casson Gerald in the left, 636. Chris Tapp in the right, down 575. Dead even up here. Left lane taking 2 thou, but the wind's going to the right lane. Chris Tapp, 573 with a 0 on the 575. Left lane. Casson Gerald dips it further under by 1 little thou. So the double breakout wind going to Chris Tapp by a thou. Moving on, next up, Kurt Harrington in the left, out 612. In the little Chevette for a bigger feller. Right lane Skinny Kenny, as they call him, dial 590. Mr. Kenny Underwood, spotting Mr. Harrington about 22 hundredths. And this one should be Mr. Kenny Underwood. And it is Kenny, 002, 1 over the 3, taking 6 thou. Kurt Harrington let it slide just a little bit, 038 and 17 thou under. Wind light going to Mr. Skinny Kenny in the right lane.
Dave Casper up in the left, coming out of Kentucky, dialing a 642. And then we got Kylie Thaxton in the right with that 81 Chevette. Pretty much got 100 between them. So see if we see who leaves first off the bottom bowl when it goes lit. All right, we got 4 lit. Oh, Kylie Thaxton, 2 thou, too early. 009 in the left and puts it on dead 3. So he gets a 12 total, not a bad lap. Coming back for round number 3 in the 100,000 to win Friday.
Next up, Miss American in the left, Shelly Elrod, 627's a dial. Out of Ohio, taking on Jordan Arnold. In the right, dialed 636. In the S10 out of Florida. Shelly Elrod grabs almost 30 up here. And Winlight 006, dead on 2, getting there 40. Right lane, 034. 1 over with a 4. And 40 behind for the left lane, 9-pack. Moving on to round number 3. Next in the left lane, Justin Moser. Team Moser, Friday sponsor for today's 100K. Moser Engineering. Dialed 541 in the little buggy. In the right lane, Michael Jackson out of North Carolina. Had a good little run last night. I think got down to 6. Not sure if he lost to Pascal or was the eventual winner, Mike Barber, but Michael Jackson was crushing it all day. And he has 16 thou in his pocket right here. And puts it dead on 9. 15, dead 9, getting there 43. Left lane, I think Moser's went 0 for 2 in this round, unfortunately. 031 and 35 thou above. What is that, 67, 66 total? Not going to get it done, going for 100 grand in round 2 here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling.
Got TJ Owens in the right, 67 Camaro, dialing at 570. And got Richie Brown in the left, 69 Nova. Nice looking Nova in the left. It's coming in at 560. Going to give chase. Here comes the tree. Right lane 017, left lane 001. Let's see, he's got his work cut out from in the right lane. 017, that's not going to butter the biscuit. 001 in the left. 1 over with a 2, 13 total. That'll bring him on to round 3.
This guy, left lane 001, 1 over with a 2, Mr. Richie Brown, Big Brown. Put him in the dragster also, James U2. Left lane, Danny Odom out of Georgia in the Little Vega, dial 598. In the right lane, we got Mr. Doug Linden. We call him White Doug, out of Bergen, New York. One of my old home track friends. As he's 13 thou behind, let's see if he can make some magic happen, and can't. Right lane, White Doug, 018, 1 over with a 5, 18 thou behind. Left lane, 005, 599 with a 0 on the 598, that's 15 total. Leaving Mr. Linden's 18 reaction time mathematically ineligible, as they say. So Mr. Odom in the Vega moving on.
Got the 96 S10 on the left. Coming out of Kentucky. Dial 687. Right lane going to give chase. Left lane cut him in half. 007, 014. Let's see what happens. Left lane breaks it out with the 007. Goes 19 under. Right lane only 9 under. Right lane moving on. Adam Keir in the right. And looks like another pretty popular one of those S10 pickups. In the left lane, we got a 67 Chevy 2, dialing in a 640. Left lane going to leave first. Right lane going to try and chase him down.
In the right, it says Adam Keir in the truck, but I see him standing there behind the car. I think he brought in a gun for the 100K. I think it's Joe Foley. Probably a smart decision by Mr. Adam Keir. They bump it in ever so gently. Trying to just tickle on the stage bulb. And right lane turns at 006 red. Then dips it 2 under. Left lane. Tambra Sweet Haze 006 and 300 under as well. Or 300 under in the left, 200 under in the right, both of them holding a little bit. Left lane with the win by virtue of the right lane red light. Next up, Doug Moles in the left out of Tennessee in the 67 Chevy Deuce, dialed 543. In the right lane, we got Mr. Johnny Taylor Jr. in a 549 dialing out of Lumberton. Almost a heads up, as the left lane is all over it. Right lane's in trouble on both ends. 076 and 300 under. Late, under, ain't gonna happen. Ain't crossing second. That's like 3 strikes, as they say. Left lane 002, 1 over with a 7, getting there 30. Right lane, maybe had to sneeze as the tree was coming down. 076 reaction time. Crosses second, puts it under, not going to get it done. Mr. Doug Moles moving on.
Got Ivy Hutto on the left, coming up. It says 67 Nova, but if I'm going to take a guess at that, that's not a 67 Nova. Right lane, got a 67 Chevy Camaro, Brian Jones, coming out of Tennessee. Couple of hundreds in the spot. Let's see what happens. 016, 020 up front. It's got a race here. And right lane, going to get it done. 11 over. 27 total, taking 14. Moving on to Moser Engineering Friday, round 3.
Next pair, Mark Bacon in the left. And the fast 2004 Mustang dialed in at 487. Here on the mountain, on the hill, whatever they call it, the valley. Something like that. Right lane, James Calder, dialed 606 out of North Carolina. I think he might be on 00S show later. He had to hit the buyback round. I gotta throw a little dig at him. Breaking it out while somebody's on the starting line, and oof, he's not going to be happy about this one. Left lane, 3 dead. Donut, Goose, 0. Right lane, 027, 9th thou under. Crossing second. Really no chance, just pulled in the lanes wrong on that one. Mr. Mark Bacon, 3 total. 3 dead, 0, going 487 at 136. I don't know if that's all out. 480, 136 in a door car.
Yeah, I'm not sure of those numbers, but
I'm not a mathematician either.
Yeah, no, it's been a while since I've been down the track, so I got nothing much to go by in the 8th mile. Right lane, we got Tanner Miller, 72 Vega. Left lane, we got the 86 S10, pretty much even up front. And it's going to be right lane, 24 dead 2, Tanner Miller. Left lane, got there first by 10, breaks it out by 6. Had to take a little bit less, but right lane, Tanner Miller moving on. Next up, we got Gray Kimball in the right with his 70 Nova, and Ben Haight in the, it just says door car. I'm going to say mid-80s Camaro.
Yeah, he calls it remember he was yapping to me, he calls it a 3rd gen. I called it an IROC. He's getting all mad at me.
Okay, yeah, it's, a little technicality right there. It's kind of
the same thing, ain't they?
That's about when I started driving. So yeah, it's it's may have a couple different options or whatever, but it's It's a third-gen IROC Camaro. It's all built by the same people. That's it. So left lane, leaving first. Right lane gonna try and chase him down. Oh, right lane, 009 red. Left lane, 021. So you get a free pass into next round, you get a free time trial, and he runs a dead one. So you got 22 total, not a bad lap. Coming back for round 3.
Right lane puts a dead 603 on the 603. That nasty 9th hour red light ain't gonna get it done. My buddy Buns on the left gets another red light. Seems to be a common theme with him. He owes me $3, by the way. Left lane, Rodney Fincham, dialed 738, Mr. Fast and Fincham as they call it. Turns it 1 little 1 red. 001 red for Mr. Rodney Fincham. Handing the win light over to Bill Hensley in the right. Puts down a pretty good lap. 011, dead 7 on the 667. 18 total. His hot rod dips at 8 thou under. But was done here at the tree with a 1 thou red light. So Bill Hensley moving on to the next round. Is next up in the right, we have Sarah Major, dialed 595 in the 71 Maverick. I think the plate says Swamp Rat, whatever that means. Jesse Long in the left, out of Georgia, dialed 656. Is going to leave first by just over a bulb. Both of them 00. Add them up to 009. Oh boy. Left lane 001. 655 with a 9 on a 656. Puts it 1 thou under. Sarah Major in the right. 008. Dead on 5. That's 13 total. Left lane 1 and under a thou getting there 13. Sarah Major 13 total. Pretty stout lap. Moving on.
Right lane, we got another Fox body Mustang, say right around 1990 or so. Left lane got another one of those pickups. Left lane gonna leave first, right lane gonna try and chase him down, and left lane 9 thou too early. Right lane was ready, 007, and turns it 9 thou under for the win. Moving on to next round. Left lane 1 under with a 0, but the 9 thou up front too early. Ended his day for today. So moving on to the next pair, we got looks like I want to say 71 Camaro, 1970 Camaro, Matt Weston.
Nailed it.
And Mike Barber, another one of the Mustangs. Mustang's pretty popular out here this week. Actually had one, I believe, right in the winner's circle last night.
That's the one you're looking at him.
That's the one? Okay, yes, the white one, yes.
Looking at him, bro.
Yes. Ooh. And right lane cut Mike in half, so he's got his work cut out from here. Let's see if he can get it turned into a win light. And he can't. He runs it 11 thou under. Right lane takes it 1 thou under. It's a pretty good lap. Right lane getting there first, a thou. So 011, 1 thou under. That'll bring him back for third round.
Next up in the left, we got Miss Mia Tedesco out of Pennsylvania. And the, what is that, 67 or 68?
I'm going to say 68.
68 Camaro. Mr. Donnie knows a lot more about cars by looking at them than I do. And in the right lane, we got Mr. Garrett Browning, dialed 632, out of Florida in the S-Dime. I'm not saying I can't tell the difference between the Camaros, because my whole life that's all my dad had, but I got to be like next to it. I can't really tell from right here, you know what I'm saying? Miss Mia, another one. 1 stinking thou red and 1 thou under. Perfect on the track. No, -2 on the track. If it was 001 green and 1 thou under, that'd be perfect on the track. 1 thou under and 1 thou red for Miss Mia. Garrett Browning, 024 and 10 thou under. Says right here in quotes, the squirrel. Garrett Squirrel Browning out of Florida. Moving on to the next round. He gets a time run here in Biondo round 2 on Moser Engineering Friday. Very chomping at the bit for the 100K. I don't know if it's 100K of Moser's money or Pete's money. I hope it's Pete's money. He gave a little away this morning, 2,200 bones in the reaction time challenge.
Here we got another pair of S10s going down the track. Left lane giving chase. Pretty much even up front, and left lane going to get it done. 634 with a 1 on the 632. Right lane, left lane got there first, 9,000. Right lane just a little bit slower, 25 above with the 025 on the start. Couldn't get it done, so left lane moving on. Gotta give it a second, let that left lane get off the track. Right lane, we got, looks like I'm gonna say Vega, mid-70s Vega, dialing at 608. Gonna try and chase down that, I'm going to say that's an early Nova. I'm going to say 63, 64 in the left lane, dial 663 out of Wadley, what is that? Wadley, Alabama. Wow, look, okay, we got a pair of Alabama on the starting line. Right lane bumping it in. 021 in the left, 011 in the right. Right lane got a little bit of advantage. And he turns it into a win light. 011. Dead on with a 9. 20 totals, coming back for round number 3. Right lane got there first, 2,000, broke it out 7,000. He just gave up a little too much on the starting line. Then we got Mr. Trevor Denton in the left lane, dialing the 648 in that nice 93 Grand Am. That makes a nice looking race car. And then right lane, another 67 Chevy 2. Dialed in a 626. So left lane getting about 2200 spot. Right lane gonna try and chase it down.
Attention all fall flingers. The apparel is open. It's been open. It's Friday, and they have select t-shirts left. So I'd get over there if you want to get you one. About to run out. Probably won't be there tomorrow, so go over there and get you your Fall Fling t-shirts. Go ahead, Donnie. Let her rip.
Right lane, 14, dead 5, no good. Left lane, 005, 1 over with a 1. So that's 16 total, taking 3,000. So didn't leave right lane, didn't leave much to get in on. He was 16 total. Right lane was 014, so he didn't have much to work with. Left lane moving on.
Oh yeah, there it is. Right lane, JJ Pennington. Jed's Spawn. That's what that's called, right? Spawn? Kid? Fellow announcer, dialed 649. And the truck, I think I butchered it yesterday, he calls it Blueberry, I think. Taking on Wes Weaver out of Virginia in the 81 Camaro, dialed 553. As I'm getting texts for final call for round 2 door cars. Final call, round 2 door cars. You got a car with doors, it should be in the lanes or have ran already. Round 2 door cars, you should be in the lanes or have already run. As Wes Weaver gets it done, 005, 1 over with a 7. JJO 26, 2 over with an 8. Behind 32,000 at the stripe, probably dropping a decent amount at 104 miles an hour. Wes Weaver, 5, 1 over 7, getting it done, moving on, round number 3. His left lane next pair, Todd Whited in the Cutlass, slammed low 539 Cutlass. Taking on Carol Click in the Deuces Wild Nova. Nova, right? Nova, as you call it? Nova? Pretty stout door cars. 548 in the right. 014 to 016. The right lane's going to get done. Miss Carol Click. 16, dead 1, 17 total. Getting there 33 thou. Left lane 14. 3.5 hundredths above at 129. Not going to get it done. As the next pair is David Holton in the left in his 69 Camaro out of South Carolina, dialed 568. Might have had some numbers mixed up in the box as Vega John in the Nova is 004, 3 over, getting there a whole lot, like a lot. Left lane problems or something, 375 on the tree and 7 above.
I'm going to go 85 in the right lane. Oh, didn't give it a year, but I'm close. 1 year either way, I'll say 1985 Monty SS. Coming in at 618, going to give chase. See if he can run down that 71 Pinto on the left, dial in a 676, Dave McClellan.
Where's CT? Kentucky? No.
Connecticut?
Connecticut.
I would rather guess. And we're away and got 017 in the left. Right lane with a 13th hour advantage, coming in at 004, turns it into a win light. Taking triple nickel at the finish line, 555. Going to 622 with a 1 on the 618. That'll be good enough to move on to the next round. And looks like we're just going to do a little bit of cleanup on the starting line right here for a minute. And then we'll be right back to the Moser Engineering Friday $100,000 Bristol Motor Speedway racing event.
All squad, I'll make sure everybody knows that door cars, indoor cars only, all the door cars for round 2 should be in the lanes. So we're getting close to flipping. So all the door cars should be here and ready to roll for round 2. That's why we'll keep touching on the Hubbard Heating and Cooling Fall Fling Points Fund, or Points Championship, excuse me. If I could talk, that'd be great. It's $5,000 to win the points. You get 10 points per round, 5 points in the buyback round. So I know Mike Barber went out that round, right? I think so. He went out, to Matt Weston. So Barber, after yesterday, was probably in the lead on the points with a win, but just went out. So first place is up for grabs, $5,000 in a custom painted helmet and trophy from Todd's Extreme Paint. So thank you, Mr. Joel Hubbard, for giving us the points fund.
All right, we got Tim West in the right, dialing in a pretty stout 504 in the 2000 Monte Carlo, coming out of Asheville, North Carolina. Left lane, got another one of the popular Mustangs, 1989, dialing a 616. This is putting out first call for odd red dragsters. Odd red dragsters to the lanes.
Right on the head. I got word yesterday after butchering it. Destiny Pugh in the left. If Donnie was up here, he got it right the first time I asked him to guess it. So Mr. Tim West in the right, 016.
Right lane getting it done, 016, dead on with a 1, 17 total. Moving on to round 3. Left lane, we got Bug McCarty in that 91 Sonoma pickup. Coming in at 609, he's going to give chase. Brian Tolson in the 70 Nova. Brian turns at 4th thou red. Bug is 021. Probably not where he wanted to be, but he goes dead 5, so 26 total. Getting it done. That'll move him on to round 3. Rich Nowitzki in the right lane. We're not going to see too many of these this weekend. He's got a 38 Dodge. And the left lane, we're back to that Sonoma pickup, 94 S10 pickup. And the left lane got a 001, so right lane got his work cut out for him and not going to get it done. Left lane 001, dead on with a, as my buddy Timo would say, goose egg 0 for a 1-pack in the left lane. He came ready for battle on Friday. Moser $100,000. Right lane 023, dead 3, not a bad lap, but not when the guy in the other lane's got a 1-pack against you.
I think that's our third 1-pack on the door car side for the Brodix runoff. So we have 3 1-packs. We'll have to go down to the tiebreaker unless somebody can be perfect. Like my buddy over here to the left that just walked in, Mr. Buns. Mr. Buns Height. Come up here to try some announcing after he just turned on the win light in Biondo round 2. We're still in round 2, right, Buns?
Yeah.
We're still in round 2, though, right?
Yeah.
Next pair up, we got Garrett Griffith. 007 on the tree, dialed 642, puts it 16th thou under. Giving the win light over to the right lane, Tom Doyle, dialed 613, puts it 6th thou under. And getting the win, the double breakout win by 10th thou? That's what that says, right? Yeah, 10th thou. Again, is Mr. Donnie said, odd red dragsters. Odd red dragsters only. Bring them up. We are ready for you. We're getting to the end of the door cars. Jason Palmatier in the left lane, down at 615. Breaks it out 5 thou with the 009 light. Mr. Eddie Longaney, my golf car man. Victory Lane Golf Carts. 011 on the tree, 1 over with a 4. Getting it done and moving on. Stays behind 21 thou. Might have grabbed him some break at only 101. Mr. Eddie going to go ahead into round number 3.
And we're back. We got the, surprisingly, we got a Mustang in the left and a S10 pickup in the right lane. Who would have thought that? But we got Brian Thompson out of Tennessee in the right lane with his 90 S10 pickup. And we got Wesley Washington Jr. out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, 86 Mustang. Mustang going to give chase a little under a second, about 9-10 spot. And we're away, right lane, got a advantage, 017, 036, and he turns it into a win light, 017, dead on with a 6, 23 total, taking 16th thou. It's a pretty decent lap. Left lane, 36, dead 3, not going to get it done.
How could he have gotten done?
And up in the left lane now, we got Willie Rosenbaum in his 66 Chevelle. Dialed in a 577. You're going to give chase, see if he can run down Brian Griffin in the right with that 71 Vega. Dialing in a 645. We got all 4 lit. Let's see what they do. Oh, right lane was ready, 003. Left lane, 008 red. A little bit early, right lane. 642 with an 8, a little bit fast on a 645, but the left lane was 008 red, so it didn't much matter after that.
Odd red stickered dragsters. Red odd sticker dragsters to the staging lanes for round number deuce. Red and odd. If you're a little odd like Donnie, our buddy up here, and you got a red sticker, we need your dragster to these staging lanes. Oh, baby. Here we go. I'm back. I'm loud and I'm proud. We got BJ Tipton in the right lane, the motor mile side, 626 the dial. He's out of Green Mountain, North Carolina. Jimmy Williams in the left side, Ridgeland, South Carolina. The north versus south battle, 630 the dial in the left lane. That is a third gen in the right lane, though, Tim. In case you guys on Motor Mania can't tell.
I rock.
Z. We've got 3 lit, third gen taking his deer time. Here we go. Oh, baby, True Star win. Going to the third gen, BJ Tipton. He's going to be 7 red. Left side of the racetrack's 21 red. BJ Tipton, win light on to round number next.
Amy Goodman, next pair up in the left, dialed 596. Taking on Mr. Eric Thomas in the right lane, dialed 577. You all right?
Just need a little charge, bud.
I need some charge. I only got one little bar left.
Well, then you take the charger. I'll talk. Like you said, Eric Thomas, 577 the number. Jamie Gordon in the left lane, 596.
Who's got?
We're away, 4th out, separate him, advantage left lane. Other end of things is going to be the left lane, Jamie Goodman. Jamie Goodman, 16 here, dead 0 down there, 16 total. Eric Thomas, 20 here, 1 over 1 down there. Margin of victory, 15th out to the left lane. Steve Helton out of Rogersville, Tennessee, 620 the number. Zach Helton. Oh, baby. Are these brothers? Are these bruvs? Are these bruvs or father-son?
Oh, buddy, I don't know. They have the same last name. They're both out of Rogersville, Tennessee.
All right, we didn't ask you to come be a pessimist here, bud. We just asked you if they're brothers because you know.
They might be related.
Okay, we have a relation battle.
Odd blue dragsters.
Odd blue dragsters. Odd blue dragsters. We need you. Odd and blue dragsters to the staging lanes. So the battle of the relation, one's going to be 25 foul in front here in the right lane. He's out of Rogersville, Tennessee. The other one's out of Rogersville, Tennessee. I'll bet you a guy from Rogersville, Tennessee just won. That's Zach Helton. Zach Helton, he's 3 here, 2 over 3 down there, taking 29. Steve Helton, I don't know if it's the brother, the father, the daughter, or the mother. He's 28 and 2 over 7.
Wonder if these two have ever met. Steve, Zach. Zach, Steve.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Once again, odd blue dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Odd and blue colored sticker dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 2.
Left lane, Clayton Roberts, dialed 552. Both drivers, 00. Joe Meach in the right and gets the win. 8 dead 3 getting their 9th thou. Mr. Clayton Roberts, who actually texted me a minute ago, my home builder. 007, 1 over with a 3, 20 total, not a bad lap in Biondo round 2. But the right lane puts it 11 total on the track, getting their 9th thou. So Clayton is done. Maybe that 20 pack might be best losing package, get him 500. What do you think? You think 20 pack stands up for round 2?
Negative.
No shot?
No shot.
What are the like?
It's hot out there, Tim. I don't know. You've been staying in the staging lanes. You might have bumped your head.
19% chance?
16.
16, okay.
Oh, well, I already cleared out the computer, so I did it twice. This one's going to go to the left lane, 623 with a 2 on a 622. I don't know reaction times because I was quick on the trigger finger. This is going to bring up E.J. Womack. E.J. Womack out of Lillington, South Carolina, and Chris Galletti. He's out of Tomball, Texas. 623 the dial. E.J. Womack, 598 the quick time. Sporting a 70 Nova, and we have a round body S10. Wheels up start for Chris Galletti. They're both not very good, but one's 14th out better. It's going to be Chris Galletti. He's all over. He's 33 here, dead 5 down there, 38 total. And that leaves E.J. Womack's 47 mathematically ineligible.
What did I tell you about 47?
You never win.
He's 47 on the tree, wasn't he?
He did not win.
And I was about to say, did he win?
Nope. Negative. Negative. The computer says that Chris Galletti did.
That brings up our final door car, or by car, Mr. Thomas Bell out of Georgia.
Tomas.
And a pick him up. Is that a vape, bro?
Are you calling me out?
Are you vaping? Oh my God. You're 30-something.
And trying to quit smoking, Tim.
Right lane 025, 1 over with a 0. 35 total on the single. The freebie, the time run. Biondo round 2. That ends the door car side as we pull up the long and skinnies. Lawn darts. What do they call it? Some rails?
Just rails.
Oh, just rails?
I think that's what they call them, just a rail.
Lawn darts, rails, long and skinnies.
Skinnies, short and skinnies, there's a couple.
Who's skinny?
I'm not skinny. So, yeah, once again, we need odd and blue colored dragsters to the lanes. If you're not on your way or here, you should be. Blue and odd.
That's all odd.
That'd be all odd. All odd numbered dragsters to the staging lanes for your round number 2. We're gonna have a little track prep here, a little preparation for the long and skinnies or the long darts, whatever Tim wants to call them. So
we drive people. We drive bracket racing because reliability, accuracy, and consistency is what goes round and wins races. An all-in-one solution tailored to your application. Walk the pits and you'll begin to see fuel tech everywhere.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
So here we are at our 3rd annual Jag Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, and this is another edition of Terminator Tips. Today we're going to talk about something that's a little bit outside the box. Usually we're talking about reaction times and we're talking about how...
Cody Nelson out of Morgantown, North Carolina, 522 the number. We should have gave him the hood scoop.
We do have hood scoops to give away.
I mean, that hood scoop, I'm not a fan.
I think we gave one of them. Is there one over there?
I think I got the test.
We gave 2 out? But he would definitely need one. That's a 97. That's probably your OEM one.
We could put a 23 scoop on a 97 Racecraft.
Would it then be like a 2000?
We could split the difference.
12? Yeah.
Yeah, 2012, 2003. Here we go. 10th out, separate him. The 97 in front, Cody Nelson. Can he finish the job? He's gonna. Cody Nelson's 14 here, 2 over, 3 down there, taking 4. Mike Harbaugh, we'll see you tomorrow for 30 grand, 30 little ones. 24 here, 1 over 7 down there, no good. Next pair, Robert McGraw. Robert McGraw, 470 on the dial-in board. He's out of Plattsmouth, New England, Nebraska.
N-E is...
Well, listen, it could be. I'm from the north, man.
That might be New England.
No, New England's not a state. Nebraska's a state.
I get it, but he comes from...
What about the colony? He might be from the colonies, the 13 OG colonies. Robert McGraw.
Whoever's with Mr. McGraw, we need to know, are you from Nebraska?
Here comes the geography major. Come, if you know our states, come to the tower. We need to see you. Marlon Goetz on the right side out of Troy, Texas. 487 the number. 1,700 separate them here. Who's it going to be? 2,000 difference. Take that 17. It's going to be Marlon Goetz. Oh, he has a hiccup. Someone had a hiccup. Marlon Gates, 20 here, 1 over 2 down there, getting there 2/10. Robert McGraw, whether you're from New England or Nebraska, it don't matter no more. We'll see you tomorrow. Bruce Thaxton in the left lane. He's out of Butler, Georgia. 560 the number. It's got to be high gear only. Ryan Ernst. Ernest? There's no N in there, but Ernest. 469 out of College Grove, Tennessee. Sporting the 22 Miller. Deuce in the boot. Couple flickers. We have 4 lit. Here we go. Oh, baby. It was bound to be a good one. Bruce Jackson, he's 7 here. It's not going to matter, though. Ryan Ernest, 3 thou red. Not to mention that. I mean, that's a 12-pack. That's a 12-pack. Bruce Jackson with a 12-pack on a red light.
Ernest puts it dead 8, 12 total on the left, dead 8 in the right. So he had to be what or better, Bones?
Well, I mean, he realistically would have had to be like 4 or better.
Attaboy. See, your head's on straight today with 2 win lights. So you can do math.
Dude, I can hit the tree within 4 thou.
I'm going to start asking you colors.
Eden Lucard, ketchup and mustard. 478 the dial. He's out of Richmond, Virginia. Mike Larkin. He's Larkin. The motor mile side of things. 496 the number. I really wish I had a southern accent.
Why?
Because Lil J, he makes it sound so good up here.
How about Hot Rod?
Oh, man, he sounds real good, too. I was talking to Hot Rod in the lanes. We were yelling at each other.
Yeah?
Yeah, he told me if I turned on power, he turned on power. He followed suit.
His accent's so southern, it could literally give you some as you guys start.
I would say if I would sit here and talk with him, it would start going.
We might have to get that done. Is Mike Larkin gets it done. 006 puts it a thou under, getting there 6, getting there taken, whatever it is. Win lights on, left lane. Lucard 13 in 2 thou under. 2 thou under left, 1 thou under right.
2 thou.
Margin of victory is 1 thou. On the breakouts is Larkin's moving on. Lucard is done. We'll see you tomorrow.
There, hit it.
Scott Gibson Jr. in the left. J.R. Hodges in the right. Pretty close to a heads up, even, whatever we were decided that
even drag
was
race
yesterday.
400s from an even drag race. Well, this is going to turn it into an even drag race. Oh, baby. Scott Gibson. 1 here. 1 over 6 down there, getting there 13. J.R. Hodge, he's 17 here. 1 over 3 down there. We'll see you tomorrow, J.R. Scott Gibson on to round number 3. Blaine Mayer, 480 the number. He's out of Woodstock, Virginia. I don't know about Woodstock. Is Woodstock in PA, or is that Georgia?
I thought Woodstock was
PA.
Wasn't there that one in New York?
A Woodstock in New York?
Wasn't it?
I don't know. Either way, we got Dylan Witherow in the right lane out of Summer Duck, Virginia. 468 number.
Just stop. The southern accent does not fit you. I've known
Just
you
trying
my
to get
whole
like
life,
Hot Rod, man.
Your whole life.
Hot Rod, he's got a lot of swagger out there.
The southern accent would not look good or sound good coming out of your loud mouth. Loud southern.
Loud and southern. Here we go. 20,000 separate them here. Down there, it's going to be Dylan Witherow. He's 9. Dead 1. 10 total. 10 total. Behind 9 at the finish line. It doesn't matter. Margin of victory is 21. Dylan Witherow's way. Blaine Mayer, he's 21 here. 200 under down there. That would make him what, Tim? Oops.
21 on the tree, mathematically ineligible.
Yes, sir.
Right lane 10 total. Cut him in half. He's still ineligible by half a thou.
Half a thou ineligible. If you cut him in half.
Divided by 2 is
10.5.
And my man in the right was 10 total.
That'd be
So
5 little baby ones.
Still, if you cut it in half, 000.
5 little baby ones behind, even if we cut them in half.
Left lane, Joshua Owens. 487 in his American Dragster out of Tennessee. Right lane, Joseph Bagwell. And a 2000 Horton. Tim Horton. Right lane, 14 dead ones. 464 with a 1 on the 464. Left lane, 009 had the advantage by 5 thou letting go. Might have gave it too much brake pedal, too much down there to put it 2.5 over.
Yes, Tim.
Getting behind 20, giving the right lane the win.
Tyler Mosley out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina. 481 the number. Jeremy York. Now this is the guy who won a day at the Summer Fling, not his brother.
This is the guy who did what we all kind of thought was impossible that day, is beat Mr. Peeps twice in a row.
The double. He pulled a delightful double on
He
Peeps
beat him in the semis, and then he beat him in the final.
Sheesh, he's a bad man. Jeremy York, 459 out of Salem, Indiana, or 455. I don't know why I said 99. And then, yeah, Tyler Mosley. He's 481. 481's the number. We're going to see who can get the job done here. Woo. Oh, it's not going to be Tyler Mosley. He's 18 on the red side. Jeremy York, he's 3. 2 thou under. That was going to be a good one. Good thing he didn't waste it. Jeremy York on a round number next. Shane Maddox. Shane Maddox in the 23 Maddox. This is just crazy. Do you think that he owns Maddox?
I know yes. His family.
So his family owns Maddox? Well, they got some bad to the bone dragsters. I love the name. I like it all. 450 the number. Nick Warren in the right lane out of Nicholasville, Kentucky. 469 the number.
So Nick's in the right lane out of Nicholasville. And in the left lane we have Maddox in the Maddox.
This is a crazy world.
Is that like onomatopoeia?
This is an onomatopoeia. I wouldn't want to be it. We got a couple flickers.
Yeah, we got a little flicker in the right lane. His right lane is 13 on the tree. Maddox 7th thou behind, 020. And the win light's going to Maddox. 20, 6th thou under. Right lane 13, 8th thou under. Getting there 9. By 2 thou, left lane turns on the power. The double breakout. Right lane needed a little more brake pedal. A little more womp womp. Hibbity hoobah, whatever you want to call it.
Dylan Cogan's out of Bufford, Georgia. 470 the number. Dennis Long out of Chesapeake City, Maryland. 499 the dial. See, he might have put one of the new hood scoops on already. It doesn't even match. You know what, Tim? I'm surprised you haven't started rocking visors yet. You seem to be into the whole dad life thing. You need a visor.
What are you saying?
I mean, Dukes wears visors.
My dad?
Yeah.
Well, maybe when I'm 50, I'll rock a visor.
Well, listen, I wasn't calling him 50. I was just saying you need a visor. Back on the racetrack, Dylan Cogan's, he's 18 here, dead 2 down there. That's going to make it 20 total. And that's going to make Dennis Long, his 25 reaction time, mathematically ineligible. 25 here, dead 8 down there. That ain't going to matter. Mr. Cogan's on to round number 3. Shane Carr, the man, the myth, the legend. 458 the number. Out of Killen, Alabama. Courtney, this is a little French for me.
I got you.
Grisset. 430 the number. Giving a little chit-chat with the starter right now.
Apparently isn't going to talk right now as I'm trying to pull up the Motor Mania line.
We got 4 lit. They weren't doing anything. Oh, Courtney Grisset, she's 8 red. It was going to be a good one. Shook Shane, he's 3 and way over. He didn't need that pass. Abort. Shane Carr on a round number 3. Jimmy Fuller is part of our next pair, 495 the number. He's out of Savannah, Georgia. He's going to square up with Joey Cameron. Joey Cameron, 478 the number, out of Mount Vernon, Ohio. It is 17. This is a Maddox versus Maddox. 5 years separate them. One's a 2003 Maddox, or 2023, I'm sorry, Maddox. One's a 17 Maddox.
As my man Buns tries to figure out how to pull up the Motor Mania chat, the live feed, so we can be a little interactive and see how bad we are doing, as he says. Right lane cuts the left lane in half, and the right lane gets the win. 16, dead 8 for Mr. Joey Cameron. Jimmy Fuller.
Oh, their father and son.
Who?
The house lease or whatever?
Oh, yeah, who are we talking about? Jimmy Fuller, 31, 1 over 8. Almost approaching 50 total. Not going to get it done. Running for $100,000 today. Beautiful Friday here in Bristol, Tennessee.
Yo, they're saying butter the biscuit, man.
Left lane, Dawson Putman, excuse me, dialed 446. Right lane, Dale Thaxton. Dale, do it for Dale, number 3, out of Butler, Georgia. Dialed 519.
Word on the street is they want to hear Peter's southern accent. Peter beyond
the boss?
The boss. Dale Thaxton, he gonna get it done out of Butler, Georgia. 5 here, 1 over 3 down there, taking 16. Dawson Putman, we'll see you tomorrow. 16 here, 1 over 8 down there, no good.
So they want to try and do a southern accent?
That is the word on the street of the live chatters, the chat bleachers.
I don't think he could.
We have Mr. Herbert Elkins. Wants it bad. Now, he said. Not in 5 minutes. He wants it now.
Well, Pete's in the lane, so he's taking over my job right now. So if we need Pete, I got to go out there, and it's pretty sunny, and I don't really want to go out there, so we're going to leave him.
We'll leave him.
We're not going to call him.
So we got John Budkowski.
Budkowski. And let's go ahead and do the other one.
Washingtonville, New York, 457 the dial. And Joe?
Jules Rid.
Out of North Carolina, 487 the number. Little 3/10 spot here. Who you got, Tim? Red versus blue?
I like blue, but I'll take left lane.
Take the lefty?
I like red.
Oh, baby, left lane. He's 9th out back.
In trouble, that's all you know.
Budkowski, 27 here. Dead 8 down there. That's going to make him something like 35 total. Taking 10. Margin of victory 10. On to round number next. Tim Kelly out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 483 the number in the left lane. Chris Garrett, 442 out of Richmond, Kentucky. And the right lane in his 2003 Ultra Tech. Someone's warming the converter up.
Mr. Tim Kelly in the left was our dragster winner on Tuesday, Tuesday, whatever day it was. He won the American because he's from Ohio, he told me. Tim Kelly from Ohio takes an American dragster is what he said.
Cincinnati, Ohio, actually, Tim.
Well, he didn't specify. He just said he's from Ohio, so he's taking the American. I says, okay.
Well, what if you were from Kentucky?
And he would have taken a race tech because it's closer to North Carolina.
4th out, separate him here. Tim Kelly in front. It's going to be Tim Kelly. Oh, man. Tim Kelly, he is 11. Dead 3, 14 total. Gets there 58. Chris Garrett must have had something wrong, or he just put him on his helmet. But if 158, that doesn't look like helmet speed. Tim Kelly on to round number 3. Kevin Brandon, 455, the number out of Gaffney, South Carolina. But he's going to boogie down Broadway here in the left lane. And Mark McKay, 479 out of New Boston. Massachusetts? Or is that Minnesota?
Michigan.
Michigan.
MN is Minnesota. MI is Michigan. What was the other one he said?
Montana?
Your shot. All right.
Memphis?
Whatever I said good about you earlier, having your head on straight for today with 2 win lights, they were both red, so they don't count.
A win light's a win light, buddy. You can sit here and pray for win lights all day and not get them. I'm not going to care. But if they're going to throw them at me, I'm going to take them.
This side, 008 to 018, right lane with the advantage. And the win light. I heard somebody pump it down there. It might have been KB in the left. 18, 2 over with a 6 in the left lane for KB. Not going to get it done. Mid-40 total. Right lane, Mark McKay. 008, as I said, 1 over with a 6. Gets there 20. Taking out heavy hitter Kevin Brannon.
Who's driving his door car?
His door car is his wife?
No, she's in the wagon.
No, she's in the wagon. And his father-in-law is in his door car. He jumped in. They did the old switcheroo today. Is Mr. Jerry Brewer in the right, Big Brewer, out of Lumberton, North Carolina. Dialed 461, and Frank Lacates in the left. My man over here is doing the fist bumps. He doesn't have a mic in his hand. He's excited to say that it's in heads up, 461 a pair.
461 a pair drag race. This is going to be exciting. I've been waiting for this for 2 days, 3 days now. Four let. Here we go, baby. Fourth foul, 5 foul separating Jerry Brewer in front of this heads-up drag race. Who's going to be? Oh, no. Frank Lactates.
Go hit your pen again, or that whatever that thing was. That
is
vape
not
thing.
internet talk. He is 6 here, 1 over 6 down there.
I'm sorry.
Slides behind 30 to win. Jerry Brewer's 1 here and 9 little foul under his dialing.
I'm sorry, my friend.
Neither one went heads up.
Called you lactates, Mr. Lacates. My friend over here. He doesn't have a fling shirt on. He just came in off the street. We offered him a job.
The interview went well.
Kind of smells. He's a little homeless.
Travis Nelson, part of your next pair out of Knoxville, Tennessee. We're done talking about that. Bradley Snowball, 466 the number. If any of you guys wondered, Tim really is not my friend. Nelson Travis is going to go on to round number 3 via foul red light by Bradley Snowball. He's 10 red, 10 8, no good. Travis Nelson, 14 here, 12 foul under down there. Barry Brown, 446, squaring up with Scott Carmen. Scott Carmen out of Hardingburg, Kentucky, 489 the number. I think I just heard a blower rip.
Feet is something happened. Right lane, double O S-word show is going to be all over this one. Buns, pay attention. What is going on here? Right lane 17, 2 foul under, getting there a second.
Well, Tim, you know, this is a good case of Barry Brown forgot to let go, and he pulled the horseshoe all the way out.
Forgot to let go and
forgot to stick it.
Half a second over?
Well, he gave it up. But that's a case of you don't turn your head.
Right lane was dialed for Wally World and took it there. 2 thou under the dial.
I believe the term is NDMF.
Oof, easy. Left lane, Chris Johnson out of the Johnsons. Grabbed $1,000 this morning in the reaction time challenge right out of Pete's pocket. 014 on the 474 dial and gets the win. Dips at 5 thou under. Right lane, Mike Nelson. 024. More under. Dialed 509, goes 506 with a 4. As the left lane, Mr. Chris Johnson, already $1,000 richer after this morning. Moving on to round 3. His next pair up. Well, you got something to say?
We got a request.
From who?
They need your southern accent now.
Who?
The fans, man. The bleachers.
I'm not good at it.
Tam. My name is Tam Flasher, and this is Joe Gary in the left lane.
Give me 10 more years of living in North Carolina, and I might say y'all.
Guys, he's not very fun, is he? Either way, Joe Gary, 450 the number. He's out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina. And we got David Wessler out of Thurman, Maryland, 25 up here. He's 23 behind. It's going to be Joe Gary. He's all over it. 6 total. Dun, 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 dun. Joe Gary, 6 total. Getting there 19. Margin of victory, 19. So David Wassler, despite you now winning, you're going to go in the drawing for best dialer. I mean, you're a dead donut.
Anybody dead donut. Buns.
I missed it by a thou?
You miss a lot of things by a thou.
It's always short by 1 thou.
Attention, everybody. Everybody racing. Well, let's announce this pair and then I'll do it. Nate Elliott in the right, 457. Has 100 advantage over here. As it might be a little tough to see out there. Jason Guthrie, dialed 497. Let's go 100. 100 by accident. 1 over 0 down on the track. 498 with 0. Attention to the pits. All racers still left in competition. Dragsters in the pits right now. Shut them off. Don't warm it up. Listen up. The sun is out. We all see. Shining on the scoreboards. Everybody, please check your dial-ins in the water box. Check your dial-ins, please, in the water box. Not on the scoreboard. A little sunny out there. We have a great forecast. But the sun right now is buzzing pretty hard on the boards. So check your dial-ins.
Buzzing like a bee. Marty Martin.
Party Marty.
Party Marty, 451. He likes to party. He's 12 in front. Dennis Young, 454 is the number. Who's it going to be? Survey says Party Marty. He's 40 here, 2 over down there. Stays behind 20. Dennis Young, he's 52. And 11th thou under. Party Marty, he's going to party his way into round number 3.
Chris Ferguson, right lane. Last night's runner-up. Dialed 463 out of Florida. He was rolling yesterday. He's 00 a lot.
Is that Glenn Ferguson's kid?
Glenn Ferguson's son. Yes, that's Glenn right there. Usually they double, but single entries only this weekend. He put Chris in. I think he won 30 grand in the middle of the year at Virginia this year. He's trying to get 30 grand last night until Mr. Barber stopped him.
Barber's a bad man.
He was. He is. He is a bad man. He was due for one. Usually wins a couple times a year. Left lane, Carson Brown out of Tennessee. It says in the S10, but I know that's a lawn dart.
Is that gold one again?
That's the gold one with the
The huffa. Here we go. Baby. That was going to be a good one. Why can't we just get 2 triple zeros at once? Chris Ferguson, 000, 2 thou under.
Again.
Chris
Ferguson got his Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin from yesterday.
You know what, Chris? If you don't want it, I'll take one.
He gets another one. 000 again. Gets him $50 and another coin. Carson Brown, 001 red. I wish he had a thou in the box and we were all zeros off the light.
That would have been sweet. 6 zeros on the computer?
I mean, pretty stellar. But he got a little nasty down there as both of them put it under.
Yes, sir. Steve Collier, Benton, Louisiana, 468 the number. Cody McDaniel, Coreytown, Tennessee, 453 the number. You got the motor mile or you got the American side? This is a good drag race.
Whatever one you don't want, buddy.
Well, I don't know which one I want.
Round 2, running for 100 grand at the Fall Fling. Everybody here is pretty stout, pretty stellar, besides you. no offense.
3,000 going to separate them here. Top end. It's going to be Cody McDaniel. I was going to take the motor mile side of the racetrack just because I like the motor mile, but he's going to be 17 dead 8. That's going to make him 25 total. Steve Collier, he's 20 here and 3 little ones under. Needs to take 5 or less. Tim Thomas out of Lumberton, North Carolina. He's got a 479 on the dial-in board. And Bob Willing out of Pennsburg, PA. 99 S&W ride. Yes, Pennsburg.
Scoop more, him or the other guy?
What, front and back here?
Guy,
the guy in the puddle or the guy in the starting line?
Wow.
We got 2. If we had 2 more, this would be the time. And I'm going to say the guy in the puddle needs it more because I don't like the color.
You don't like yeller?
Yellow, the blue, and the pink is kind of like the 90s.
Red even? I got you.
Tim Thomas is going to take his way into round number 3 via red light. Bob Willing, 002 red, dead 9. Tim Thomas, he's 25 here, 1 over 0 down there. Tim Thomas on to round number 3.
Odd, blue and red, all odd, blue and red. And now we need red even. Red even dragster. So we have called all odd cars and red even now. All red, all odd. So the only one we haven't called is that other one that I don't want to say because then people will get confused. But red even dragsters. Bring them on up. We need you. Red even dragsters. Slap a dial on. Make sure to check the board and bring them up.
Scotty Neat, he's going to place himself 7th thou behind. Damon Smith, he's got this one in control. It's going to be Scotty Neat, though. Scotty, he's pretty neat. 11 here, 1 over 0 down there. That's going to be 21 total. Damon Smith, he's 4 here, and 3 little ones under down there taking 20. Needs to take 17 or less. That's going to bring in David Collins. David Collins and Justin Harrington. Justin Harrington's out of Middletown, Indiana. David Collins, he didn't have a far ride. He's Rutledge, Tennessee.
Tennessee. Did you get any coffee and donuts this morning?
I actually took the muffins, man.
Muffins? You know who to thank?
This guy right here.
The Harrington.
Justin Harrington. Thanks for my muffins.
Him and his father, Mr. Kurt Harrington, had coffee, donuts, muffins, apples, bananas. I don't know, whatever else. What's that song? Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes.
Yams.
Lambs, hams, dogs, frogs, chickens. They bought everybody at the track coffee, donuts, and all that good stuff. Thanks to the Harringtons, and I believe it's...
Unfortunately, Justin Harrington is going to exit himself out of eliminations today on 100K Friday, brought to you by Moser Engineering. Justin Harrington is 8 red, dead 5, no good.
You're being very vanilla right now.
You want me to get chocolatey?
You're being very vanilla.
I can talk like you. So we have Jim Glenn, 492.
I have to talk
Kellen
like
Farmer, 473.
So I don't swear, because usually I am very colorful in language, so I have to do that.
Well,
you are just loud and don't have to.
Left lane, please.
Red even dragsters, if you like the left lane, please come up. We are right lane heavy. At this time, actually, we'll take any left lane dragster who hasn't run round 2. Left lane dragsters for round 2. Bring them up. As Kellen Farmer turns at 22 thou red, giving the win over to Jim Glenn out of Washington, Mr.
This is going to bring up racing Jason Lynch out of Ashland City, Tennessee. 484 is going to be his number. And Steve, I'm not pronouncing your last name, out of Severn, Maryland. 461 the number. Majestrovich. I think I did pretty good.
Stop.
I think I did pretty good. 461's his dial in the motor mile side of the racetrack. Oh, baby, 20,000 going to separate them up here. Steve's got it in the bag. No, he doesn't. It's going to be racing Jason Lynch. He's 54 letting go. 1/7. Used all of that. If you are going if you're going to the casino tonight's the night for Jason Lynch. Round 2 of the 100 grander?
Yeah, or go get a scratch off or whatever it is that you do when you gamble.
Racing Jason Lynch on to round number 3.
54 and gets it done.
Mike Rogers, Albany, New York.
Not just another
New
Mike.
York native, 493 the number. Jamie Holston, 452.
Is Mike Rogers gets the True Star victory. 3 thou red, leaving first. Jamie Holston is 5 thou red, leaving second. So not just another Mike is going to get another round win. Jamie Holston. Too soon, just had to be green. Didn't matter if it was 50, 100, 10, 00. Left lane dragsters, again, left lane dragsters. We need you. If not, somebody's going to the left. The coin flip will tell us who. Left lane dragsters, Jamie Bridge in the left, dialed 477. And Will Coughlin in the right, dialed 450. 2,000 separate him here. 1 thou separate him down there. 18, 451 with a 3 on a 450 dial. Give the win light to Cawthon. Jamie Bridge, left lane, not too shabby. 16, 1 over 6 for O Canada. Not going to get it done. Gary, excuse me, left lane out of South Carolina, dialed 454. Right lane, Cody Strickland out of North Carolina, dialed 453. Cody turns it 3 thou red, giving the win light to Brooke Gary, who's 14 dead on with a donut goose. Puts her in the drawing for the Best Dialer Award. I believe that's still rolling. I can't remember when we cut it off. If they don't count, I'm sorry if I'm lying to everybody. Dead on with a donut, left lane, 14 total. Cody, 3 thou red, puts it 200 under clean. 451 with a 0 on a 453. Might have got a little nasty down there if he was low O. Just really tested his skills on taking double O. But Brooke Gary moving on. Next, Bruce Howell on the left, out 446 in the Maddox Dragster out of South Carolina. In the right lane, Cody's traveling partner, racing partner, Brandon Lane. And I believe what is the Strickland Dragster, dialed 459. Says on here same, whatever same is. Probably same as the car in front of him. Working the lanes, I noticed they follow each other up, so it's probably just same, ditto, times 2 for the guy that was in front of me. I was stupid, right? No.
You are a stupid face. Oh, man.
Brandon ain't going to mess
What is
this
going
one up.
on right now? That is a real thing here, this sun. That sun on that left lane. Brandon Lane's going to take the win light. It's going to be 8, 1 over 0. Getting there 42. Bruce Holland, 71 here. 11th thou under down there. Ian Woods out of Powell, Tennessee, 483 the dial. Dean Miller in the right lane. Salisbury, North Carolina, 494 is going to be the number.
Red even, all even.
Ian Woods, 30 in front up here. Ian Woods going to get it done down there. He's 16, 1 over 2, taking 005. Dean Miller's 47 and 14 thou under.
What did we say about 47?
You don't win being 47.
And did he win when he
Negative, my friend.
So just keep tallies on that.
Chris Beauchamp out of Clark Summit, PA, 487 the number. And we have Cameron Fredrickson, 448 out of Tampa, Florida. Flow right up. Attention to the pits. Back on the racetrack, Chris Beauchamp's 13 up here. 18 thou under down there. Tim almost punched me in the head. Cameron Fredrickson is 5. And 16th thou under, taking 6. Margin of victory, approximately 22 10,000ths of a second. Cameron Fredrickson, round number 3.
If I accidentally sneak you, you probably deserve it.
0% chance.
100%.
I'm honestly just a nice guy. Hit the button.
We
Ray Miller.
It looks like Ray might be having problems.
Oh, no.
He's got the helmet off. In the left lane, did the burnout. Maybe the car quit. Won't go in reverse.
Got to give the old shake and bake.
Looking at something. So problems for Ray. That's no bueno. Is Donovan Williams in the right is going to wait patiently as we can assess what's going on with Mr. Ray Miller. So again, kids, Fling Kids, the treasure hunt is happening at 6 p.m. behind the fun zone. 6 p.m. Kids Treasure Hunt. We think.
I did get in the bounce house yesterday.
Yeah, how'd you do? You got in the bounce house?
Well, I got the bounce obstacle course yesterday.
Did you slay it?
Oh, I actually raced my girlfriend here, and I kicked her butt, dude.
Did you get stuck?
Almost. It was real close. I didn't think I was going to be able to get over the little mountain thing you got to climb.
Yeah.
So we had to scope it out first to make sure we were going the right way.
Yeah.
And then, obviously you got the climbing steps
Yeah.
on a one.
Yeah.
And I thought she was going to beat me, but I kind of just gave it a yeet.
Yeah.
And, I don't know. I won by about a thou. She told me I was a thou red on the start.
Yeah.
But
she told you you're a thou red?
She told me I was a thou red, and she was perfect.
Atta girl. As they get Mr. Ray Miller backed up, it looks like Donovan's going to have a single, a clean time run here in round 2. See what we can do on the 484 dialing. Flicka. Well,
the reaction time's not on file for this round. I'm not too sure why, but Donovan, he's going to go down there and go 478 with a 7 on a 484. And we're on to the next pair of long and skinnies.
You see what that is right there? You're gonna glaze over that? Man dial?
Oh, the reaction time's there.
No, the man dial.
Yeah, the 600.
500 under?
Yeah.
Attaboy. Next pair.
Brian Thompson in the right lane out of Sneed Ferry, North Carolina. 462 is the number. And Fred Hegberg, Charlotte, North Carolina. 477 the number. So now back to your 47 theory. If he's dialed 477, there is a 47 there.
No, don't count the period.
There's a period.
Yeah, don't count.
All right, just asking. I'm just asking.
Even though it looks it.
Period.
Don't count.
It's period.
Periods don't count.
As long as they don't count Fred Hagberg, he's got a chance of winning this drag race, according to Tim Fletcher. We got 4 lit. 2 fouls separate them. Brian Thompson's in front. I hear someone kicking it. It's going to be Brian Thompson. Brian Thompson, he's 4 dead, 1, 5 total. Fred Hagberg, he's 6, 1 over 3, sliding behind. Brian Thompson on to round number next. Brian Thompson, you're the dog. Chris Wilson, out of Lincoln University, Pennsylvania, 453 the number. And Lester Adkins, out of Corydon, Kentucky, and the 19 Racecraft, 446 the dial. We have 4 bulbs lit, trees falling. It's going to be a 17 in the left lane, 30 in the right. Chris Wilson's all over. Chris Wilson's going to get his job done. 17 dead, 2, 19 total. Lester Atkins, 30 here, mathematically way ineligible. It's going to bring up McKenna Brown, 460 the dial. She's out of Boca Raton, Florida. Is that how I say that? Boca Raton?
Boca Raton.
Boca Raton. Kyle Coltrera, when did he show up?
He had a new entry timer on this morning in the Westbury Dragster.
Well, welcome to the party, Kyle Coltrera. 463 is the number there. It's almost a heads-up drag race, but not quite. Just 300 separate them.
They're almost twinning. They both have 13 model dragsters.
One's a Hey Bo Racing, and one's the same.
As we wait for Mr. Coltrera to find the pre-stage bulb, as he seems as though, from watching, paying attention, he likes to take his time.
Nothing wrong with taking your time, man.
Listen, I get it slow and steady, right?
I get better with time like a watch.
You've been great since senior year of high school.
Exactly, and I'm getting better every year.
I'm just painting a picture for everybody listening. what you should look like in their mind with your voice and what I'm saying. We're going to post a picture.
I mean, honestly, I'm the only time I see. Kyle Coltrera is going to get it done. He's 32 here, 300 down there. McKenna Brown, she's going to be 2,000 red. And I think she gets off the loud pedal to put it 2 over 9. Kyle Coltrera, round number 3. Nick Womack, 460 the number, out of Lillington, North Carolina. Chad Morrison, 458 the number, out of Statesville, North Carolina. It's almost a heads-up drag race. If they dialed up 200s in the right lane, it would have been heads up. Just in case you didn't know, Tim.
That is very true. Good job on math, Buns. Still needing all even dragsters and all red dragsters, even dragsters and red dragsters. We looks like have a decently full set of lanes, but I just want to make sure everybody heard the call. All odd and all red should be up here. Chad Morrison and Nick Womack. Nick Womack goes 460 with a 9 on the 460. But don't get it done. Right lane, 14 on the tree, 460 with a 7 on the 458. The problem here was Mr. Womack, 043 on the tree. So Mr. Chad Morrison gonna move on in the 100K race today. The Friday 100 grander. And Mr. Nick Womack, we will see you tomorrow on Jegs Saturday.
Tremendous whistle, Tim.
Next pair, we got Stephen McCrory in the right. Champ, dialed 481. Left lane, Brady Chapman, out of right here in Tennessee, dialed 462. Going to be spotting Champ, 2/10. And a little itchy on the button. 006 red for Mr. Chapman. Champ, uncharacteristically 034. And 500 under. Another overkill car with a man dial. Left lane Chapman, dead on 1. But 006 on the red side. Ain't going to cut it, ain't going to get it done. Ooh, we haven't had one of these yet. Right lane. Sorry, not on file. 478 is the dial. Left lane, Colby Fuller, out of Savannah, Georgia. Georgia, as my buddy says, dialed 481.
I don't know why you keep telling them we're buddies, man.
I hate your guts.
See? Exactly. Colby Fuller, 481, driver not on file. 478. 300s are going to separate them up here, see what the reaction times do, and it's not going to matter. Driver not on file, 7 here. Dead 2 down there, 9 total. Colby Fuller, we'll see you tomorrow, Bob.
Is that technically wasting a 9-pack?
Hey, in hindsight, yes, but you want to know what we go up there, us racers, Tim, when we're not behind the scenes, we like to go up there and we like to be our best every time. There is that thing on the Beyond Racing Products website that you read. I don't know if Peter or his brother Sal wrote it.
I don't know how to read
that you give it like, you got 60 seconds to be the best you can be.
Yeah.
You might as well just go do it.
60?
So that's exactly what our driver not on file did.
He was the best he could be?
For that 60-second period.
So 9's the best that guy can be, you're saying? I'm gonna go
that exact round, yes, 9.
Hunt that guy down and ask.
9. So this is going to bring up Parker Dotson. Parker Dotson out of Salute, North Carolina, 475 the number. And our man Jeff Serra, 458 the number. If I'm going to guess, he's going to go 458 at like 137. I think he's going with that. High five. You want some cheese?
Gotcha, dog. A little coin.
It's a Kyle Siebel coin. And 50?
Parker Dodson, don't forget to come get your $50 at the Diva desk. Bring the
I need some Peter dollars.
I have the card. You want to go out on town, spend his money?
Delia.
Delia. As next pair, we got Corey Galetti in the right out of Tomball, Texas, in the dragster, down 455. And Tom Kelly, down 509.
9,000 different up here. Who's it gonna be? Corey Galetti, he's 9. 9-1 over 5, taking one little guy.
And that's taking a foul. You heard it down there at 140.
On that note, Tim, I'm going to go get myself ready for my 60 seconds, and I got to be the best I can be.
Do your thing.
All right? I'm going to drop this mic.
And we're back. Cliff Carr left lane, 494. Right lane, Joel Hubbard, Mr. Points Championship sponsor. Joel Hubbard, dialed 460 and gets the dub. Left lane turns to 8 thou red. Joel Hubbard missed it a touch, gets away with it. 049 on the tree. 2.5 hundredths under for Mr. Joel Hubbard. Cliff Carr, that stinking red light. 8 thou red, 3 thou under. Not gonna like that ticket when the right lane's reaction time was 049. Joel Hubbard moving on, grabbing some points. Maybe he can win his own points championship. Do we have going here? $5 to win the points. 10 points you get for every round win. The next pair up is Mr. Timmy Margaglu. Taking on Jason Sizemore in the right. Jason in that 507 99 Mullis Dragster, taking on the brandy spanking new 23 Ultratech of Timmy. They backed it out of the trailer here with wrapping paper on the tires. It has about 7-8 runs on it. Whoever he's got here is how many runs it has. Taking on the 99 Mullis of Sizemore. See who can get it done. Might be Sizemore. He's got 14 thou, and it is Jason Sizemore, 003, 2 over with a 3. Mr. Timmy, 17 and 2 thou under. The 99 Mullis beats the very, very expensive 2023 Ultratech. Sure is pretty, though. At this point, we'll take all dragsters for round 2. You got a lawn dart, spear, whatever they call it, and you haven't run round 2, bring it up. Odd, even, red, blue, all of you, bring it up. Anybody for round 2 in today's 100K. As Brent Martin's in the left, 471. Mr. Party Marty's son, 033's reaction time. 473 with the 3 is the elapsed time. Ain't gonna get it done. 50-something total. Right lane Hayden Whited. 020 on the bulb and 17 thou under. That's 37 total. Getting there 19 thou. Hayden Whited gets the dub, gets the win. As Brent Martin is donezo for the day. We do a little, as they say, touch up, maybe, on the track, just briefly. All dragsters, odd, even, red, blue, all dragsters. Bring them up. As I look over and see about 5 or 6 lanes full of dragsters, full is only about 7 dragsters, so all dragsters. We're getting towards the end, we need you. As I go to the next pair here is Kevin Burkett in the left, dialed 483, and Wyatt Palmatier out of Florida, dialed 463. I love when everybody's got the nicknames. Wyatt Big Papa Palmatier, it says right here. So Big Papa on the right. Taking on Mr. Kevin Burkett in the left. As the win light goes to Mr. Wyatt, 011 on the tree and 2 thou under. Left lane Kevin Burkett, 11 thou red and 1 thou under. Brings out the next pair in the left, Mr. Tom Dauber, the Red Rocket, I think he's referred to as, dialed 472. And Josh Dykes in the right, dialed 473. One little hundredth going to Mr. Dykes in the right. The motor mile side, excuse me. .007 for Mr. Dauber, but too much above. Right lane Dykes, 13 dead 4, that's 17 total, getting their 8th thou. The Red Rocket, 007, 473 with an 8. Add them up. Whatever that is, 8th thou behind at the stripe. Dykes moving on. Next pair out, we got the Quack in the left lane. That's Jack Ostrowski, dialed 441. East Coast Alternators is a sponsor. Pretty stellar mechanic. He fixed my truck when it blew a head gasket a year or two ago. Thank you for that. This is my way of repaying you by shouting out East Coast Alternators again. Taking on Jesse York, dialed 479. In the right. Ooh. 1 thou red for Jesse York. And 1 thou under. Missed being perfect by 2 thou. As the Quack is 11 on the tree and 5 thou under at 161. So Mr. Ostrowski, Mr. East Coast Alternators, is going to move on to round number 3. Mr. Jesse York, going to have to cheer on his brother. Can't remember if he got the dub in the pink taco. Or wait till tomorrow, the both of them. Next out, Wyatt Miles in the right, 471, out of Georgia. I got to say Georgia every time I see Georgia. Taking on Rob Kalibsby. I'm butchering that. And he always runs new media, and I'm sorry for that. Dialed 450. Kalibsky. There you go. Got it. 4 thou's a difference up here. And 1 thou is a different down there. Kalibsky is 11, dead 4, 15 total. Right lane, 15 on the bulb, under a thou, getting there a thou. I'm gonna say going to the 4th digit, he had no chance with the 15 bulb. Breaks it out a thou, didn't really have a chance. Could have put a dead 0 and he wouldn't have got there. 0001. Wyatt Miles is dunzo. Left lane, we got Brianna Parker, dialed 478. Taking on Ken Batchelor, dialed 444s. Out of North Carolina. .003 to 032. Right lane should have it and does. 003, dead 2, getting there 50. Driving around the left lane, getting there 50. 5-pack for Mr. Ken Batchelor. 032 in the left, 2 over with a 5.
Final call. Thank you.
Final call, dragsters, door cars, whoever, round 2. Final call for anybody that needs to run round 2 in the 100K, the Moser 100K race. Biondo round 2, this is your final call. Get it up here if you're a door car, you are way late. Get it up here if you're a dragster, you're semi-late. This next pair is Robbie Hamilton, dial 448 in the left. Turns it 6 thou red. Right lane, Alan Elliott. 456 was the dial, 4:56 was the elapsed time, dead 9. 0:37 was the bulb. Alan Elliott gets the dub. Robbie Hamilton, his day is done. As we get 2 more rolling here. Adam Beauchamp in the right. 444s again, 444 out of Pennsylvania. Seth Street in the left, dialed 473. And that loud 473. Zoomies with the blower, probably the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. Especially Gary Williams' car. So we find the pre-stage bulbs, getting ready to take a sip of my Fresca, I'm sorry. A lot of force for Beauchamp, it ain't a good thing. I hear a lot of smacking of the gas. Seth Street, 23, 400ths above. Not sure what he was doing down there, giving it up. 300ths to the right. Beauchamp, 044 on the tree. 10 thou under, need to take 21 or less. Seth Street smacking the gas down there to not get their 300s, but it worked. 23 and 4 over. Seth Street getting it done and moving on. Next pair we have Dustin Light in the left, out 490 out of right here in Tennessee. And Travis Colangelo in the right. Mr. American Race Cars, dialed 486. So we have Ohio versus Tennessee here. American versus Diamond. Colangelo versus Light, whatever you want to say. Another red light, Dustin Light. James Bond red, that's 007. Everybody probably got that reference, but just making sure. Dips at 9 thou under, 489 with the 1 on the 490. Colangelo 19 on the tree in 6 thou under as he gets a time run. Thank you to Mr. Dustin Light. Next pair we got Jake Woodring in the left, dialed 475. Taking on Josh Baker in the right, dialed 476. Josh had a good little run last night. I think he lost the round of 6. Spun it right back in the lanes for the 15K. I think he got cracked that round also. So started good, ended bad for Mr. Baker, but he's got almost 20 here at the tree. 003 for Baker and 1 over with 8, taking 5. Josh Baker, 003, taking 5. Jake Woodring, 022, dead 4. Not really even in the ballpark with 003 taking 5 for the right. Next pair in the left lane, Cody Wiggins out of Kentucky, 445. Right lane, Carol McCarty, dialed 472. Jaja, another red light for Cody. Well, not another one for him personally, but just another red light. 005 on the red side, 1 over with a 1. 446 with a 1 at 157. Miss Carol McCarty, who I've watched since Ohio, seems to whack it pretty good. 006. Cracking that top bulb. Might have got out of it a touch. Well, a lot. 800s over. 480 with a 2 at 143. As we need odd door cars for the third round. Round trace. Odd door cars. Only odd, please. Odd door cars, round 3. Bring them up. We need you. Odd door cars. Odd door cars. Josh McDaniel and Kenny Hitchcock squaring up here. Hitchcock in the left, 518's a dial. Josh McDaniel, 455 in the right. Give the win light to Hitchcock, 025, 1 over with a 5. As McDaniel had him, 031 and 7 thou under. I seen the scoop rocking down there, taking 16. Needed probably 1.5 more hits to put it dead on. Would have got it done. Hitchcock, 25, 1 over with a 5, 40 total. Shouldn't get it done in beyond round 2 of 100K, but does. Is I have yet to have a door car come up, so I'm going to go for it and say all door cars. All door cars for round 3. Bring them up. As Taylor Holland, dialed 455, is 028 on the tree, and Michael Pascal needs to come up here and visit the swear jar and donate some of that green, that cheddar that he won yesterday is 001 red. Now, I'm not saying it was guaranteed, but 455 in the left, 454 in the right. Left lane, 28, 12 thou above, all out. That's 40 total. Pascal would have had probably got that one done 9 out of 10 times if he was green, going 6 thou under, but he was 001 red. Probably gonna swear when he gets a ticket, so visit the swear jar, Mr. Michael Pascal. Again, all door cars. All door cars. Bring them up. We need some door cars, so I'm gonna call all door cars. As Big Brown takes the win right there, my boy Big Brown. 16, 1 over with a 2. That's 492 with a 2. As David Wiseman, the second. 027 on the tree and 4 thou under, getting there 5 thou. Not going to get it done. Big Brown, Austin Brown, 16, 492 with a deuce on the 491 dial. Next pair we got here in the right, 525, Mr. Gene Drugan Jr. out of Pennsylvania, and a 2003 Carpenter. I was a carpenter once, actually for 5 or 6 years. Carl Jones in the left, dialed 473 as my sister comes in the tower, trying to get her to pick up the mic. Drugan 007, Jones 012, and the win light goes to Jones by 8 thou. 12 dead 3, that's 15 total. Drugan 007, 526 with a 6. 23 thou total, not getting there 8 thou for Mr. Gene Drugan. Carl Jones moving on out of Kansas. 012 dead 3, gonna get it done. We got about 6 or 7 door cars and only 6 or 7 dragsters left. So again, door cars, cars with doors. We have 80, give or take a few, and we have 5. So let's go. Wake up, fuel them up, let's roll. Door cars, door cars, door cars. I ain't gonna say it again. Hayden dial right lane, 459's a dial. Heads up with Vinny Domino, dialed 459. Heads up even, 4 thou separate them. Vinny behind 4 thou, but gets it done. As Hayden dial dips it 1 stinking thou under, getting there 25 thou. 006 for Hayden dial, 1 thou under the 459 dial. Big Vinny Domino, my sister, and now I see why she came up here to the tower. 010, 1 over with a 9. Getting the job done. Is I can do a little work here. Mr. Vinny Domino has his motorhome here that's for sale. 2016 Integra Cornerstone, parked up there on the hill next to me. I'm selling it for him. Call me. We can work something out. It'll be at PDRA next weekend. I'll have it there. Trying to work while I work, if you know what I mean by that. Next up, Dale West, right lane, 478. Taking on Vince Schroeder in the left, out 456. My sister would know, is that one the Shank? Vince the Shank Schroeder. Don't ask why, but he's the Shank, and he's 25 thou behind. Mr. Dale West. Not a bad lap. Oh, all zeros on the tree. Excuse me. Trip, zip. 1 over with an 8. 479 with an 8. The Shank, 25, 22 thou over. Not going to get it done. 47 total. That 47 number comes back again. Not getting it done. That's a lot more than it does. And Mr. Dale West, trip, zip on a tree. As we might have a throttle hung up in the burnout box in the left lane. And we did. I'm in getting it done. Another nasty red light. Josh Duggins, 4 thou on the red side. Jim McDaniel gets it done. 023 on the tree and 26 thou above the dial. 488 with a 6 on a 486 dial. Josh Duggins might have got out of it a little bit there at 143, going 457 on the 453 dial. Turns at 4 thou red, and his day is done. As next pair out, we got Gary Williams in the right, dialed 463. Left lane, Danny Stevens. Throttle is definitely hung open, been hung open, but I'm going to stage it anyway, dialed 476. Or 576, excuse me. So, a healthy 1 second head start going to Mr. Danny Stevens, who might be in trouble, and is. I knew something wasn't wrong with that car. Danny Stevens, 041 on the tree, and a bunch above at 99 miles an hour. Gary, Mr. G-Dub, I'm not going to say you had a freebie right there, but we'll call that one a freebie. 023 and 498 on the 463 dial. Getting there a bunch, getting there a boat. So it looks like we have 2 more pairs of Biondo Round 2 on Moser Engineering Friday 100K, as the door cars have come in, backed up a touch in the road, but we'll get it squared away. Everybody wants the right. Next pair up, we have Alexis Thompson. Guess we can call her Miss Silver State in the left lane out of Nevada. That's Mr. Silver State's daughter, I believe. Dialed 462. Right lane, Danny Sinclair out of South Carolina. Dialed 460. The slight 200th head start going to Miss Thompson. A little bit of a quick tree there. 021 red for Miss Thompson. 009 for Sinclair. And 35 thou above. 463 with a 5 on the 460 dial. Alexis might have put it in and not been ready. 021 red. And 18 thou under the 462 dialing. This is our last pair and a bye run. Frank Falter, the 4th. It's another Candyman, dialed 458. Frank Falter out of the Falters. And Mr. Ron Campbell in the right, dialed 488 out of Tennessee. As I said, our last pair. Probably do a little bit of brooming. We'll get into the door cars for round 3 as we're pulling them up, filling them into the lanes nicely. 018 to 025, Candyman out front. And Candyman with the dub. 18, dead 7, a little high five for mom and dad. Ron Campbell, 25, 489 with a 3 on the 488. That's 13th thou above and too much total, 38 total. As I said, 18, dead 7 in the left lane, pretty stout lap, 025 total, getting there. I believe that was 13, screen went away. And your by car is Buddy Dial, who was 000. I think we had 5 000s. He was trip zip and dead 6 or close. Dialed 473 out of North Carolina. So my wife is texting me prizes that I'll get to after this. James Bond for Dial as he makes a full pull. 472 with an 8 on the 473. 007 was the light. Pretty stout time run. Cruising on into round 3. As we have door cars ready. After a little brooming, we're going to get to it, but I have some prizes to announce. 3 of them. So everybody listen up, attention. Tim Johnson, you have won a $250
All right, here we are in the Bristol Dragway winner's circle with the ATI $30,000 main event champion, Mike Barber. Mike, this Mustang is very popular. It's getting very well known up and down the East Coast. It's almost like you flipped a switch the last couple of years. Not sure if you're doing anything different or you're just practicing more or you're working on the car, but you're turning on a lot of wind lights.
I think we worked on the car a lot. For the longest time, this was not a very good car. And then I got the right people working on it. I have Chris Wilson Racing Engines, his family, they help out. I have, where Shane gives me advice. Tommy Plotz over there. It's just the right people are telling me what to do and helping out. So we turned a car that was not good, but I also think for the longest time driving a car that was terrible, now that it's good, it makes it, I don't want to say it's easier, but it's a little bit easier. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And you know what? This car on alcohol, I watch you, you're very methodical in your approach. And that's probably one of the reasons why it runs very consistent. This thing just prints tickets.
It prints tickets, but not at Bristol. So we'll just say that. So there's been a lot of, I know what it's going to do, and that's what I say. You know, I just know what it's going to do. I know the car. I've had this car, people don't know, I've had this car like 25 years. So I've been racing it a long time. I know, I just know the car, you know. So that's about it.
You feel at home in it, it sounds like, and
yeah. I mean, this was my car. I used to drive it. This was.
Oh, this is like a high school car?
Yeah, this is my car. Yeah. So.
Wow. So listen.
Well, I always say it's like kind of a knife to a gunfight. So.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
That's a sharp knife, pal.
Well, we'll see. I don't know.
So, anyone you want to thank? Any round that stands out to you? You took down a row of hitters, round after round. I mean, everybody here. There's no ducks.
I red lit first round. I was not happy about that. And I had one where I did spin the tires, and the guy just took too much. There was nothing I could do, and that was the lucky one. And I probably shouldn't have been around past second or third round anyway. And then it just worked out. What are you going to say? You know. And but yeah, thanking them. It's the guys I thanked, like Wilson, Marty Flegel. My buddy Tim Rubendahl, that kid, he could be at work, and I'm like, hey, we got to do a converter swap. He's like, I'm at work. I'll be there in an hour. And I'm like, well, you know, but it's just I got the right people around me, and they're making the car good, and then they make me look good. You know what I mean? So
it's all part of it. So we're going into the Moser $100,000 day tomorrow. You have a lot of confidence, I'm sure. Maybe a little intimidation factor that you just come off this win, and you're leading the points.
Well, that's what I joke. We came for the points. We don't care about the money. So, yeah, nothing's going to change. I just assume everybody next to me is going to be 00 dead on. So that's my approach. So, I mean, I'm not going to take anybody light. I ran a bunch of people I don't even know who they are.
Johnson left out 592.
I'm back.
He's back, he says. Mr. JJ is back. I don't think the round went quite how you thought.
No, shook the tire.
Shook the tire, he says, so he's back, which means Pete's up here, which means I got to go to the lanes. So I'll grab this pair here and then hand the mic over to my man's over here, JJ. He can give you guys a little southern twang. As Troy Williams Jr. is 006 in 12th out in front, but breaks it out, taking 20. Left lane, Scotty Johnson, 018, dead on 3. That's 21 total. Crossing second, Troy makes an uncharacteristic mistake, 006. Breaks it out 5 thou, getting there 20. And we'll hang it up for the day on the 100K day, and we'll see him tomorrow. And I'll see you guys on the mic tomorrow, more than likely. I'm going to go rot in the lanes. Here you go, bud.
Thank you to Tim for handling that for me while I was out doing my due. But I'm back now. Bring up Jamie Abercrombie, left-hand side, dialed 585, taking on Marty Dabney in the right. Dabney dialed 493. Dabney is in trouble. 26 thou, separate them, advantage Abercrombie, and the win light goes there as well. 30, dead on 4, 34 total, gets there first by 26 thou as Dabney. 56 dead on 4 as well. The margin at the finish line was the difference at the starting line, and the win light goes to Jamie Abercrombie. Nate Halsey, left side, dialed 615, taking on Bubba Browning in the right, dialed 614. Bubba, one of my neighbors and chaperones for the weekend. Bubba out in front, got 22 thou to work with. Bubba with a win light, 009, sits it down to be 1 above 0, 19 total, getting their first 40. As Halsey, 31, 2 above 8, comes up 4 hun short. Bubba Browning moving on. Greg Walker, left-hand side, dialed 547. Going to take on Paul Moore in the right, dialed 588. Six thou red for Moore. Walker 57 and 5 above. Going to turn on the win light here in round number 2. Jeff Fight, left-hand side, dialed 591, taking on Travis Salter in the right, dialed 533. $13,000, separate them up front, advantage Salter, win light. Salter 002, 1 above 0. 12 pack. Getting the win light as Fight. 15, take 8 thou to be 11 thou under, no good. Travis Salter into round number 4. Paul Mosley left side, down 539, taking on Dallas Cherry in the right, down 590. As attention in the pits, racers, spectators, what have you. Final call for apparel. Under the big tent out here by the bathrooms. Again, final call for apparel under the big tent out by the bathrooms. Final call for all of Fling apparel under the big tent out here. Final call, all Fling apparel by the big tent as Mosley 51 dead, 354 total. Cherry 32, take 34. Lights it up 12 thou under. Win light goes to Paul Mosley. Trey Summers left-hand side, dialed 639. Going to take on John Corbin in the right. Corbin dialed 595. Thou separate them up front. Advantage Corbin. Win light goes to Summers. 20 dead, 5, 25 total. Corbin 7, take 20. Lights him up 2 thou under. Trey Summers gets the win. Robert Holton left hand side, dialed 526, taking on John Talmadge in the right. Talmadge dialed 605. Robert Holton 14, dead 9, 23 total gets the win. Talmadge 13 and 2 above 5, no good. Holton gets the win.
Do we know how many are?
Tanya Street and Antoine Jet, 16 thou, separate them. Win light Street, perfect, take 16 thou to be 5 thou under. Jet 16 and 5 thou under as well. Street had 16 advantage at the starting line, had to take 16 or less, took exactly that and turns on a win light. So Tanya Street will pick up the win light and a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin. That'll bring up Dustin Smiley left side, dialed 5 at 49, taking on Chris Tapp in the right, dialed at 573. One thou red for Tapp, Smiley 004. And 13 thou under. Going to get the win light. Tracy Guffey left hand side, dialed 625. Taking on Tom Doyle right side, dialed 612. One thou separate them up front. Advantage Guffey. Win light goes to Doyle. 16 and 5 thou under. Getting the win light as Guffey 15. Take 9 to be 13 thou under. Tom Doyle going to get the win light. Dakota Pugh left hand side dialed at 562. Going to take on Skinny Kenny Underwood right hand side. Skinny Kenny dialed 590. So attention in the chat bleachers. I'll go ahead and give you all a heads up. In about 10 minutes or so at 5:20, the Optima power phrase of the day will be given to you for the Optima battery giveaway. So again, at about 5:20, the Optima power phrase of the day will be given to you so that you can do you can participate in the Optima giveaway. So again, about 5:20, so a little under 10 minutes, we will do the Optima giveaway, give you the power phrase of the day, and you can type away at your little computers or your phones or iPads or whatever you got. But we'll give you the power phrase of the day, you'll type it away, and one winner will be picked. So again, at 5:20, chat bleachers, go ahead and be ready for that. Thou separate them up front. Advantage Underwood. Win light Underwood 12 and 5 thou under gets the win. Pew 22 gets their first 5 thou to be 2 hunt under. Could not get it done. Underwood turns on the win light. Brian Kennedy left hand side dialed 558 taking on Chad Duke in the right dialed 543. Thou red for Duke. Kennedy 11 green. And 2 or 3 above, excuse me, for Kennedy. Shut it off a little bit early as Duke 11 thou red and 12 thou under. Logan Westmoreland left side dialed 551 taking on BJ Tipton right side. Tipton dialed 627. Two thou separate them up front. Advantage Tipton win light goes to Westmoreland. 10 and 3 thou under going to get the win as Tipton 008 and a hunt under. Got their first 9 thou, had to take 2 or less. Just got him a little too much strike. Nice race right there. Logan Westmoreland will advance. Is that Brent West Weaver? Put me out last round, dialed 552, taking on Steve Dunn in the right, dialed 570. Thou separate them up front. Win light goes to Steve Dunn, 20. Take 20 to put it dead on 3. Weaver, 25, and 1 above 8, no good. Ben Height, left-hand side, dialed 634. Taking on Joe Meese in the right, dialed 622. 14 thou, separate them up front. Advantage Meese, win light. Meese. 10 take 5 to be dead on 2. 12 total as height 24 and 7 thou under no good. Brandon Gerald left hand side, dialed 668, taking on Eddie Long in here outside, dialed 652, excuse me. This one's all Brandon Gerald. Win light Gerald 002, one above 9, take 26 thou as Longany 51 and 6 thou under no good. Danny Odom left side, dialed 598, taking on Matt Cook in the right, dialed 624. Eight thou, separate them up front. Advantage Odom, win light Odom 004 and one above 014 total as Cook is 12, gets their first 6 thou to be 4 thou under, had to take 2 or less. Danny Odom in the round number next. Richie Brown left side, dialed 560, taking on Dickie Kiersey in the right, dialed 599. 2 thou, separate them up front. Advantage Brown, win light. Brown 10, dead 4, 14 total. As Kiersey 12 and 21 thou under, getting their first 23 in front. Had to take 2 thou or less. Win light goes to Richie Brown. Brent Mark Bacon left hand side, dialed 485, taking on Tanner Miller in the right. Miller dialed 632. Nice wheel stand for Miller. 1 thou, separate them up front. Advantage Bacon, win light Miller. 22 dead 3, 25 total gets the win as Bacon 21 take 8. Lights it up 4 thou under. Win light will go to Tanner Miller. Jason Overstreet left side, dialed 666, taking on John LeBoo's right hand side. John dialed 519, excuse me. I'm all kind of messed up today. And LeBoos got some problems right there. Change 008 and clicks it off to go to above.
All right, so just talk to the chief starter, and here's the verdict of that last run. So Jason Overstreet was leaking. You could see it on the video. They were trying to stop him. They were in front of his windshield. He took off when he was not supposed to take off, and the win light is to Johnny LaBruce. I want to start with the evolution of bracket racing from the time I got into it and what I know about it throughout the decades. You can see in the 1980s across to 2021, that chart is going to be related to the total package. We're right now where the package is a lot tighter because of the better technology, the racing schools, the racers sharing information, and the 8th mile. Start with the 1980s, and you can't have a racing school and talk about the history of drag racing without talking about these two guys. Edmund and Scotty Richardson. I bring them up because they totally dominated the 1980s and 1990s, and I'm going to explain how they did it and the impact it had on our sport. So the way they did it, back then it was quarter mile. The technology wasn't what it is today. The reaction times weren't where they are today, and these guys exploited it. Man, did they just absolutely dominate. So the way they did it was make sure they could run at least 2 under the number, and they would just cross first. It was as simple as that. It worked so good, as a matter of fact, and when I relate this to big buck bracket racing, when we got to the 2000s, this next decade was basically bracket racing evolved, and as a response to Edmund and Scotty Richardson, they basically dictated what happened next. Because everybody said, how the heck do we beat these guys?
Doug Moles, left-hand side, dialed 543, taking on KC Pesnell, right-hand side. K sizzled out 608. 1,000 red for Pesnell. Moles is 20. And one above 636 total moves him in the round number next. Pesnell 1,000 red and a hunt under, sending Doug Moles to round next. Mike Bloomfield, left-hand side, senior, dialed 649, taking on Chase McKay in the right, dialed 606. Thou separate them up front. Advantage McKay. Win light goes to Bloomfield. 22 dead zero gets their first 17 thou. As McKay 19 and 2 above no good. Mike Bloomfield will pick up the win light. So attention in the chat bleachers. We have the Optima power phrase of the day. So the Optima power phrase of the day, 15th anniversary Fall Fling 500K at Bristol in 2024. That is the phrase, as I'll announce it again after this pair. Bug McCarty gonna light it up, 15 thou red. Brian Jones 018. And one above 9, McCarty. One above 7 after he lights it up red. So Brian Jones will advance. As again, the Optima power phrase of the day is as follows. 15th anniversary Fall Fling 500K at Bristol in 2024. So again, one more time, that is 15th anniversary Fall Fling 500K at Bristol in 2024. You have 5 minutes from now. That is at 5:32. 5:32 it will be shut off. 5:32 Eastern Standard Time. So 5 minutes from now. And again, one last time, the phrase is 15th anniversary Fall Fling 500K at Bristol in 2024. Only type it in one time. You've got 5 minutes. After those 5 minutes, do not type it again. If you type it more than once to begin with, then you will be disqualified. So again, you've got 5 minutes. Go ahead and be typing that in, chat bleachers. As Dave Casper, 21 dead 4, 25 total, going to get the win. As Jeremy Bargo, 16 thou red, and one above no good. Casper will advance. As that will bring up Blaine Parrish, left-hand side, dialed 653, taking on Matt Weston in the right. Weston dialed 565. Odd number dragsters to the lanes will take you now, please. Odd number dragsters will take you to the lanes now, please. Odd number dragsters, round number 3 will take you now. Odd number dragsters for FTI round 3 will take you now, please. Odd number dragsters will take you to the lanes for FTI round 3, please. Winlight Blaine Parrish, 13, 2 above 3, get their first 2 thou in front. As Matt Weston, 15, and 2 above 3 as well, comes up 2 thou short. Winlight will go to Blaine Parrish. So again, odd number dragsters to the lanes for FTI round 3 will take you now, please. As that'll bring up Trevor Denton, left side on a 648 dial, taking on Todd Barton in the right. Barton going to dial 621. Denton in the Grand Am, Barton in the Bel Air. Tell you what, Bel Airs are nice, but I love Trevor Denton's Grand Am. 3 Hun separate him up front. Barton off the stop. He's in a little bit of trouble. Winlight will go to Denton 002, 1 above 7. Get their first 9 thou as Barton 32 and 4 thou under. Trevor Denton will move on. Shelly Elrod left side. American Race Cars Chevy 2, dialed 627. Going to take on Thomas Bell on the right, dialed 590. Elrod in control. Win light goes to Elrod. 001. Takes 17 thou to be 2 above 7. 28 total as Bell 30. And 1 above 5 no good. Shelly Elrod will advance. Bring up Tambra Hayes, left hand side, dialed 637. Going to take on Zach Helton in the right. Helton dialed 566. Win light there goes to Helton, 14. One above 5, going to get their first 21 thou. So again, odd number dragsters, we need you to the staging lanes now, please. Odd number dragsters, we need you to get up here in a timely manner, please. Odd number dragsters, we need you up here pretty quick. And start paying attention to whoever is announcing, because the texts are coming out just a little bit slow. So if you could, please pay attention to the announcers. We'll be getting you up to date on everything. And again, please pay attention to us announcers. So we'll get you straight, as the announcements are just a little bit behind the text messages. Win light there goes to Robbie Jones. Robbie Jones. I'm so sorry. 17, 3 above 9, gets their first 5 thou. Zach Hitchcock, that's another one of my favorite cars and favorite people. 40 and 2 above. He missed it a little bit right there. Joins will get the win light. So attention in the chat bleachers, it has been 5 minutes. I'll go ahead and make the executive decision to shut you down. That might have already been done, and I just don't know it yet. But, you know, I'm going to keep up with myself for the most part and try to just make sure that I'm on the time. So go ahead and shut that down. Do not type the phrase anymore. That has been handled. Michael Jackson 002 and 3 above, going to get the win light, taking 17 thou. As Tim Church 006 and 4 above, no good. Michael Jackson will get the win light. That'll bring up Sarah Major, left side, down 595, taking on Garrett Browning. Another one of my neighbors for the weekend. One of my dogs, right side. Squirrel, they call him, down 630. And 5 thou red for Major. Browning 16 and 1 above 8, going to turn on the win light. Does Garrett Browning. Has attention in the chat bleachers, Lane Kavar. I think that's how you say it. Lane Kavar, you have won the Optima battery. We will need you to message the Spring Fling Bracket Races Facebook page, Lane Kavar, or Caver, however you say it. I'm probably mispronouncing that, so my apologies. But you will need to message the Spring Fling Bracket Races Facebook page to claim your Optima battery. Lane Kavar, you are the winner. And you will need to message the Spring Fling Bracket Races Facebook page to claim your prize. Carol Click and Laura Bailey Click out in front. Win light goes to Click. 11, take 43 to be 1 above 9. 30 total. Laura Bailey 33. And 4 over to be 43 thou behind. Had no chance. Win light goes to Carol Click. Brian Griffin, left-hand side. Griffin dialed 643. Taking on Jeff Neat, right side, dialed 590. Eight thou red for Neat. Griffin 053 and 3 above lights up the scoreboard. And we'll move in around number next. Ernie Humes, left-hand side. EH3 dialed 623, taking on Jamie Goodman, right side. Goodman dialed 596. EH3 going to get him 27 Hun head start right here. Goodman will try to run him down. Six thou separate them up front. Pretty nasty on this end. Win light going to go to Goodman 004. Takes 6 thou to be 33 thou above. Humes 10 and 33 thou above as well. Stayed 6 thou behind end to end, and the win light goes to Jamie Goodman. Brian Thompson left side dialed 672, taking on Bill Hensley in the right. Hensley dialed 667. Going to give a shout out back home to my dog, Colt Caulfield, watching back at home. Colt, I don't know if you remember, but this is the place where you tried to kill yourself by running into the bleachers. So, you know, I'm not gonna pay tribute to you by doing that myself, but I will give you a shout out if that makes up for it. So, shout out to you, Colt. Thompson 8 thou red and 2 above will end his day. Hensley 14, dead 6 is 20 total. Turn on the win light here in round number 3. So that'll bring up Chris Galitti, left-hand side. Corey's dad, dialed 623, taking on Tim West in the right. West going to dial 503. Attention, Lane Kavar, we need you to message the Spring Fling Bracket Races Facebook page to claim your Optima battery. Lane Kavar, please message the Spring Fling Bracket Races Facebook page to claim your battery. Lane Kavar, you won the Optima battery. Please message the Spring Fling Bracket Races Facebook page. Tim West 20 and 2 above take 9 thou. Galitti 31. 1 above 8, no good. Tim West will move on. Chuck Sanders, left-hand side. I believe he was the potential buy car this round of competition for the door cars. Dialed 626. Going to take on Race Tarleton, right side. Tarleton dialed 504. Tarleton in control up front. Win light goes to Tarleton. 002, 1 above, 719 total. Sanders 23 and 3 above, no good. Race Tarleton gets the win. Barry Brown left side, dialed 445. Will take on Cody Nelson right side. Nelson dialed 524. Thou separate them up front as the first pair of dragsters is underway, and the win light goes to Cody Nelson. 26 and 1 above 2, lays down 38 total. As Brown 39 and 3 above had no chance. Win light will go to Cody Nelson, sorry. Bruce Thaxton, left-hand side. Dialed 560, taking on Chris Ferguson right side, dialed 462. Thaxton getting him just about a second head start. Ferguson got 6th thou to work with on the starting line, and Ferguson will turn that into a win light. Last night's runner-up still rolling 007, and one above lays down 20 total as Thaxton 13 and 3 above, no good. Chris Johnson left side dialed 473, taking on Mike Larkin in the right dialed 496. At this time, we'll take even numbered dragsters to the lanes, even numbered dragsters to the lanes. Even numbered dragsters, we need you to the lanes for round number 3. Even numbered dragsters, FTI round 3, we need you now, please. Even numbered dragsters, we need you to the lanes for FTI round 3. Even numbered dragsters to the lanes for round number 3. 27 thou separated, one of them 27. Mike Larkin in control, and Mike Larkin gets the win. 000. Dead on 7, gets their first 35 thou. Johnson 27 and locked out, puts it one above, no good. Mike Larkin will get a win light and a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin. Tim Kelly left side dialed 482, taking on Marlon Goetz in the right dialed 487. Thou red for Tim Kelly. Marlon Goetz. Man, how about 003 dead on 6? Going to turn on the win light. 9-pack for Marlon Goetz. We'll move him into round number 4. As Scott Gibson Jr. left-hand side, going to dial 473. We'll take on Joey Cameron right side. Cameron going to dial in 478. As Cameron got some problems there. Not sure what happened right there, but he shut it off and pulled over to the side. Thank you very much, Joey. As it looks like he has come to a stop. He was 28 up front. Gibson was 26. Gibson saw that he was broke, shut it down. Again, Cameron realized something was wrong, shut it down, pulled over to the side for us. Thank you there, Mr. Joey Cameron. So we'll go down there and check that out. Hopefully nothing too major. And be able to get it fixed back up for 30 grand still on the line tomorrow. So we'll get that cleared, make sure everything's all right with the driver and the racing surface, and we'll be back up and running here in a few short moments. Also, while it's quiet, there is 15 minutes until the treasure hunt at the Fling Fun Zone.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
So it looks like we've got Joey Cameron cleared off the racetrack. We got cars rolling up here now. Rolling back into the water box, gonna with burnouts and get this thing rolling. So we are working our way through here in FTI round number 3 for $100,000 here on Moser. $100,000 Friday. Jim Glenn be left-hand side. Did a short burnout as he was stopped, but looks like we're electing not to go for a second one. I like your strategy there, Jim. He's down 490. He's going to take on Cody McDaniel right-hand side. McDaniel going to dial her in on the 452. Separate them up front. Advantage McDaniel win. Light Glenn 22 dead on 0 gets there first. 7 thou. McDaniel 007 and 2 above no good. Win Light goes to Jim Glenn. Ian Woods left hand side. Woods dialed 483 taking on Joseph Bagwell right side. Bagwell dialed 464. Six thou red for Woods. Bagwell 16 and 1 above turns on the win light. Shane Carr left hand side. Sugar Shane down 459 taking on Jeremy York right side. The Summer Fling MVP. Jeremy York down 455. Separate them. Car in control. Win Light Car 008 take 8. Lights him up 1 above 9. York 30 dead on 5 no good. Sugar will move on. Does that bring up JoJo Gary left hand side down 449 taking on Mark McKay right side down 479. Nasty on this end, 2,000. Separate them, win Light Gary 004. And 1 above gets there first, 54. As McKay 002, but goes 6 over. To be 5.5 hun behind JoJo Gary. We'll move on. Tim Thomas left side dialed 480, taking on Dale Thaxton right side dialed 519. 3 thou red for Thomas. Thaxton 008 dead 2. How about 10 total? Nice lap there for Dale Thaxton. Going to move him in a round number next. Bring up Frank Lacate's left-hand side, dialed 462. Taking on Nate Elliott, right side, dialed 456. So Frank Lacates and Nate Elliott, 5 thou going to separate them at the starting line. Advantage goes to Lacates, as does the win light, 007. And 2 above, 30 total, gets their first 11 thou, as Elliott 12 and 2 above 9, no good. Bring up Shane Maddox, left-hand side. Maddox dialed 449. We'll take on Dylan Witherow, right side. Witherow dialed 468. Three thou separate them up front. Advantage Maddox, win light Maddox. 13 dead 2, get their first 21 thou in front. Witherow 16 and stops to be 2 above. Had no chance. Shane Maddox will advance. Looks like there's a little something on the racing surface. Mop that up real quick. Left-hand side, Mike Rogers dialed 493. We'll look to the right and see Cameron Fredrickson. Fredrickson, my roomie, for the week, dialed 447. Rogers out of Albany, New York. Fredrickson out of Tampa, Florida. So Rogers is going to go ahead and turn on that pre-stage bulb and, you know, might take him a little nap or just relax for a second, and he's going to do all that while he's waiting on Cameron Fredrickson to turn on his pre-stage bulb. There he is. So Rogers is in, Fredrickson is in. Nasty on this end, 7 thou, separate them up front. Win light Fredrickson, 002, take a foul to be 1 above, lays down 13 total. Rogers 009, and dead on 5 is 14 total to be 1 thou behind Cameron Fredrickson. 2 take 1 will advance him. Marty Martin, left-hand side, dialed 452, taking on Frank Falter III, right side, dialed 459. Separate them up front. Advantage Falter, win light Falter, 009, dead 2, 11 total, gets their first 18 thou. Martin 10, and 1 above 9, no good. Falter gets the win light. Chris Wilson, left-hand side, down 452. Taking on John Budakowski, right side, down 456. $13,000 separate them. Excuse me, Wilson out in front. Wilson with a win. 10 and one above, lays down 21 total as Budakowski 23, take 3, had no chance, put him 5 foul under. Dylan Coggins left side, dialed 468, taking on Steve Witherow in the right, dialed 464. Whoa, 464 for Witherow. $22,000 separate them up front. Advantage Witherow win. Light Witherow 004. Dead 0. How about 4 total for Witherow? Coggins 26 and sets it down to be dead on 7. No good. Steve Witherow in the round number next. That'll bring up Scotty Neat left hand side. Neat down 506, taking on Alan Elliott right side down 456. Two-run, separate them up front. Advantage goes right side to Elliott, but the win light stays in that lane. I am all over the place right now. 003, dead 7 for Allen. Elliott lays down 10 total, getting their first 24 thou. As left-hand side, Neat 23 and one above, no good. Travis Nelson left side, dialed 447. Taking on Josh Dykes, right-hand side. Dykes dialed 473. Two thou red for Nelson. Dykes 16 and one above, lays down 28 total. 2 thou red and 8 thou under for Nelson, no good. So Dykes will advance. Now that's going to bring up David Collins left hand side, dialed 506, taking on Donovan Williams right hand side. Donovan going to dial 483. So Donovan will be giving up a 23-hun head start to the Rutledge, Tennessee runner of Collins. Williams out of Sarasota, Florida. Team Overkill Motorsports, right-hand side. 3 thou separate them up front. Win light goes to Williams, 14, dead 2, get their first 4 thou. Laying down 16 total as Collins, 11, dead 9 is no good. Donovan Williams will pick up the win light. Brooke Gary, left-hand side, down 453, taking on Brian Thompson on the right, down 462. Going to get a 9-hun head start. Gary out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Thompson out of Sneeds Ferry, North Carolina. American Chassis dragster left side, taking on the Race Tech right-hand side. Two Hun separate them. Win light goes left-hand side to Gary. 009, one above 5. Lays down 24 total. Thompson 29 and locked out. Got their first 11 to be 16 thou under. No good. Bring up Taylor Holland left-hand side. Down 458. Taking on Will Coffin on the right. Down 450. $27 thou separate them. Advantage goes to Coffin. Win light will go there as well. 18, one above, gets their first 37. As Holland 45 and 2 above, no good. Coffin will advance. So now that'll bring up Parker Dotson, left-hand side. Down 473 out of Saluda, North Carolina. Going to give up a 36 Hun head start to Jason Sizemore, right-hand side. Sizemore going to dial 509. Hey, attention to the pits. We've had a parts call up here for a minute. And kind of forgot that I had it up here with me. So I'll get it after this run. 13 thou separate them up front. Win light going to go to Sizemore. 16 dead, 622 total, getting their first 7 thou in front. Parker Dotson 003. But it looks like he stays behind. Puts it 2 above 6 to be 7 thou behind. Don Butkowitz, left-hand side, down 479, taking on Cody Witt, right side, down 495. So attention to the pits. Brian Tolson is in need. Brian Tolson needs a 3-step 7AL box, I believe. I believe it would be a box. But either way, Brian Tolson is in need of a 3-step 7AL. So if you can help him out, that would be greatly appreciated. Brian Tolson is in need of a 3-step 7AL. You can come see us in the tower, or if you know where Brian's at, go let him know. Brian Tolson is in need of a 3-step 7AL. As the win light goes to Butkowitz, 26 and 8 thou under gets the win. Cody Witt, a thou red and 1 above. Not going to be a big fan of that ticket. Win light goes to Don Butkowitz. So again, Brian Tolson in need of a 3-step 7AL. You can come see us in the tower, or you can go see Brian if you know where he's at. Drew Smith, left-hand side, down 509, taking on Brandon Lane, right side, down 458. So Brandon Lane giving up a 51 Hun head start. Made up almost 100th of it. 8 thou separate them. And he gets the win. 003 takes 7 to be 3 thou under. Smith 11 and 4 thou under. 1 thou more breakout in Smith's lane. Handing the win light over to Brandon Lane. Jimmy Winger left hand side down 467. We'll take on G-Dub right hand side. Gary Williams down 463. The win light right there goes to Williams. 005 and 3 Hun under going to get the win as Winger is a lot red and clicks it off early. Attention Brian Tolson, we have the 3-step 7AL in the tower. We have the box for you. So Brian Tolson, we have your 3-step 7AL box here in the tower. Come see us. Get that to you. So Brian Tolson, come see us in the announcer's booth. We have the 3-step 7AL box that you were looking for. So again, Brian Tolson, we have the 3-step 7AL up here in the announcer's booth for you, so come see us and we'll put that in your hands. All door cars for Stainless Works, round number 4. We need you now, please. All door cars for Stainless Works, round number 4. Tanya Street, you are the potential buy. Tanya Street, you are the potential buy in round number 4 door cars. So, Tanya Street, you are the potential buy in Stainless Works round number 4 door cars. So, you can wait around for just a second. I wouldn't wait around too long because there's not a whole lot left. So, Tanya Street, you are the potential buy car in Stainless Works round number 4.
You need a break.
Noah Lewis gets the win, 15. Dead 7 gets their first 11 thou as Buddy Dial 15 as well, and 1 above 8, no good. So it has been requested of me to give a shout out to a group. I did a group shout out earlier that was requested, but I got another one that's been requested. So shout out to the Arby boys. It was requested of me from Braden Rampy specifically to shout out the Arby boys. So shout out to the Arby boys. We got most of them here on property, but shout out to them. As Sherman Adcock, 16, dead 1, gets the win, taking 7 thou, right side 11, and 1 above, no good. Sherman Adcock gets it done. So Braden Rampy requested that. Got to shout out Nathan Raymer too. He helped me on the way up here. I was getting a little bored, a little lonely on my drive up here the other night. Nathan Raymer talked to me on the phone, helped me stay engaged with what was going on around me. So shout out to Nathan Raymer as well. Vinny Domino, left-hand side. Dialed 460, taking on Dan Davies, right side, dialed 417. Nine thou separate them up front. Advantage Dan Davies, win light Davies 14, dead 7, 21 total. Domino 23 and 1 above could not get it done. Win light goes to Dan Davies. Jason Lynch, left hand side, dialed 483, taking on Champ, right side. Stephen McCrory, dialed 481. This should be a good one right here, Champ and Catfish. $18,000 separate them. Champ got Catfish on the ropes. Win light. Champ 004. Take 4. McCrory 4, take 4, lights him up 3 above. Both drivers hard on the brakes down there. Lynch 22 and 1 above. 484 at 137. Champ went 484 at 134 to turn on the win light. Brian Norman left side, dialed 487, taking on Joe Hubbard on the right, dialed 458. All right, since he's throwing a fit about it, shout out to Braxton Butler. Or the Buxton, as he is called by our group. So, Braxton, no need to complain anymore. There's your shout out. $3,000 separate him up front. Brian Norman out front. But Hubbard will get the win. 12 dead. 0 gets the win light. Norman 9 takes 7 to be 4,000 under. Had to take 3,000 or less. Win light goes to Joe Hubbard. Seth Street left hand side, dialed 474. Taking on Jim McDaniel right side, dialed 485. So Street going to give up 11 Hun. Head start to McDaniel right here. $14,000 separate them up front. Advantage to Street. Win light to Street 12. And 1 above 7 lays down 29 total. McDaniel 26 and 2 above 8, no good. Win line will go to Seth Street. Carl Jones left side, dialed 471. Taking on Corey Gulitti right hand side. Crash, dialed 454. All right, I've also been asked to shout out William Craftington. So shout out to William. It's been asked of me to do that, so there you go, William Craftington. Shout out to you. Bring up Carl Jones and Corey Galletti still. As Jones is 2,000 red and lights it up 1 above 9. Galletti 27 and 26,000 under, almost made it look perfect. Corey Galletti will advance. Jack Ostrowski left hand side, dialed 439. Taking on Kyle Cotrera right side, dialed 462. Been requested another shout out. As everybody knows, you see the Calcuttas all the time on Facebook, the round 6 winners more often than not. So shout out to Corrine Campbell. Always doing the Calcuttas. Giving everybody a chance to win money, even if you're not here at the track. So shout out to Miss Calcutta. I think that should be your new nickname, Miss Calcutta. Kyle Cotrera gets the win. 10 take nothing. Getting the win light. As that'll bring up Lane Como, left-hand side, dialed 464. Taking on Chad Morrison, right side, dialed 458. So Como going to get a 6-hun head start right here. Como left-hand side. Not afraid to drop. Morrison going to try his best to keep himself out of it. Nasty 1 foul. Separate them up front. Win light goes to Morrison. 1 take 2 to be dead on 5-6 total. For Chad Morrison, Lane Como, 0-0-2 and dead on 6. 8 total, comes up 2 thou short. What a lap. Chad Morrison gets the win. Kenny Hitchcock, left-hand side, down 518, taking on Danny Sinclair in the right, down 463. Danny Sinclair in control when light goes. Oh, goodness. Hitchcock 52 and 1 above 5 gets their first 0-0-0-8. Sinclair 17 and 5 over comes up 8-10 thou short. Kenny Hitchcock gets the win light. Rob Kalibsky Jr. left-hand side. Dialed 450, taking on Carol McCarty right-hand side, dialed 471. Thou separate them up front. Kalibsky's in trouble. McCarty gets the win. 0-0-1. Take 21 thou to be 1 above. Lays down 16 total. Kalibsky 43 and 6 thou under no good. Carol McCarty will advance. Hayden Whited left-hand side, dialed 487. Taking on Josh Baker in the right. Baker dialed 475. Thou separate them up front. Whited out in front. Oh, but the win light goes to Baker 19 and 2 thou under. Whited 0-0-2 and a hun under. Got their first 25 thou. Set it down pretty good, but so did Baker, and Baker will turn on the win light. Ken Batchelor left-hand side, dialed 443, taking on Wyatt Palmatier right-hand side. Big Papa dialed 462. 12 thou, separate them up front. Advantage Palmatier, Windlight Palmatier, 006 and one above 2, lays down 18 total. Bachelor 18 up front, got there first 2 thou, but broke it out by 2 thou in doing so. Had to go dead zero and pray. Travis Colangelo left hand side, dialed 486, taking on Big Brown on the right, dialed 491. Three thou red for Colangelo, Brown 14, one above 6, lays down 30 total to move into round number next. So that'll bring up the final pair of FTI round number 3. Frank Falter the fourth, left hand side, dialed 458, taking on Dale West, right hand side, dialed 478. Round number 4 door cars should be in the staging lanes. Again, Tanya Street, you are the wait and see by for Stainless Works round number 4. So final pair of FTI round 3, bumping them in ever so slightly. Fourth thou, separate them up front. Windlight goes to West, 35, dead 9, gets their first a thou as Falter, 39, dead 6, comes up 1 thou short. So Dale West will turn on the Windlight, and that will wrap up FTI round number 3. So again, Stainless Works round number 4 door cars should be in the staging lanes right now. See, they're already sitting under the tower here.
So here we are at our 3rd annual JEG Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, and this is another edition of Terminator Tips. Today we're going to talk about something that's a little bit outside the box. Usually we're talking about reaction times and we're talking about how to drive the finish line and stuff like that and weather. Today we're going to talk about body language, and body language means 2 things. It means in the general world outside a race car, you could just relate it to sports. I tell my son, you struck out. Okay, keep your head up when you're going up to the plate. Keep your head up and walk like you're confident, because confidence breeds better performance in any sport. So let's just take a general perspective. You're in a big meeting, right? You're meeting with Bill Gates, and you have to walk in to the room and give some kind of pitch. What is Bill Gates going to think if you walk in like this? He's probably going to think whatever you're selling is probably not worth much because you're not confident in it. But what would Bill Gates think if you walk like this? So let's translate that to a race car. You're in your car, and let's compare what I feel is good body language in a race car versus not so good body language in a race car. Good body language in a race car. You look at somebody, they're making deliberate, confident moves. They're not worried about the guy in the other lane or girl in the other lane. They're not fidgety. They're not moving around a million times. They're just eye on the prize, confident, head up, like you're controlling the car. Control the car, you control the race. Now,
Engineering Friday, and they're getting ready to do battle right here. Dale West, right-hand lane out of Asheville, North Carolina. Nope, apologize up front. Let's go with Bill Hensley. Hensley out of London, Kentucky. The S-Dime 667 up on the board. He's going to match up against left lane's Greg Walker. Walker, 552 up on the board for the Marrow. As two go down, one come back here in round number 4. The Stainless Works round. 2 of them in, tree coming. And 2 of them out and running. 016 to an 023. 7 thou separate them. Right in lane, Hensley had the advantage up front, puts it dead on with a 4, good for the win as Walker. 23 up front, runs 49 with an 8 off that 52. Takes 19 mathematically ineligible.
Repeat that, please. Okay. Lane Como.
Lane Como, round number 3's best losing package. They'll have something for you here in the tower. $500, courtesy of the FTI on-site bunch. Kenny Underwood, right-hand lane, 004 up front, runs 93 with a 9 off the 89. That'll be good for the win. It's Gerald in the left-hand lane, 12 up front, runs 72 off that 67. Finds himself 11 thou behind. And Underwood on to round number next. Lane Como. You is the round 3 best losing package. $500 coming to you from the fine folks of FTI. Robbie Joins, right-hand lane out of Sparta, North Carolina. 558 to dial in for the Cutlass up against left-hand lanes, Jamie Goodman. Goodman out of Hurt, Virginia, 624 up on the board in the S-Dime, and it's a double whammy. 2 red lights left to right. Goodman, 17 red. Joins, 20 red. Goodman to round number next, 25 with a 4 off that 24. And that'll send him on into round number 5. And Joins, well, he'll get to hang out with the rest of us and see who wins. Friday's Moser Engineering 100K. Travis Salter, right-hand lane out of Baytown, Texas. 532 the dial in for the Camaro up against none other than Dave Casper. Casper out of Jamestown, Kentucky in the Chauffeur. 2 of them out green, 006 to an 025. Advantage going Casper. Casper, not to be denied, 6 dead 9, lays down 15 total. Salter, 25 up front, wasting fuel, runs dead on with a 4, no good. Casper on to round number next. Joe Meese, right-hand lane. Out of Michigan City, Indiana, 621 the dial in for the little Dodge. He's going to be up against Paul Mosley. Mosley out of Inman, South Carolina. Mosley Transmissions entry. 538 up on the board for the Camaro. 2 go down, only 1 come back, and here we go. 013 to a 006. 7 thou separate them. Booyah! Right-hand lane had the advantage. 6 up front, 1 above 5. Good for the win for Meese. That's Mosley, 13 up front, 1 above 8, no good here in round number 4. And Meese on to round number next. Lane Como, round number 3's best losing package. $500 coming to you from the fine folks FTI. The Diva desk will hook you up on that just whenever you're ready. Right-hand lane, Tom Dole. Dole out of Virginia, 6'11" up on the board, up against my man Jamie. Jamie out of Chester, South Carolina. 585 the dial in. One of them's in trouble. 008 left-hand lane. He's going to run 4 above, taking 40. Good for the win. Is Dole swinging a miss. 2 above 5, no good. And that'll send Amber Crombie on to round number next. How about right-hand lanes, Brian Jones. Jones out of Cookeville, Tennessee. 568 the dial in for the Camaro. He's going to be up against Logan Westmoreland. Moreland, 549 on the dial in out of Troy, South Carolina. Camaro versus Camaro. Stainless Works round number 4. 008 to an 033. Logan had the advantage, runs 1 above the 2. 008 up front. Lays down 20 total. Is Jones right-hand lane, 33 up front. Wasting fuel. Dead on with a 5, no good. Steve Dunn, right-hand lane, Jackson, New Jersey. Beautiful little Camaro, 569 up on the board, up against Home Turf's Trevor Denton. Denton out of Bristol, Tennessee, 648 the dial in the Grand Am. Dragsters, round number 4. Stainless Works, round number 4. Dragsters, we'll take all of you to the lanes, please. Round number 4, Stainless Works, Dragsters. We'll take all of you to the lanes, please. One of them out red, then 003 red, handing the win over to Dunn. Dunn looking for that 69, puts up 72 with a 2. Good for a dub here in round number 4. And that'll end the day for Denton. 003 up front, under 2 thou, double whammy, no good. Dunn on to round number next. Brian Griffin. Griffin in that right-hand lane, 645, the dial in out of Trenton, Tennessee. He's going to be up against Brian Kennedy. Kennedy, 559 up on the board out of Odessa, Texas. .007 going to take the win for Kennedy. Kennedy looking for that 559, runs 555 with a 1. Might have had a little bit in the bank. It's Griffin's 14 red, dead on with a 6, no good. Stainless Works, round number 4, Dragsters. Stainless Works, round number 4, Dragsters. We'll take it to the lanes, please. For round number next. How about Tanner Miller out of Salisbury, North Carolina? 632 the dial in, right-hand lane in the Little Vega. Going to match up against Trey Sommers. Sommers over in that left-hand lane. Algood, Tennessee. 639 on the board and double red lights. Miller wins a double red light. Miller 008 red, 1 above 5, good for the win. As Sommers lands 1, 26 red, 1 above 3, no good, round 4. Miller to round number next. Carol Click, right-hand lane. In the Little Nova. 547 the dial in out of Sevierville, Tennessee. Home of Dollywood. Left-hand lanes, Dustin Smiley. Smiley out of Piedmont, South Carolina. In the Grand Prix, 548 the dial in. Smiley left-hand lane, Click in the right. Doing battle here on the mountain, $100,000 on the line at Moser Performance Friday. Click's going to be 001 red, ending the day. Smiley, 15 up front, 71 off that 48, shuts her down. And Click runs 47 with a 6 off that 47, no good. Smiley to round number next. Right-hand lane out of Rogersville, Tennessee. Zach Helton, 566 up on the board. And he'll be up against left-hand lanes of Blaine Parrish. Parrish out of Clayton, North Carolina. 653 the dial in. And once again, Stainless Works round number 4 dragsters. Stainless Works round number 4 dragsters. You should be headed to the lanes. We'll take all of you. Stage and battle here on the starting line. Helton not going. Parrish says no way. Waiting each other out. Helton in. Parrish in. 000 to an 016, and Helton's in trouble. Left-hand lane, perfect up front, dead on with the 1, lays down 1 total. Helton 16 up front, breaks it out 7 thou, finds himself 8 thou behind anyway. Parrish 1 total here in round number 4, and it's getting nasty on the mountain for $100,000. Bubba Browning, right-hand lane. Out of Sarasota, Florida, 614 the dial in for the beautiful Nova up against local town Scotty Johnson. Johnson, 590 up on the board, 006 for Johnson. And puts it 2 above the 3, taking 002. Browning, 17 up front, 1 above 4, no good. Johnson on to round number 5. Dragsters, dragsters, dragsters. Stainless Works, round number 4. You should be headed to the lanes, please. Tim West, right-hand lane. Asheville, North Carolina, 503 up on the board. Is up against Danny Odom. Odom out of Georgia, 598 up on the board. Forward to a swing and a miss. Tarlington, 14 up front, 1 above 7, good for the win. Bloomfield lets one get by, runs 1 above 4, no good. Tarleton on to round number next. Dragsters, dragsters. Stainless Works, round number 4, you should be headed to the lanes. Dragsters, round number 4, you should be headed to the lanes, please. John LaBouche, right-hand lane out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. 517 the dial in for the beautiful little roadster vet. No stranger to final rounds all over the country up against Garrett Browning. Browning out of Florida. 631 the dial in for the S-Dime, and here they go. 016 to an 016, identical up front. Who can run the number? Boose. LaBouche, right-hand lane, 16 up front, 1 above 1, good for the win here. That's Browning over there, 16 up front, breaks it out, 3 thou, takes 14, needed to take 11 or less. LaBouche coming at 136 mile an hour. It's easier to say than to do. LaBouche to round number next. How about right-hand lanes, Michael Jackson. Jackson out of Newton Grove, North Carolina. 610 the dial in for the Nova up against Doug Moles. my main man, Cuz, left-hand lane, 543 up on the dial in out of Morristown, Tennessee. And one of the Collins Truckins entries. Moles in, Jackson coming. 032 to a 007. Moles is in trouble. Right-hand lane, 007, one above two, takes 001. But Moles breaks it out by 12 thou, trying to get there, no good. Jackson on to round number next. Shout out to my main man, Todd and Rachel. They're out there checking us out on Motor Mania World. Good to hear from you, my friend. Glad you're checking us out on Motor Mania. Like and share, folks. Motor Mania doing what they do, and we love them for it. Robert Holton, right-hand lane, 526, the dial in out of Moncks Corner, South Carolina. Left-hand lane, Richie Brown. Holton, 003 up front, 2 above with a 0, good for the win here in round number 3. Or actually round number 4, Stainless Works round number 4. Left-hand lane, Brown, 31 up front, 2 above, no good. Shelly Elrod, right-hand lane out of Ohio. 627, the dial in up against Tanya Street. Home turf out of Richlands, Virginia. 632, the dial in for Miss Tanya. She's going to spit it out. 0-1, 2 red, no good. Elrod, 11 up front. Breaks it out 4 thou. Still good for a dub here in round number 4. And Street, 31 with a 7 off the 32, no good. My main man, Kelly Estes, giving us a shout out here on the phone. Good to hear from you, Kelly. Always one of my all-time heroes. Always have a good time with my main man, Kelly. I don't know which one of us talks the most, but it's fun times. And my main man, I sure do appreciate the shout out there, and hopefully tomorrow will go a little better for us. Hot Rod, he's been driving pretty good, but just keeps finding a way to dig a hole. So good to hear from you, my friend. Stainless Works, round number 4, dragsters. You should be in the lanes. You have been called. Cody Nelson, right-hand lane, 524, the dial in up against Shane Maddox. Maddox, left-hand lane, 448, the dial in, and Maddox is all control. 008 up front, 1 above 5, good for the win. Nelson, swing and a miss. 22 with an 8 off that 24, no good. And Maddox on into round at number next. Steve Wheelrow, right-hand lane out of Virginia, 462, the dial in up against my main man, Don. Don out of New Jersey, left-hand lane, 478, the dial in. And I'm not about to try to announce the last name of my main man in the left-hand lane, Don. Butkeyiwicz. Looks like they played Yahtzee with a bunch of letters and come up with a name, but nevertheless, 005 in full control, left-hand lane, and cannot run the number. With a roll, 19 up front, dead on with a 5, gets there 4 thou. And my man Don, 005, had the advantage by 14 thou, runs 2 above 3, finds himself 4 thou behind. With a road around number next. Chris Ferguson, right-hand lane out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Ferguson dials in 462 in that right-hand lane up against left-hand lane's Sherman Adcock Jr. Adcock out of Georgia. Catala, Georgia. 4:59 the dial in. Digger versus Digger here. Stainless Works round number 4s. Moser Engineering Friday 100K 004 to an 010. Adcock had the advantage. 4 up front, 1 above 8 takes 001. Ferguson 10 up front, 1 above 3. Pretty good little lap. No good here in round number 4. Adcock to round number next. Joseph Bagwell, right-hand lane out of Flat Rock, North Carolina. 4:64 the dial in up against Joe Gary. Gary, left-hand lane out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina. 4:47 up on the board. As they do battle here on Friday. 2 go down, only 1 come back. And right-hand lane's going to have a leakage here, and they're going to have to shut him down. Thanks, Jeff Coleman. We sure appreciate the shout out there, my friend. We love getting in here and telling the story like it is. The best an old redneck like old Hot Rod can. So, sure do appreciate it for the shout out. And appreciate you checking us out here on Motor Mania. I know the fine folks up there at Motor Mania appreciate it. And them doing what they do best. And we thank you for it. And got to hold them up here just a second. As they had to back them up here for a minute, they'll stage them back up. Bagwell, right-hand lane, Flat Rock, North Carolina. Joe Gary, left-hand lane, Bowling Springs, South Carolina. 2 of them out green, 2 foul, separate them. Left-hand lane had the advantage, 16 up front, 1 above with the 2, good for the win. Bagwell, 18 up front, gets there first by 21. He breaks it out by 11 thou. He had to take 10 or less, no good for Bagwell. Gary on to round number next. Dale Thaxton, right-hand lane, out of Butler, Georgia. 5:18 up on the board up against Brooke Gary. Gary out of Bowling Springs, South Carolina. 4:53 up on the board. Every time you turn a wind light on, the money gets bigger, bigger, bigger and bigger. $100,000 on the line here in Moser Engineering Friday. 2 of them out green, 008 to a 015. Right-hand lane had the advantage, but no good. Gary, 15 up front, worked him a little overtime. 1 above 1, good for the win, takes 006. Thaxton, 008, 2 above 4, no good at 131 mile an hour. And Joe Gary has won a Moser water pump for his sportsmanship right there. The right-hand lane had just a little something going on. They had to shut him down. He backs up and says, let's do it like men. Let's go out here and get them staged up and see who can win. So Joe Gary, you have earned yourself a Moser water pump for your sportsmanship. We can't thank you enough for it. That's what the sport should be. And Joe Gary's showing it up front right there. We sure do thank you. Right-hand lane, Carol McCarty. McCarty on a 471 mile in. Left-hand lane, Sugar Shane Carr. What a race. 007 for Carr. Dead on with the 5. Gets there. 004. Carol McCarty. 003 up front. 1 above with a 3. No good here in round number 4. She lays down 16 total and gets 4 change. Sugar Shane card around number next. Will Cawthon, right-hand lane out of Lancaster, South Carolina, dials 449. Scott Gibson Jr. over there in that left-hand lane out of Stanford, Florida. Gibson dials her in on a 472, doing battle here. 2 go down, only 1 come back on the mountain. Absolutely beautiful day the good Lord above has given us. We want to thank him, and can't thank him enough for it. Right-hand lane, Cawthon, 003 red, ending the day. Going to run it 1 above the 6. Gibson, 16 up front. 70 with an 8 off that 72. Good for the win. Gibson on to round number next. Alan Elliott, right-hand lane. 455 up on the board. Up against left-hand lanes, Chris Wilson. Wilson, 452 the dial in. Undercover Digger, right-hand lane. American Digger in the left. 2 beautiful looking hot rods. Round number 4 dragsters, Stainless Works round number 4 dragsters. You should all be in the lanes, as we have called all of you. As we get 1 step closer to crowning us a champ here on Friday evening. 031 to an 044. Both of them trying to give it away. Right-hand lane, Elliott, 31 up front, dead on the 2, lays down 33 total. And from what I've been seeing here since I've been in the tower, you won't get by with many of those. And Elliott going to go into round number next. He'll take advantage of it. Wilson, 44 up front, dead on with an 8, no good. I guarantee you both of them were set up tighter than that, so a swing and a miss. But Elliott's going to come out on the better side. Joel Hubbard, right-hand lane out of Camden, South Carolina. 458 the dial in for Hubbard. Left-hand lane, Jim Glenn. Glenn out of Ridgefield. 489 up on the board. 2022 American Dragster left-hand lane. 2015 American Dragster right-hand lane. 011 to a 006. 5 thou. Separate them. Left-hand lane. Had to work a little overtime. Going to win a double breakout. 11 up front. Breaks it out 3 thou. Right-hand lane, Hubbard. Had the advantage. 006 up front. Breaks it out 7 thou. Taking 9. Had to take 2 or less. Or get behind. And left-hand lane on to round number next. Jason Sizemore, right-hand lane out of Sneedville, Tennessee. 509 up on the board, up against Kenny Witchcock. Witchcock over there in the left-hand lane. 519 on the dial in. 10 Huns separate them when they leave. Sizemore in. Hitchcock creeping it in. Creeping it in. He's in. Hitchcock 5 thou red. Ending the day. Sizemore going to get by with one. 46 up front. 1 above the 0. Good for the win here. Round number 4. Hitchcock going to want that one back. 5 red. Under 4 thou. No good. And that'll end his day and his chances for $100,000 Friday. The Moser Engineering Friday. And Sizemore to round number next. Cameron Fredrickson, right-hand lane out of Tampa, Florida. 447 the dial in the Phantom. Left-hand lane, Frank Lakatos. Out of Salisbury, Minnesota maybe. Not sure. MD. 463 the dial in for the Miller. Hot Rod's going to have to get him out of dictionary. Get the states in it or something. Or get a new job. Maybe a new job would be easier. Nevertheless, we love telling the story here. It's been an honor to be on the Fall Fling crew here, filling in a little bit for some of the best to ever do it. 3 thou separate them. Lakatos has the advantage, no good. Fredrickson 15 up front, breaks it out. 13 thou. Lakatos 12 up front, had the advantage, breaks it out. 14 thou, taken 4, needed to take 3 or less. No good. Fredrickson on to round numbers next for $100,000. Noah Lewis out of Clarksville, Tennessee, $455 the dial in right in lane up against Josh Dykes. Dykes out of Kingsport, Tennessee, $474 up on the board. Dykes in the left, Lewis in the right. 19 Huns, separate them when they leave. And you can just feel it in there. The crowd's getting bigger down here. Everybody gathering up. Losers lane, I call it. I'm in it. And everybody's checking out the fine action here. What a beautiful evening it's going to be to watch some of the best drag racing in the country. Right here on the mountain of Bristol Dragway. 2 of them in, and here we go. 5 thou separate them. 028 to an 023. Lewis, right-hand lane, 23 up front, 1 above 0, good for the win. Dykes, 28 up front, 2 above, no good. Lewis off into round number next and keeps those chances alive. Last call, final and last call, dragsters for Stainless Works, round number 4, final call. If you're not in the lanes, you're running way behind, and we don't want to run without you. So try to get her in the lanes. Right in the lane, Gary Williams. Williams out of Bradenton, Florida. $463 the dial in for the FTI on side entry. Left-hand lane, Josh Baker out of Lancaster, Kentucky. $475 up on the board, and we got us a race. 009 to an 020. Baker in control. Baker 9 up front, dead on with an 8, takes 005. Williams 20 up front, dead on with a 2, no good. And that'll send Baker into round number next. All door cars, Goodyear, round number 5. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Door cars, Goodyear, round number 5. We'll take you to the lanes, please. All of you. Baker on to round number next. How about Kyle Cotrera, right-hand lane, 461. The dial in up against left-hand lanes, Dan Davis. Davis out of Ohio, 417 the dial in. And you can just feel the electricity. As every time you turn a wind light on, you're getting one step closer to life-changing money here on the mountain. The fine folks from the Fall Fling, Peter and family, doing what they do, second to none. One of the best atmospheres you can be a part of. 1 foul, separate them up front. Right-hand lane, Katura, he had the advantage, 17 up front, 1 above 1, good for the win, takes 002. Davies, 18 up front, 1 above 2, no good. Finds himself 2 thou behind. Coltrera gets him 1 thou on both ends and sends it on in to Goodyear's round number 5. Door cars, Goodyear, round number 5. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Stephen McCreary, right-hand lane, 480 on the dial-in out of Georgia. Up against Marlon Goats. Goats over there in the left-hand lane out of Troy, Texas. 487 up on the board, and this will be a good one. You don't want to miss it. 2 of them out green. 11 thou separate them. McCrory had the advantage up front. 004, dead on with a 9. Going to be good enough for the win. Goats, 15 up front, takes 1 thou and can't win. Breaks it out by 3 thou. Stephen on to round number next. Big Brown, right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, North Carolina, 493 the dial in. He's up against left-hand lanes Frank Falter. Falter 459 up on the board. 2 go down, 1 come back. Here on Fridays, Moser Engineering, Hunter Gray. 2 of them in, 3 coming. Who you got? 2 of them out green. 0-1-3 to an 0-27. Left-hand lane in full control. Dead on with a 1, takes 12. That'll send Falter to round number next. Brown 27 up front. Breaks it out 1 thou, trying to get there. No good. Falter to round number next. All right, listen up, folks. Track lights are on. That means tail lights are on. Help us help you. Track lights are on, tail lights are on. So drivers, please remember to get those tail lights on. It's beginning to get that time of night. And visibility down there on top end getting a little tougher as we go. So the common rule of thumb, track lights on, tail lights on. So help us help you, folks. Dale West, right-hand lane out of Asheville, North Carolina. 477, the dial in up against one of the best. Corey Galetta. Galetta out of Tomball, Texas, 454, the dial in, and Galetta is in full control. Galetti, 21 up front. 1 above 9, takes 26, good for the win. Right-hand lane at Dale West, 43 up front, swing and a miss, 2 above 3, no good. Galetti on to round number next. Door cars, we need all of you for Goodyear's round number 5, please. Door cars, round number 5. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Brandon Lane, right-hand lane, 457 to dial in up against Wyatt Palmatier. Palmatier out of DeLand, Florida. 462 the dial in left-hand lane. 457 the dial in the right. Two of them out green, 009 to an 018, 9 thou, separate them. Palmatier in control all the way, 009, 1 above 2. Good for the win, right-hand lane. 18 up front, breaks it out 7 thou, getting there by 10, had to take 3 or less, no good. Left-hand lane taking the win. Chad Morrison, right-hand lane out of Statesville, North Carolina. 458 the dial in up against left-hand lane's Donovan Williams. One of the FTI on-side entries out of Sarasota, Florida. 483 up on the board as they do battle here in round number 4. Once again, Goodyear's round number 5 door cars. Goodyear's round number 5 door cars. We need you to the lanes, please. Chad Morrison, right-hand lane out of Statesville, North Carolina. 458 the dial in. Donovan Williams, 483 over in the left. Both of them out red, 006 to a 004. Morrison wins the double red light by 2 thou, shuts it down. Good for the win. Donovan, 006 red, shuts it down, no good. And Morrison on to round number next. Door cars, Goodyear's round number 5, we need you, please. Door cars, round number 5, we need you, please. Mike Larkin, right-hand lane. Last pair here of the Stainless Works round number 4. Larkin, 494 up on the board up against left-hand lane, Seth Street. Street, 474 the dial in out of Richlands, Virginia. And the last pair of Stainless Works round at number 4. Coming at you right here. .001 Street's in trouble. Larkin, 001 up front, dead on with an 8, lays down at 9 total. Good for the win here in round number 4. Street, swing and a miss, 1 above 0, no good. And Larkin heads into Goodyear round at number 5. Door cars, door cars. Goodyear's round number 5. You should be in the lanes.
Direct Fit dash panels take the time and guesswork out of installing a new dash in your vehicle. With hundreds of makes and models available, including over 50 new models this year, Direct Fit dash panels easily replace worn, faded, or outdated dashes while maintaining a factory-like appearance. Autometer Direct Fit dash panels are made in the USA from a durable, thermoformed, UV-protected ABS material. Panels are available in 2, 5, and 6-gauge configurations that require no cutting, drilling, or modification to the original dash. Simplify your dash replacement and avoid custom fabrication with a Direct Fit dash panel from Autometer.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Order online and use promo code FLING23 for discount.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Yeah. All right, here we are at the finish line, Summer Fling. We are in first round of ATI Friday, the first main event day. We're at the beginning of round number 1. One of the best drivers in the last, I'd say, 5 years. You could put him in the top 3. Definitely on the door car side for sure is Matt Daddis. We're gonna see how good he is. All right, he got the win light, he knows that. Matt, if you can guess within 4th thou your reaction time either way, we'll give you a Page Pro gift cert.
Awesome.
If you can guess it dead on, you get $50. This kid's good, so there's a pretty good chance he's going to be
I think
dead
I
on.
was 004 because I let go and I was like I could get a bump up there. Like I felt like I was pretty good. So I rolled a thou in before I pre-staged. So I don't know. I'm going to say 004, but it could be 10 or 11. I don't know.
You know, I'm finding a common theme here. These young kids are cocky because Dylan predicted a 004. He was 008. He predicted a 004 and he was 10. You get nothing, but you won a round.
Nothing. Perfect. Thanks, Pete.
All right, Matt. Good luck today.
Awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go.
It's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the 3rd time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at BeyondoRacing.com.
pumps, regulators, filters. Fueling champions.
Some people have an unextinguishable fire to compete, a fire that burns and ignites. The same fire inspires us. It pushes us to run an engine to the edge for just a few more horsepower. Fuel Factory is performance driven, built by racers for racers. We're focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory, built for speed.
For prize, you've got $500 coming your way, courtesy of Stainless Works. So Miss Carol McCarty, couldn't have happened to a nicer person. Carol McCarty, you are the Stainless Works Round 4 Best Losing Package. Come up to the tower and collect your prize. So here we go. Goodyear, round number 5. Coming at you. Left-hand side, Brian Kennedy, going to dial 557 out of Odessa, Texas. Taking on Bill Hensley, right side out of London, Kentucky, dialed 667. And at this time, we will take Dragsters for Goodyear round 5. Dragsters, Goodyear round 5. We'll take you now, please. Dragsters for Goodyear round number 5. We will take you now, please. Dragsters, Goodyear round 5. We'll take you to the lanes now, please. $16,000 separate them up front. Kennedy with the advantage. Win light Kennedy 009 and one above. 524 total. Hensley 25 up front and locked out. Takes 15,000 to be 16,000 under. Win light goes to Brian Kennedy. Jamie Abercrombie left-hand side, dialed 585, taking on Joe Meese in the right. Meese dialed 622. $6,000 separate them up front. Meese with the advantage. Win light will go to Meese. 26, take 10 to be 2 above 1. Abercrombie 32, 2 above 5, no good. Win light goes to Joe Meese. Dustin Smiley left-hand side. Going to dial 548. We'll take on Tanner Miller right-hand side. Miller dialed 633. Both drivers in and set. Here we go. 17,000 separate them up front. Smiley with the advantage. Win light Smiley 21 and stays behind to be 2 above 5. Miller 38 gets there first. 17,000 to be 9,000 under. Had to take 8,000 or less. Couldn't quite make it work. Win light goes to Dustin Smiley. Scotty Johnson, left-hand side, dialed 590, taking on John LaBoose, right-hand side. LaBoose going to dial 517. I believe LaBoose is in the lead for most flings won in the drive for 5. I believe he's got 4. A win today would make him the first to 5, but he's in a little bit of trouble right here, but gets the win. 23, take 1,000 to be 2 above 0, 43 total. Johnson 13, 3 above 1, gets 1,000 behind John LaBoose to round number 6. Logan Westmoreland, left-hand side out of Troy, South Carolina, dialed 548. We'll take on Skinny Kenny Underwood, right-hand side. Skinny Kenny dialed 589 out of Fortville, Indiana. 19 thou separate them up front. Westmoreland out in front. Win Light Logan Westmoreland. 007 takes 17 to be 26 thou above. Underwood 26 up front. Had a few thou to get in on, but puts it 2 above 4. Can't make it work, and Logan Westmoreland will advance to round 6. That'll bring up Jamie Goodman left side, dialed 625 out of Hurt, Virginia. Taking on Robert Holton right hand side. Holton out of Moncks Corner, South Carolina, dialed 526. Holton going to give up just under a full second head start, but the tree's going to make it look like a full second. Mustang versus the S10. Taking our time bumping them in. Goodman finally knocks it in. Holton right behind him. Holton in trouble. Goodman got him covered up. Win Light goes to Goodman. 4 total. 003 dead on 1 for Jamie Goodman. Get their first 32 thou as Holton is 34 and sets it down to be dead on 2. Can't make it work in Jamie Goodman. We'll turn on the win light to advance into round number 6. Shelly Elrod left-hand side, the American Race Cars entry, dialed 627, taking on Michael Jackson right side, dialed 610. Jackson, I believe, is the door car representative in the Brodix Run for the Heads. Jackson made a deep run in last night's show. Trying to do it again tonight, trying to go just a few rounds farther than last night. He's given up 17 Hun head start. And I believe he might have forgot the crosstalk. A lot red and 6 thou under. Elrod 28 dead 1. Turns on the win light. Shelly Elrod will advance to round 6. Dave Casper left side, dialed 644 in the S10. Going to take on Steve Dunn, right-hand side. Dunn dialed 572. Actually, that might not be an S10. I can't tell what it is from here. It doesn't say S10, but I believe it is one. If I'm wrong, then, well, I'm wrong. 72 Hun head start goes to Casper, left-hand side, and Dunn will try to run him down. Six thou, separate them up front, advantage to Casper. Win light Dunn 17 and stops to be 2 above. 574 at 109 gets the win light as Casper 11 gets fed 62 to be 34 thou under. Win light goes to Steve Dunn. That'll bring up the final pair before the bye car. Tim West, left-hand side, dialed 503. We'll take on Race Tarleton, right side, dialed 505. So again, we have called Dragsters for Goodyear round 5. You should be here. Dragsters, Goodyear round 5. You should be here. Six thou, separate them up front, slight advantage to West. Win light Tarleton 15 dead 9 gets their first thou. West 009, 1 above 6 comes up 1 thou short. Race Tarleton will advance into Hoosier round 6. And that'll bring up the bye car in the door car side of things. Blaine Parrish. Blaine laid down a 1-pack last round. He was perfect and dead on with a 1 to light up the scoreboard. He's going to make his bye run here down 652 in the Mustang out of Clayton, North Carolina. Five thou red for Blaine Parrish. And lights it up 13 thou under.
We drive people. We drive bracket racing because reliability, accuracy, and consistency is what goes round and wins races. An all-in-one solution tailored to your application. Walk the pits and you'll begin to see fuel tech everywhere.
Jags, trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Jags.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
The dragsters are rolling forward. And what a matchup the first pair is going to be. Left-hand side going to be Sherman Adcock Jr. Sherm dialed 460 out of Catala, Georgia. The 2002 Race Tech. Going to dial 460. Going to take on the champ. Right side, Stephen McCrory. Champ going to dial her in at a 480 out of Adairsville, Georgia. In the 2011 Phantom. The Overkill Motorsports Hot Rod right-hand side. Separate them. Champ out in front. Champ will get the win. 003, take 6 to be 2 above 80s, 31 total. Left-hand side, Sherman 22 and 1 above 5, tried his best to make it work, but Champ had too much real estate to work with at the starting line. Can't do that to Champ. Champ will move on. Scott Gibson Jr. left-hand side, dialed 471, will take on Steve Witherow right side. Witherow dialed 462. 24 thou separate them. One of them's 24 win. Light Witherow 000 take 11 to be one above 0. 10 pack for Witherow. 463 at 139 gets the win as Gibson 24 and 3 thou under. No good. Witherow moving on. JoJo Gary left side, dialed 447, taking on Jason Sizemore in the right, dialed 510. Hey, attention in the pits. We've started running dragsters. We're 3 pair in now, or this is the 3rd pair, and we're still missing one of you. Oh, I believe that might be you that just pulled in the back of the lanes. So maybe we're not missing one of you anymore, but just in case we are, if you know you're supposed to be in this round and you're not in the lane currently, just go ahead and make your way up here. But I think that is all of them now, as the win light right here goes to Joe Gary. 14 dead 4 gets the win light. Sizemore 17 had a thou to get in on, gets there 15 thou to be 14 thou under. That was going to be a tall task. Win light will go to Joe Gary. Jim Glenn left side, dialed 488, taking on Cameron Fredrickson right hand side. Fredrickson, my roommate for the weekend, dialed 446. Glenn out of Ridgefield, Washington. That's a long haul. 2022 American Dragster. Fredrickson, the 2021 Phantom out of Tampa, Florida, going to give up 42 Hun head start. Two thou separate them up front. Advantage Glenn a win. Light Glenn 28 dead 7 gets there first. 12 thou. Fredrickson dirty 30 and one above 7 comes up 12 thou short. Jim Glenn gets the win light. Shane Maddox left hand side, dialed 448. This should be a good one. Noah Lewis in the right, dialed 455. Maddox out of Piedmont, South Carolina. The Maddox chassis dragster. Going to take on the Clarksville, Tennessee native is Noah Lewis. The two-faced 2022 American. Going to get 7 Hun head start. Will Noah Lewis. And Shane Maddox will try to run him down shortly thereafter. Tree fires. 10 thou separate them up front. Maddox for the advantage. But the win light goes to Lewis. 22 dead 6 lays down 28 total to turn on the win light. Maddox 12 take 20 to be 4 thou under. Got him a little too much stripe. Had to take 16 or less. Noah Lewis to round 6. Brooke Gary left side out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Dialed 452 in the 2021 American chassis. Taking on Corey Galletti, right hand side. CG also in the 2021 American chassis. Out of Tomball, Texas. Going to be dialed 454. Galletti will get a 2 Hun head start from Gary. They should be looking at each other pretty much eye to eye all the way down the racetrack. One thou separate them up front. Galletti with the advantage. Galletti with a win. 13 take 2 to put it dead on to. He's 15 total. Gary is 14 dead 3. Not a bad lap. Comes up 2 thou short. Corey Galletti in around number 6. Round 6. Sugar Shane Carr, left-hand side, dialed 459. Taking on Josh Baker in the right, dialed 474. Both drivers wheeling 2020 American chassis. Carr wheeling Donnie B's ride. Been driving a bunch lately. Baker out of Lancaster, Kentucky. Carr out of Killen, Alabama. Going to give up a 15 head start to Baker. And it's nasty on this end. Fourth thou, separate them. Advantage Carr, win, light Baker, 009 and fourth thou under Carr. 005 gets their first 11th thou to be 11th thou under. The advantage, the difference at the starting line was 4th thou. The difference at the finish line was 11th thou. Carr got 7th thou too much finish line. Had to take 4 or less. Couldn't make it happen. Win light goes to Josh Baker. Frank Falter the third, left-hand side, dialed 458. Will take on Alan Elliott, right-hand side. Elliott dialed 454. Nine thou, separate them up front. Advantage goes to Falter. Win, light goes to Elliott. 25 and 3 thou under gets the win. Falter 16, take 19 to be 13 thou under. Got him 10 thou too much stripe. And the win light goes to Alan Elliott. Kyle Cotrera, left-hand side, dialed 462. 2013 American taking on Chad Morrison, right side. Morrison, I'm going to dial 458 out of Statesville, North Carolina. Says wagon, but that is definitely not a wagon. At this time, door cars. Round number 6 of the $100,000 to win Friday main event. We'll take you to the lanes. Door cars for Hoosier. Round 6 will take you now. Door cars for Hoosier. Round 6 will take you to the lanes now. Hoosier, round number 6, door cars. We'll take you in the staging lanes now, please. Kyle Cotrera, 005, take 9 thou, puts it one above 8 to get the win light. 463 at 139. Nice drop there for K-Money. As Morrison, 15 and one above 7, does not get it done. Kyle Cotrera will advance. So that'll bring up Wyatt Palmatier, left-hand side. Big Papa out 463. Going to take on Mike Larkin, right side. Larkin, the potential buy for this round of the dragster category, down 493. Going to get a 3/10 head start. Palmatier will try to run him down. Two thou, separate them up front. Slight advantage to Palmatier. Win light Larkin. 31 dead 6 gets their first triple. 0-9. Palmatier 29 dead 8 comes up 9. 10 thou short. And the win light goes to Mike Larkin.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's my buddy. I didn't know you run a dragster too. Come on out and join us for a second. All right, you're gonna kill me for this, but I forgot your name.
Steve Hughes.
Steve Hughes.
Yeah.
And you drive a door car and a dragster.
Yes.
All right, Steve. Thanks for coming to the Fling.
Sure.
We're gonna give you a chance to win a prize.
Okay.
So it is ATI $30,000 Friday. We're gonna give you a chance to win an ATI transmission case, a full case of Super F ATI fluid,
Okay.
which I use myself, so I could endorse it. All right. You got the wind light. You ran a fast car. If you can guess your reaction time within, all right, we'll give you 5 thou either way. Hold on. We're gonna give you the ATI gift cert. If you get it dead on, we'll give you $50.
004.
I'll give you one more chance. Let's just say you had 14 in the bump, and if you hit the bump, you would have been 004.
10.
I'm trying.
4.
Okay.
You got me confused.
All right, let's go. That's
Start
right.
this
You got the wind light.
Okay.
We're trying to give this ATI cert away.
Okay,
What's your forte? What?
I'll go with 10. How about 10?
Keep going, man.
15?
Bam! You got it within 4 thou. He wins an ATI cert. Congratulations on ATI Friday.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very
Most
much.
importantly, he got the wind light. Who dialed the car? You were
Me.
dead on, baby.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see.
Thanks, buddy.
Good job, brother.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
So what do you know about driving the finish line, Matt, Mr. Division Director?
Not a thing.
At least you're honest. Here's another edition of Terminator Tips. Let's walk over to the finish line at an 1/8 mile drag strip. So this is particularly important these days because there's a lot of door cars. There's actually here, I think there's a few more door cars than are even our dragsters. So most people realize that the wheel takes the finish line in most cases. You're judging against another door car. How do you know if the wheel takes it, or let's say it's a lowrider Cutlass, or if the nose takes it? There's about a two feet difference. So let's take a look and I'll show you. Here's what gets it right here. It's 5 inches off the ground. So if you're racing an opponent that has a low front end or a wind light taker that's 5 inches off the ground or lower, that's gonna clip the lights. So be sure to be aware of it when you're racing against somebody, door car to door car. And here's another thing. If let's say your front end, like my Superstock car that I used to drive, is about 7 inches off the ground. Here's the thing, and it could work for you or against you. It could work for your opponent or against your opponent. It usually takes it with the wheel, but guess what? You got the guy covered, you want to hit the brakes. So I hit the brakes, and I've done this many times. I hit the brakes over here, figuring I'm going to scrub about 100th. But no, my nose drops to go below 5 inches. Now I didn't kill anything, or sometimes I even gained DT. In my case, my nose was worth 11 thousandths. This is when it works out perfectly. You have the big race winding down. You have everybody on the side just chilling out, eating some steak, drinking some beer. Am I allowed to say that?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, that's just keeping it real. That's what's happening. Fun times. Yeah.
Got to keep it real, right, buddy?
Gotta keep it real.
Whether you're in Kentucky or New York, you got to keep it real.
Hey, no matter where it's at, you keep it real, can't go wrong. Just PG real.
Yeah, we.
PG real. There you go.
It's G-rated.
Trying to keep it family friendly.
So Wednesday's drivers, 18 remain. You guys stay tuned, stay put. Door cars are being called. Who's your round 6? Looks like we're missing 3 door cars. Wow, they're really bumping over there. Sounds like Rodney's music over there.
Yeah, about 10 years ago it probably was.
10 years ago?
Yeah, no, it's not quite my music anymore. My music days might be dwindled way down.
Well, listen, no one could sing like Jared. So,
Yeah, but you fired him, so you lost that chance.
Yeah, he fired him. I don't know about fired, but he fired
no, we fired him.
we fired him.
He's gone. JJ gave me that answer earlier. I even forget the question, but Jared's fired.
It was, you were asking about the prize.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Give that away.
All right, so I think we're just missing 1 now. And with that said, dragsters, you can finish cooling off, gassing up, and start heading this way as well. I believe we have 10 left on both sides. JJ, any predictions? You and Fast and Fincham here?
I think a door car.
All right, JJ really put himself out there. He thinks the door car is going to win. He's got a 50-50 shot. Rod?
I like the door cars, obviously, but I'll tell you who ain't going to win it. Fast and Fincham ain't going to win it.
Yeah, JJ Pennington ain't going to
Yeah. Cole is to losers lounge right now.
Yes.
After about second or third round or so, we just get a final this year. That's how it is for the rest of the night.
We've had our fun out, yeah.
Spent about 9 seconds of track time and just roll up in.
That's it. So who's driving good, JJ? You've been here for the last round or two. You got your eyes on anybody?
No. LaBoose has really been doing some work on the big end.
You liking LaBoose? LaBoose doesn't know how to drive the top end. He's a beginner. He hasn't won 4 Spring Flings. By the way, if LaBoose wins tonight,
He's the first one to 5.
first to 5 for 5K. If Rodney wins tomorrow, he's number 98. At number 1, yeah.
98.
Yep.
So you're telling me if I win tomorrow, I'm number 98.
You too. You're tied.
Perfect. Shoot. Tiebreaker.
Going for it. I'm trying to get number 98.
I'm taking.
All right, we'll take dragsters. Dragsters to the lanes for round 6. Hello, everybody. Hello, racers and race fans. We are at the Summer Fling in Columbus, Ohio. We're about to kick off our 3rd annual event here. I'm sitting here with Alan Reinhardt, and this is going to be another session of practice tree personalities. And Alan, you're the personality this time.
Right on. Well, I'm glad I finally got the opportunity. I don't know how many of you people know this. I worked the first ever fling, and then I got put on probation for 14 years, and finally, I got a chance to come back. I hope I don't screw this up.
That's his version. My version is he took a break to go to the bathroom, and I never saw him again.
Well, you weren't there when I came back.
So, Alan, if you don't know Alan well and you don't follow NHRA, he is one of the lead announcers at NHRA. He's been doing this a long time. He's clearly one of the best at it. We're very fortunate to have him here at this event, particularly because we have a $100,000 all-star shootout tomorrow that he's going to be calling the shots. So yeah, he worked the first one. He's back for the all-star shootout, and he'll be back all weekend. We're excited to have you here.
I'm looking forward to it. We had a lot of fun at the first one, and unfortunately the schedule didn't align and things that happened over the time, and then you found Nate, and Nate's so good that you didn't need me anymore. And so, but since he wasn't available this weekend, I was in the neighborhood. I'm really happy to be here. We had a lot of fun the first time, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun again. Absolutely.
It's going to be great to work with you again. So let's get to the practice tree personality part. The personality part's done. Now we hit the practice tree. So basically, if you have never seen a practice tree personality bit, we usually call a racer up, we do a little talking, and then we go on a practice tree. If the racer beats me to 3 or 5, whatever we have it set for, we give him a free t-shirt or a free hat. Alan doesn't care about a t-shirt or hat. What'd you say you wanted if you beat me?
If I win, I mean when I win, not if. When I win, you will add my beer tab to the weekend to the pay that you're already giving me, which will, in essence, double my salary.
It's going to increase it like 50% at least.
Pretty considerable, yeah. Everybody knows me, knows that I like to have a cold beer at the end of the day, and then another one, and then maybe one after that.
Well, it didn't take me long to figure that out, because I said, let's go in the practice tree room, and we're going to do this thing. He goes, what'd you call it? Your competitive?
My competitive edge.
It's a competitive edge. There it is.
Yep.
All right, let's do it.
I'm ready. How embarrassing is this going to be when you lose?
Well, that's the whole thing.
Here we go, round number 6, the Hoosier round. Left-hand side, Logan Westmoreland out of Troy, South Carolina. The 68 Camaro, Joe Gary's hot rod, dialed 548, excuse me. Reading the wrong spot. He'll take on John LaBouse. LaBouse, right-hand side, dialed 517 out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee in the 63 Corvette topless roadster. LaBouse going to try and pick up win number 5 at the Flings. And what a day it would be to do it on. It's Big John's birthday. He's going to go another round. Westmoreland 13 thou red, LaBouse 13 to the good, and 15 thou under. John LaBouse will roll into Mickey Thompson round number 7 with a win light. Brian Kennedy left-hand side, Odessa, Texas in the 68 Camaro, dialed 558. Joe Meese right-hand side, the 1990 Dodge out of Michigan City, Indiana, dialed 623. Going to get 6,500 head start from Brian Kennedy. As Hoosier round number 6 is officially underway here on the mountain under the lights. 7 thou red for Kennedy, Meese 017. And he's going to light it up 2 thou under. Kennedy 7 thou red and shuts it off early to be 2 above. Joe Meese will advance. Blaine Parrish left-hand side. Clayton, North Carolina native in the 93 Fox Body Mustang, dialed 650. We'll take on Steve Dunn. Dunn right side out of Jackson, New Jersey in the 67 Camaro, dialed 572. Final call, dragsters for Hoosier round 6. Final call, dragsters for Hoosier round number 6. Final call, dragsters for Hoosier round number 6. home. Steve Dunn got Parrish on the ropes, and Steve Dunn's got a win light. 11 takes 17 to be 17 thou above, 28 total. Parrish 27, one above, 8 had a thou to sneak by on, couldn't quite make it work. That was going to be tough to do. Steve Dunn gets the win. Dustin Smiley left side, down 548 out of Piedmont, South Carolina, the 1995 Grand Prix. Taking on Race Tarleton right side, the 97 Camaro out of Salem, Alabama, down 506. .42 Hun head start will go to Smiley left-hand side. 15 thou separate them up front. Smiley with the advantage. Win light Smiley 11 dead 6, 17 total gets him there first. 6 thou Tarleton 26 and 3 thou under, no good. Dustin Smiley will advance. Jamie Goodman left side, down 625 out of Hurt, Virginia. In the S10, taking on Shelly Elrod, the American Race Cars entry out of Port Clinton, Ohio. The Chevy 2, down 627. Also, attention in the pits. Michael Jackson and Frank Falter IV. We need you to the staging lanes, please, for the Brodix Run for the Head shootout. Again, Michael Jackson and Frank Falter IV. We need you to the lanes for the Brodix shootout, please. Michael Jackson and Frank Falter IV. We need you to the lanes for the Brodix Best Package runoff, please. 15 thou separate them. Elrod with the advantage. Win light goes to Shelly Elrod. 006 take a thou to be 2 above 2. 28 total. Goodman 21 dead 8 gets 1 thou behind Shelly Elrod. We'll roll on into round number 7. Now we kick off with the dragsters. JoJo Gary left-hand side, down 447 out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina, the American chassis. Going to take on Stephen McCrory, right side. Champ out of Adairsville, Georgia, down 481 in the Phantom chassis. Champ going to get 34 Hun head start right here. Dead even up front, 006 a pair, win light Champ. 006 take 0007 to be 1 above 3, 19 total. Gary 006 and 1 above 3 as well. Champ gets there first by 7/10 thou to move on. 482 at 133 for Champ. Gonna light up the scoreboard and move on into Mickey Thompson round 7. Nice race right there, sending Champ to the next round. Jim Glenn left-hand side, down 488 out of Ridgefield, Washington. The American dragster will take on Noah Lewis, right-hand side, also in an American chassis. The two-faced hot rod, down 455 out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Lewis going to give up a 33 Hun head start to Glenn, left-hand side. Problems for Glenn. Lewis 12 and clicks it off early to be 19 Hun above. As again, Glenn had problems, not sure what happened there. But either way, Noah Lewis will advance into round number 7. Again, Frank Falter IV and Michael Jackson, we need you to the lanes, please. Michael Jackson and Frank Falter IV, we need you to the lanes, please, for the Brodix shootout. Michael Jackson and Frank Falter IV, we need you to the lanes for the Brodix shootout, please. So again, Brodick shootout drivers, we need you here, please. Frank Falter the fourth. And Michael Jackson, we need you in the lanes now, please. So here we go. Next pair rolling up into the water box. Kyle Cotrera, left-hand side. 462 is the dial. The American dragster. Out of Maine, will take on Josh Baker, right side out of Kentucky. Dialed 474. If I'm not mistaken, Cotrera was the Spring Fling Million runner-up back in Vegas in April. He would, I'm sure, he would really love to cash in for 100 grand here on the mountain. I believe he was a new entry time run this morning also. Cotrera, no stranger to late rounds at these big money events. He's going to give up a 12-hun head start right here. He's in a little bit of trouble. Josh Baker got him on the ropes. Win light Baker 9-pack 006 dead 3 get there first 26 thou. Cotrera 25 and stops to be one above. No good. Josh Baker going to get the win light. Frank Falter the fourth, we need you to the lanes, please. Frank Falter the fourth, we need you to the lanes now, please, for the Brodick shootout. Frank Falter the fourth, we need you to the lanes for the Brodick shootout now, please. Frank Falter the fourth, we need you to the lanes now, please. Alan Elliott, left-hand side. Dixfield, Maine, in the undercover, dialed 453, will take on Corey Gulitti, right side. CG, out of Tomball, Texas, in the American, dialed 454. These two are basically going to leave right there together and be looking at each other all the way down track. 10 thou separate them up front. They left together. Win light goes to Gulitti. 17 dead, 421 total gets the win, getting their first 9.